starting. Wait, is it? You're now live. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. The live video ended pretty early just because
we had an update for the computer.
Well, it showed the blue screen of death screen, but it was actually just an update that restarted it. Anyways, let's continue. Alright. Verse 23. Wait.
There was no blue screen of death. It was letting us know there was an update.
Yeah. Okay, verse 20. Wait, no. Didn't you already do verse 23?
I don't know. I can't see it to read it.
Okay, verse 23. Go ahead,
Are you reading it?
No, I thought you were going to read it. Here, have another graham cracker, silly.
I'm not going to read and eat at the same time.
Oh.
Unless you want to. You want to read? I don't know. Eat a cracker?
Nah.
Alright.
I'll eat.
And thou shalt make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shalt put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And thou shalt put the 2 wreathen chains of gold on the 2 rings.
Wreathen.
I'm just...
Not wreathen.
Wreathen. Like a wreath. At the end of the breastplate.
How is nobody joining?
And the other...
They have
Because
no
you
interest.
was not talking to nobody.
Nobody
He
is
obviously
interested.
hadn't brought anybody in. They don't care.
Yeah.
And the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains thou shalt put on the 2 settings, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod in the forepart thereof. And thou shalt make 2 rings of gold, and thou shalt put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate, upon the edge thereof, which is toward the side of the ephod inward. And thou shalt make 2 rings of gold, and shalt put them on the 2 shoulder pieces of the ephod underneath, in the forepart thereof, close by the coupling thereof, above the skillfully woven band of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod with a thread of blue, that it may be upon the skillfully woven band
of the ephod.
And that the breastplate be not loosed from...
And they shall bind the breastplate.
I already read that. I'm down the bottom.
Are you sure?
And that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, where he... Yeah.
Outdated drivers.
I know, that's probably why we're getting the error too.
True.
We're gonna pay that at some point. Okay.
Wait, where did you start reading?
And thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment.
Wait, where are you reading?
Verse 29.
29? No? Wait,
And thou shalt bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart. We read that. 30. And thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment,
the Urim and Thummim.
Thummim.
They shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goeth before.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh!
That's funny.
Leave us alone, Avast. Oh my gosh!
Just minimize it. Just minimize it.
Yeah, but you could just use commands to stop it from appearing.
Okay, good.
But what?
And thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment, the Urim and the Thummim.
And they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goeth in before Yahuwah. And Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel upon his heart before Yahuwah continually.
Exactly. Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel. Why? Because if they go and they sin, the priesthood is responsible.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that says. Verse 31.
I hate the New Testament as much as
I know.
I just want that book to be...
Well, our vow is to rip Christianity from its roots. What we were deceived in.
Dude, the New Testament is supposed to be in flames at this point. It's not supposed to be a thing.
And thou shalt make the robe of the ephod all of blue. And It shall have a hole for the head in the midst thereof. It shall have a What are you doing?
You can just read it right there.
I can't read that tiny writing.
Yeah, you can.
Why did you do that? Caleb, no. Put the other one back on.
Bruh.
I don't care. I'm not interested in that. Why do you keep doing that?
No reason.
I'm gonna beat you, child.
No! I'm not gonna beat nobody.
Okay. Stop changing. I can't read it if you turn it. Dude. Okay. It shall have a hole for the head, and the midst thereof it shall have a binding of woven work around the whole of it, as it were the whole of a coat of mail, that it be not rent. And upon the skirts of it thou shalt make pomegranates of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, round about the skirts thereof, and bells of gold between them round about.
The Justin's dyed pomegranates.
A golden bell and a pomegranate. A golden bell and a pomegranate upon the skirts of the robe.
Foot.
Round about. Get your foot off there.
No.
Dude, stop it. Move your big foot out of the way,
You have a bigger foot than mine.
I don't think
That is
so.
stinkier.
Yours is more hobbit looking.
And yours is more stinky.
Yours is more hobbit looking.
And yours is more stinky.
Whatever.
And mushy like a mushroom.
Hey.
Like a mushroom.
Leave
I
my
don't like.
squishy feet alone.
No.
Anyway, okay, let's
No,
get back to this.
No, you eat my
Nathaniel,
squishy feet.
stop going on a tangent. Alright, verse 35. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and the sound thereof shall be where he goeth in unto the holy place before Yahuwah. And when he cometh out, that he die not. And thou shalt make a plate of pure gold, and a grave upon it like the engravings of a signet, holy to Yahuwah. And thou shalt put it on a thread of blue, and it shall be upon the meter, upon the forefront of the meter it shall be. Does the Pope have that on his freaking fish meter hat? I don't know, we gotta look at that, huh? And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, and Aaron shall bear the iniquity committed in the holy things. Right there, it tells you. Which the children of Israel shall hallow, even in all their holy gifts, and it shall be always upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before Yahuwah. What chapter is this? Is Exodus what? 28?
Yeah.
So not only does Numbers 18 talk about the priesthood, but Exodus 28 speaks about the priesthood more in detail. And you can see how the nation's fathers twisted this by accepting
Oopsies.
Dagon as a fish
That was an
meter.
accident.
Why are you doing that?
I don't know.
Because you're messing
That
around.
was an accident.
Stop messing around then. I can't.
Foot.
What are you doing? You moved it. Where was I at?
You were at the end of 38. You already did 38.
Okay.
You're on 39 now.
You totally. Why did you do that? I'm sitting here reading, and you just.
It was an accident.
You don't care.
That's not true.
I hate when you do that. You literally just go on a spree on the computer and you're reading. Okay. And it says, dude.
Sorry.
And it shall be. This is important. You interrupted a very important spot. And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, and Aaron shall bear the iniquity committed in the holy things.
You already read that.
Yes, and I'm trying to emphasize that because Aaron was of the priesthood. And this right here describes Isaiah 53, where they say that that's Jesus, and it's not. It's literally Aaron as the priesthood, and his descendants as the priesthood.
I hate the name Jesus, honestly.
I'm just saying. This was seriously important. You interrupted it. Which the children of Israel shall hallow, right? Even in all their holy gifts, it shall be always upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before Yahuwah. Where's the forehead? The pineal. The forehead, the pineal. That's what the Father is talking about with his children. Stop bouncing around here. I can't follow the screen. And thou shalt weave the tunic in checker work of fine linen. So the priest's garments should be in checker work. And thou shalt make a meter of fine linen. And thou shalt make a girdle, the work of the weaver in colors. I wonder if that's why Saudi Arabia wears the checkered garments. The checkered, what do they call them?
Is Saudi Arabia like Egypt, like where it's completely like sand and?
I don't know. I haven't done a lot of
From what I know, Egypt is completely like sand and.
Well, that's where all the big pyramids are, the obvious ones. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't even know why a lot of people come to Egypt sometimes
to visit.
Yeah, but others completely stay there.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even imagine if somebody made a video of
a lot of them worship a lot of the entities
staying in Egypt for 100 days.
And Yahuwah says, "Don't go to Egypt."
Yeah.
Okay. So it says, and thou shalt, and for Aaron's sons thou shalt make tunics, and thou shalt make for them girdles, and head tires shalt thou make for them for splendor and for beauty. Yeah, that's what they wear, the head tires that are in checker print. And thou shalt put them upon Aaron thy brother, and upon his sons with him, and shalt anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And thou shalt make them linen breeches to cover the flesh of their nakedness. From the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach.
Who's
and
naked?
They shall, what?
Who's naked?
They're talking about the priests that need to be wearing garments so that their private parts don't show when they walk up the steps. Yeah, okay. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons when they go in unto the tent of meeting, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place. That was really loud. In the holy place. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons when they go in unto the tent of meeting, or when they come near upon the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and unto his seed after him. See, it's a statute.
A statute?
It's a statute, not statue. Statute.
Why is it called statute?
I don't know. Because the guideline.
That's a really weird name for something.
Exodus, what am I reading to? You didn't tell me.
30. Chapter 30.
Okay. And this is the thing that thou shalt do unto them to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take 1 young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread,
I'm gonna get my blanket real
and
quick.
cakes unleavened mingled with oil, and wafers, unleavened bread with oil, of fine wheaten flour shalt thou make them, and thou shalt put them in 1 basket, and bring them in the basket with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons thou shalt bring unto the door of the tent of meeting, and shalt wash them with water. And thou shalt take the garments and put upon Aaron the tunic, and the robe of the ephod, and the ephod and the breastplate, and gird him with the skillfully woven band of the ephod. And thou shalt set the mitre upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the mitre. Then shalt thou take the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. See, that's what people don't get. They're like, oh, Jesus was anointed his feet. Like, where the hell did the Father tell you to anoint his feet? He said the head gets anointed. So can you tell me when Jesus was supposed to have his head anointed? Because nowhere does it say that he does. He gets his feet anointed by a whore. Yeah, there you go. That's the guy to follow. I mean,
guys, do not be the dum candy.
Right? That gummy bear ain't squishing right.
Ew.
Right?
It's got pigs.
Exactly. Good job. You know exactly what I was.
Too.
Love that, bud.
Oh yeah, did you know there are a ton of mushrooms? There's like more than 100.
Mushrooms are kosher.
I know, but there's like really weird name ones. Like there's a sep, and there's like lobster mushrooms, button mushrooms.
Yeah, button mushrooms. Why are we on top? Dude, seriously, we need to get back to topic. I don't know where you got the mushroom idea from. Anyway, let's get back to topic.
I got a burp.
Great. Okay. Verse 8. And thou shalt bring his sons and put tunics upon them. And thou shalt stop. And thou shalt Nathaniel. And thou shalt stop. And thou shalt gird them with girdles, Aaron and his sons, and bind head tires on them, and they shall have the priesthood by a perpetual statute. And thou shalt consecrate Aaron and his sons, and thou shalt bring the bullock before the tent of meeting, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands upon the head of the bullock. And thou shalt kill the bullock before Yahuwah at the door of the tent of meeting. And thou shalt take of the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger. And thou shalt pour out all the remaining blood at the base of the altar. And thou shalt take all the fat that covereth the inwards, and the lobe above the liver, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and make them smoke upon the altar. And what did they do with what did those in opposition of the Father? Oh, somebody's in here. Dan is my brother Dan. Shalom, brother Dan. Okay, dog. So, I was gonna say this. The Egyptians, what did they do? The way that they were to tell the future, they did what? They took Yahuwah's holy things here, right? Listed the lobe, the liver, and the two kidneys, and they started telling futures with that. And basing their strategies of war on the liver and the kidneys of these creatures, instead of literally using it as a smoke offering upon the altar to Yahuwah. Uh-oh, that's some profaning right there. But the flesh of the bullock and its skin and its tongue shalt thou burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. There we go. See, what's a sin offering? Who changed what a sin offering could be? Hebrews 7:12 tells us that those who created that book for you to follow are the ones who changed what a sin offering could be. But here it tells us right here exactly what a sin offering is. It is, and we'll read it again. And thou shalt kill the bullock before Yahuwah at the door of the tent of meeting. And thou shalt take of the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger. And thou shalt pour out all the remaining blood of the base of the altar. And thou shalt take all the fat that covereth the inwards, and the lobe above the liver, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and make them smoke upon the altar. But the flesh of the bullock, and its skin, and its dung, thou shalt burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. Boom. No human bloodshed could ever be a sin offering. No pierced, bruised, crushed body could ever be a sin offering. thou shalt also take the one ram, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands upon the head of the ram. See, the ram was the mockery. Just like literally the lamb is a mockery, right? Because this was against Pharaoh's lamb and cattle gods, right? That's why he sacrificed them. He's like, ha ha, Amun-Ra, you'll never come to fruition because I'll slaughter all of your offspring. That, and the Egyptians hated shepherds. And what do shepherds do? They herd sheep, right? They teach sheep. They discipline sheep, right? They lead sheep, right? Yes. Okay. So then it says, and thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take its blood and dash it round about against the altar. It's like you were saying, Pharaoh, here's your lamb and cattle god. Here's some blood there. Here's some blood there. You know, like literally he's slaughtering this animal and making Pharaoh watch him slaughter his animal. His god, his entity. And thou shalt cut the ram into its pieces, and wash its inwards and its legs, and put them with its pieces and with its head. I love that. I love that. Thou shalt also take one ram, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands upon the head of the ram. And thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take its blood, and dash it round about against the altar. And thou shalt cut the ram into its pieces, and wash its outwards and its legs, and put them with its pieces and with its head. Notice, this is not talking about a lamb that you do this with. It's a ram, a full-grown lamb. Male lamb, ram. And thou shalt cut the ram into its pieces, and wash its inwards and its legs, and put them with its pieces and with its head. So he literally is saying, I want you to slaughter Amun-Ra, Pharaoh's lamb and cattle god, and I want you to decorate it in such a way, this way, and that shall make the whole ram smoke upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto Yahuwah. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. So not only did he say he wants us to cook the remainings of a bull, but then he wants us to take the ram, and he wants us to dash its blood, arrange it in some amazing pieces, and then burn it to death and say, yes, sweet victory, smoke of death, right? I mean, it's so funny. It's sarcasm in his writing. I just love it. It says, and thou shalt make the whole ram smoke upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto Yahuwah. It's a sweet savor. He's like, that's right. I'm slaughtering your animal, and it's a sweet savor, Pharaoh. An offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. And thou shalt take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands upon the head of the ram. Then shalt thou kill the ram, and take up its blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and dash the blood against the altar round about. So, literally, these are the people who killed you, and I'm going to mark them so they have your blood on their... That's so funny. That's so funny. And thou shalt take the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he and his garments shall be hallowed, and his sons and his garments with him. So it literally was an act of judgment turned into a blessing upon the children of Israel. It's so funny, because it's a mockery. Like serious mockery. I love it. Welcome, Brother Danny and Daniel. Isn't that interesting? You're welcome to take up a mic if you'd like. Okay, so verse 20, what were you on? And, whoop.
Toenail.
Stop talking about toenails.
Why? Nail.
Hello.
Toenail.
Two Dans.
I know. I love that. That's so cool. Could we be from the tribe of Dan? Both of you guys know. Interesting.
Well, yeah, this is a great Torah parsha. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I was in a space earlier, Dan Blue, I think his name is. And I was bragging on Daniel. We were talking about Tartaria, and we were talking like, oh my gosh, he's literally going down that route of following India and the avatars of Vishnu, and I'm like, oh, keep going, brother, keep going, because you're about to unpack some really, really, really deep stuff. So, I mean, I just love it watching Yahuwah bring people down this path, because it's literally, we're all coming into agreement under one understanding, and that's what the one voice says to us, is it's my understanding that you all get. You get visions and you get dreams, but they're all going to point you back to what? One God, one name, and a whole lot of deception. So, yeah.
Keep it going. I definitely keep finding things out. You know, my actually a friend of mine, he was at the Messianic church that I joined, and he's actually converting to Judaism.
Well, see, I can't say convert to Judaism, because again, Judaism has their own customs and traditions, but you know, it is towards that direction, you know, because like I don't, and probably Esther would be like strangling me right now, like, what? Don't tell them to Judaism, you know, but I don't follow that. I literally just follow the Torah. There's a very fine line with this whole customs and traditions of these religions that have been created. And Judaism, you know, does have its own customs and traditions. They don't follow just the Torah traditions and customs that we were given. They add them, you know. But that's okay, because they serve the Father. It's not like they're giving glory to another entity. And remember, it's all about intention. What are you doing this for? And so I think that that's pretty special in this time that we're living in, to know that, you know, it is based on intention. It's not about, you know, but I don't know. It's a two-way street, you know, like, because I was talking in a space earlier about Christmas. We were talking about Christmas. And they were like saying, you know, they have pagan roots, and we're not supposed to be teaching it, but yet we are supposed to be teaching it to educate people on it. You know what I mean? So that they can come out of the indoctrination. So it's crazy.
Yeah, we gotta present the truth for sure.
We do. So okay.
So I've really gotten wrapped up with the Urim and the Thummim, like I was talking about the tools or the objects of decision, I think it's called. I forget what they're called specifically, but
yeah.
Awesome.
What is that all about? Please explain that one, because I always wanted to pick your brain on that.
Yeah, so the two stones that were behind the breastplate of the breastplate of decision, the two stones, the Urim and the Thummim. I was actually reading in one of the commentaries, I forget who it was, but it said that there was actually divine and the actual letters on the stones like glowed, like, you know, just in a miraculous way, I guess. I don't know.
They were written on onyx stones. We just read that in Exodus 28.
Yeah, so it's just amazing to me that I got pressed into the idea of putting Noahide in my name by I forget the Jewish guy's name. I think you're in his chats. I'm sorry, I forget. Hold on, if I can look real quick here. What's his name? Anointed. Yeah. Yarden Ben Joseph.
Okay, yep, I know who he is.
Yeah, and he said, oh, no, and Michael had encouraged me to put Noahide in my name, so now I'm in the Noahide group.
I saw that. I was like, I wonder if he did that for that. So yeah, just great suspicion. Yep.
I mean, it's like one step at a time, my testimony, and I had to thank you for having presented that to me, and it was Hashem who really just, brought it all together, and now it's amazing how I was able to de-Jesus myself, and without too much feeling of like guilt. I didn't think I'd ever be able to do it, and without feeling condemned or like, oh, what have I done to myself? I'm going to hell now, and now it's I'm actually trying to find the dividing line between God's chosen people, who are the Israelites, and the Noahites. Am I correct? I mean,
You're correct.
There's a distinction.
Yeah. It's because we're recognizing our own identity, and we're an ancestral line, right? So we're the descendants of that ancestral line that actually went astray, to be honest, except for like Sister Esther, she didn't go astray. So she would be able to, when this priesthood is established, because we're all going to be part of the priesthood, the remnant that is, given to King David as prince, while Yahuwah is king, they're the ones that are going to be able to, and they're the Zadok, the Zadok priesthood. They're the ones that are only going to be able to serve Yahuwah, whereas the ones who went and served the idols of the nations, blindedly, whatever, indoctrinated by however you want to adjust it, we still don't get that pleasure to be able to do what they do. We would instead be able to serve Yahuwah's people, his Levites. We would be the servers to them, so that they could serve Yahuwah into the temple when, to eat and to accept the offerings. And then we would be the ones who minister to the people like we're doing now and feed them as servers. That's my understanding of the priesthood. When you read about this in the book of Ezekiel, when it goes into details about this, and then they start going into dimensions and things like that. So it's interesting, that when the more you unpack the priesthood and what the requirements are, the Zadoks, Malkit Zadoks, right? This is what that's talking about. It's a kingly priesthood that's resurrected. It's not a one person, and it's called the Zadoks because these were the priest of can't think of it right now. The Zadok priesthood, it's mentioned as the ones that didn't go astray. So Christians who convert, to Torah only, like you, Danny, and like me, and like Dan, we're part of that Zadok. We are that Zadok priesthood because they keep the Hebrew calendar for one. They go by the lunar. And they're the ones who were given this calendar. They were the ones, right? Enoch's calendar, the 365, but it's literally a little bit different because we're going by the lunar cycle. And so when you can't see a moon to go by the cycle that it's in, you're not counting that day. You're only counting when the day is visible, and this is how you get, the lunar Shabbat. So it just kind of comes full circle with Yahuwah's understanding.
Yeah, I haven't fully gotten into that part of it yet. I mean, and again, I'm learning as I'm going here, and that's why I even asked about, that priesthood when I sent you that DM, and I did also to to our friend, what's his name? Oh, KC.
Okay. Yeah, I love Brother
Yeah,
Casey.
I appreciate Casey. Well, especially because Casey was so involved in Christianity at a point in his life. He knew it pretty much inside and out.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Pastors.
Yeah. Yeah. Right?
But that's amazing that these pastor, like Shaul was a pastor, Casey, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, all of them are turning back to the Father. They realize the deception. And I think that that's what people need to get past. They need to get past the deception. If they can get past the deception, then they can see and hear the Father's voice. But they got to understand that they've been deceived. And not many people want to do that.
No. And you know what? But I also want to be an example to those that saw me the way I was then, which was just September-ish, right? Is when this all came about, because it was during the fair, the New York State Fair, that I had been talking to you, and that I was serving at the Messianic Jewish booth to proselytize the Jewish.
Yeah, I remember that. You were telling me.
But that's my marker, actually. And the coincidental thing is, when I came to Torah, it was at the beginning of Elul, the end of I think it's the end of August. Yeah, the end of August, the beginning of September is when the 10 days of awe, I think, are and all that.
Right.
That's when I came to Torah at the Messianic Jewish Church in 22. And then here I am in 24, 2 years later, about the same time in September. I think it maybe was even towards the tail end. I didn't mark it officially, but I know that it's, the first week of September, the Labor Day is, I think, the last day of the fair or whatever. So yeah, that's when I've been talking to you, and then I said, wait a minute, this is truly a Ponzi scheme. This whole Messianic Jewish stuff.
It is, and what I don't understand is, okay, so I was in a space with, I won't give names, but I was in a space, and they're like, oh, Christians, they follow the Jesus character, but Yeshua, and I'm like, I'm sorry, what? You just said you're mocking those who follow Jesus, but then you're using the same storyline to call him Yeshua. I mean, I'm not understanding that logic of why they're doing. I mean, I understand how they're doing it, because they say, oh, well, he's the son of the Father, and I'm like, but he's not. You are, and Yahuwah didn't tell us that anyone had to die for the sins of humanity. He only said that they suffer. But what happened to Jeremiah and Isaiah and Uriah is so much different, because they did die. But that doesn't mean that they were meant to die, like that was their mission. Jeremiah said literally, send I, Yahuwah. When Yahuwah was talking amongst his heavenly council, he literally interrupted and said, send I. And they're like, okay, then Jeremiah, you realize what you're risking, man. And he's like, of course, I'm a sheep led to the slaughter. And this is literally where they get the Jesus story from. And when they understand the context of what Jeremiah was saying and Isaiah was saying in this, it's literally talking about us being indoctrinated as already being part of the slaughter, as a lamb being led. And now we have to find our way out of being led to the slaughter before we actually get slaughtered, so to speak. And that's what Jeremiah was interpreting here for people to follow. And as a priesthood, part of a priesthood, he was priest and prophet. So that makes him super significant to fulfilling Numbers 18. as well as we just read it in Exodus 28, where it tells us, and 29, where it tells us that only Aaron and his descendants were able to be accountable for the sins of Israel. And when I just read that, I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize that there's 2 more places, literally, that the Father says in his Torah, that his priesthood is responsible for the sins of Israel if they go astray. And clearly they did. Clearly they did. So, still applies to today. And those who are waking up to realize their identity as this priesthood are realizing that in their own lives by being suffering servants. And I was talking to Sister Esther about this earlier today because we were in a space talking about this. Yeah, it's nuts. But that's how it is. That's what the Father's doing. He's using a generation to rise up through the ancestral bloodline in the descendants to claim their position as a priesthood. And that's exactly what Ezekiel tells us happens.
Esther, she's great, but I don't feel like she really studies Torah as much. I'm not judging, but I'm just saying,
She studies the foundations of Judaism.
I'm sorry.
She studies the foundations of Judaism is what I've seen, and I'm trying to dig deeper with her in conversations. Like I was emailing her or messaging her, whatever you want to call it, private messaging.
Yeah.
And we were talking about that. I was like, we are called to teach people about the truth. It's not just for the Jews to have for their own. That's what the Father is against. He said that his name was silenced. He said that, you were only, you silenced my name. That was a huge one that he had stated, but that the nation's fathers were the ones that were deceiving everyone. You know what I mean? And I told her, I was like, why do they allow the nativity to be erected in the land of Israel when Ezekiel tells us that's Tammuz in disguise? This Jesus character is Tammuz in disguise, right there in the freaking Holy Land. It's his sad, sobby story that Ezekiel says the women were mourning because Tammuz was mauled to death by a wild boar. And from my understanding, where they have the nativity is where Tammuz was honored and raised and deified when he was mauled to death by the wild boar, where his blood was spilt by that wild boar tearing him apart. That's what people are honoring and venerating, but in disguise as a little baby sent to die for the sins of humanity as an adult. You know what I mean? It's just, they've twisted the story, twisted the narrative, and when you go back and you dissect it all, it's so disgusting. But you get the truth right there. The Father literally unpacks it through the prophets' writings, and they reveal it all. When were we ever told to follow a star for the future of humanity? When were we ever given a star to follow for the future of humanity? Okay, Genesis 49, if we want to go into that. But it says a scepter, a star will rise out of what? Judah. Well, how the hell can this dude be a star of Judah when he wasn't even part of the tribe of Judah? Right? Like, when? When did he have a father that was of the tribe of Judah? When? Jesse is the one that was prophesied to have that. And through that would be his son David. And through that would be the branch Solomon. If Solomon didn't screw up. But we know he did. Because the brotherhood of the Pythagoreans priesthood are the ones that took over. And that's where we get into Aristotle. That's where we get into all these big scholars. Because the philosophers, Philo of Alexandria, the philosophers, I mean, these are the ones that are the twisters and manipulators. And when you realize that, and it all ties into anthropology too. Literally, all of these ologies.
You help me stay focused on the separation from because they hijacked the whole Jewish faith, right? Is what they did.
Yep.
I mean, the way I say it, did you ever read about the priesthood of Zadok that that guy, his name is Jason. He was a rogue priest. He was like the last rogue priest of the priesthood of Zadok.
What? No. Where is this at?
I don't remember, no, but I thought for sure you would have known about it. But
No.
You know the priesthood of Zadok, right?
Yes, that's the ones that never went astray.
Yeah, but the last priest of the priesthood of Zadok he went bad. He went bad. He went south, and I think that's where that whole, and it was like the beginning. I think that was around the time of the Maccabees, wasn't that?
Yes, exactly. Zechariah talks about this. Remember when he's talking. Oh God, I just lost my train of thought. Keep going. But yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's Zechariah touches on this deception that you're going into.
Yeah, I was gonna try to just look up. If you look up Jason Zadok priest, I think you'll find it. I can't remember the actual.
This is the priesthood of Abijah, or Abaya. I think it's Abaya, and this was Zacharias, not Zechariah, son of Iddu. It was son of Berechiah. No, not even Berechiah. It was the others. Zacharias. It just says Zacharias. I did a post on this, and I always share it. But it's 3 Zacharias that were around at that time, and that's what Zacharias tells us in Maccabees.
Yeah, so I mean, I've always been on that search just to see, where that the whole churchianity thing started, and then I just and then when these people are talking, every time they talk, they like tell on themselves. They prove that it's wrong. At least from where I stand now. I mean, I would never have seen it unless I've been shown, and I'm thankful for that.
Right.
And the fact of the Torah, and I mean, just my own personal journey is to stay on Torah track. Whatever the current parsha is, and that's why I was getting into understanding, who are the priests, and we what did we learn in churchianity? That we were kings and priests. That is such a lie.
Well, no, we were, though, because Yahuwah tells us that we appointed ourselves kings and priests. We decided not to listen to the one voice that was given to us. Like Samuel literally had to go where Yahuwah told him to go to pick who was supposed to be in line for king. And if you follow what Samuel, and then after Samuel, who was supposed to be in charge of doing this and keeping this service to the priesthood, it didn't go that way. It went astray after Samuel, like after these righteous, because Yahuwah tells us, well, this man was righteous in my eyes. Well, this man was against me in my eyes. This man, you know what I mean? We see who he's weeding out, but he also see where the deception trail comes from.
But I mean, so and I think it was First Peter where it said that we are kings and priests, but we're not, right? I mean,
we appointed ourselves. Yeah, we appointed ourselves.
We appointed ourselves to be.
Yeah, we did. Yahuwah didn't appoint the kings and the priests that are in power today, and that's what Hebrews 7 emphasizes. They literally tell us in their words, we changed the Torah priesthood. We changed. They tell us right there. That's why I can't follow the New Testament. I can't, because they're literally telling us what they're doing to us, and we're just too stupid to freaking see that we're the ones that are being enslaved. And that's the problem that people have.
We're sheeples.
We are being led to the slaughter, as Jeremiah says. Welcome, Issachar.
Yeah. My other point, I was talking to I was talking to Esther earlier, and I asked, she didn't answer me, but that does Hashem tabernacle with the Noahide, or is that only the chosen people that he tabernacles with? And then when I did some scriptural research, I came across Psalm 78:60 about when he abandoned the sanctuary at Shiloh, which was apparently destroyed by the Philistines. He pitched a tent among men.
Yep.
After the destruction of Shiloh, God did not designate a specific alternative location as his dwelling place, but instead dwelled among the people, and the Hebrew word is Adam. It's not just the Israelites.
Right.
So that's all of us.
Exactly. Well, that's what Isaiah's 5 children's names mean. That's why it talks about Shir Jesha being, because you gotta, this is what the Father showed me. So clear. Hebrew names, they stand for character and function. He didn't show me that. I learned that, from a brother telling me that. But we just have to keep in mind that Hebrew names serve for character and function. What the Father did show me was that each of their names pertain to us who have been scattered and indoctrinated. And that's where the storyline comes alive. Our storyline is right there. Christians, Messianics, all those who have been Son of God followers, that is our storyline right there. The Jews have theirs because they've been faithful to the Father forever. We, on the other hand, have not been. Go ahead, Eshkar.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Of course.
So a couple things. I had to look up the Adam thing because I thought it was Adamah. So I just did a quick search on it, and it's Adamah. It means basically like clay or earth, but it also has another meaning here. It says here, earth or ground. So that's what I got. So that's the first part. You mentioned something earlier about priest kings. And this is something that Hashem specifically wanted Israel to be. It was us who went to the people and said, we want a king. And we went to Hashem and said, we want a king. And so this is how one was appointed. And, dubious history happens after that. But in the beginning, when we went into the promised land, we went into the Holy Land, it was the idea that we would be priests, kings, and that we would figure out basically what we can attribute this in modern days to the self-governance, self-determination, that sort of thing. So definitely it was ahead of its time, and the people weren't necessarily prepared for that. So they wanted to have a king like all the other nations. And that's the only reason why there was like a separation. Of course there were the judges, right? So there were people there. What would be, I forget the term, but yeah, so they had that. But other than that, we were supposed to, actually by instruction from Hashem, we were supposed to be that.
True that, and we strayed so far away. I mean, brother, were you indoctrinated or are you straight up Zadiq?
Yeah, so I'm not good with Hebrew. I consider it kind of like, who was that guy in the Matrix? Now the term's going to get me. But yeah.
You talking about Neil?
Born free. No. It was a guy, Cypher. Was it Cypher, I think his name was, and he said, did they take you from the Matrix too? Did they have to break you out? And he was like, nah, I was born free right here in Zion.
Oh my gosh. See, and you know what? I wanted to watch The Matrix today too. So, wow. Okay.
Right. So, while my mother was Catholic, by her mother raising her Catholic, and, Catholic schools, it's a separate thing. It's like they were Catholic for sure, yes. But at the time, there was no finer education that black people could get, just due to the nature of how the Catholics educate as opposed to public school systems.
Yeah.
So by default, I was born into a Catholic family. But besides fish on Friday, we didn't really practice anything Catholic. or anything Christian at all, really. The closest thing I got to it is I joined the gospel choir when I was in high school. I just liked their songs, and I was already in a regular choir. So, yeah, no, I was born free. You know, nobody made me accept Jesus. There were some people trying to within the family, but I just clearly always knew I was a Jew. So it was something. Even my grandmother was there to witness. But I don't want to, I don't want to derail the conversation, though.
No, you're fine. You're fine. That's what it's all about. It's talking about, finding our lineage. I realize that my family comes from hardcore Catholic. We're part of the McCafferty priesthood, which actually was shut down for pedophilia and child sacrificing. So I'm like, wow, that's great. I'm a descendant of this. Wonderful. Thank you, Abba. And so I'm right there with you. I did fall into the deception. Thankful that you did not, because, you can minister and speak truth to us, and that's amazing. So I give you great respect for that, for being a Ziddy.
I just look stuff up.
Of course.
That's the one thing. So, the temple that I belong to, and I always say it like that, because I usually end up doing like a virtual join, but I meet with them every week. We do a Torah study, and I'm 44 now. I just had my birthday like a week ago. They're older than me by many, many years, so they're very informed.
Yeah.
So all I do is when I'm not adding to the conversation, I'm listening and looking things up because they have a lot of experience. So, I just look stuff up, and make sure that I remember it and stuff. Actually, I probably should be celebrating. Danny just brought up something. So actually you changed your name. It says Dan Noah. What does it say there now? Dan Noah. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm not gonna. Somebody told me I'm not gonna dead name you. I'm not gonna call you by your other name. That it'll take me a while to adjust. But yeah. So I look stuff up, and that's a big deal for me. But yeah, Christianity, they came for me a couple of times. Actually, they came for me a lot. When I was a kid, like I want to say no more than older than 5, maybe 6. You know how they got that thing where you're born again, like they do like a prayer and all that kind of stuff? So of course the adults came to me and they asked me if I wanted to do this. And when adults tell you, hey, do you want to do this thing that we really like? Kids are going to be like, yeah, because they want to be good for the adults. So I've done that before, but I'm talking about literally, I was probably maybe like in the 2nd grade or something like that. But really it all struck up because in my own house, this is why I don't understand the anti-Semitism in the black community. My mom always raised me like Jews had the same afflictions on them as that we had as black people. So it was to show respect to know what they went through. And so my non-biological grandmother, it'll be important to the story if we ever talk about it. She took me to a church. She was very heavy in the church. And the pastor does what pastors do. They talk to the room, they talk to people in particular. So he comes up to me after the service, or I think it wasn't even a service. It was just like he was talking to adults in the room, and he circled in on me because I was a kid. And he started telling me about Jesus and all this stuff. And so some kind of way he mentioned that Jesus spoke Aramaic or something like that. And as a kid, I was like, well, why isn't the book in Aramaic? And he went on to say, obviously it's easier to understand the English, but the original language is Hebrew. So right then and there, I knew where I was going to go, and I knew what I was going to do, which is ironic because I don't know how to read or speak Hebrew, but I did make the change as far as, what I felt was home.
That's amazing, and that's what it is. I don't speak Hebrew. I failed Spanish 3 times, but Yahuwah is using the language of our ancestors to speak to us, and sadly, we're using the Babylonian language, the Phoenicians. But that's where we came from. When we came into the land, we were coming into the land of the Amorites. We were coming into the land of the Amalekites. We were warned of all of these things, and we took up baptism, which was to worship another entity's spirit, like to literally invoke another spirit into ours. When the Father said, Hosea 4:12, you will take up a spirit of whoredom, and you will say you did not, but you really have. And I always start at the middle of the book, like a stupid idiot, That's where the church has you start, is the middle of a book. They're like, yeah, let's forget everything from the beginning and start you right there in the middle of the book, and let's add a new beginning, right? And it just, when I started like dissecting all of this, it really became clear. I never was able to retain the New Testament as well as I retained the Tanakh. The Tanakh literally just jumps off the pages for me. And the prophet's writings just like slap me in the face. It's crazy, especially in the time that we're living in, because there's no other time like this unless you were around 400 years again, right? Because the Torah is a repeat of the 400 years that we're supposed to reach of the Amorite sins, And so that's right where we are. We're literally in the 400th year once again, as a civilization is ending and a new one is beginning. And I see that as the golden age.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that I really appreciate the Torah myself, and like I said, I try to stay with that one thing. I know I can go off on all kinds of tangents only because I need to learn that way, and it's been so great. I mean, I see my life parallel when I'm reading in the Torah in a huge way, like the most recent. Well, this Torah parsha, I forget what does it mean again? You got it.
You shall command.
You shall command. Yeah, it's right there. So what I was saying, I just started a job that I remember Issachar. I told you about me starting this job is a bus monitor for the schools, for the city schools, and it's the best job. So I've not done that in a long time. Was to command or to take the command because they're high school kids, and now I've got a responsibility for safety and to make sure that they're safe. That's our number one priority. It's not like I'm telling them what to do. I'm telling them for their own safety. And when I tell them, then they've been told. So now if they don't grab the handrail and they slip and smash their face on the top step, I've told them there's recordings, there's cameras, and in fact cutting across in front of the bus, they got to watch the driver. They got to see when he says stop, you stop. When he gives a thumbs up, go, then we cross. I have to watch him and I point to him every time we come out in front. And a lot of times the kids will just blast by, because the driver can see everything, so it's for their safety. So I said, I got to do this. I got to be responsible. I got to command this ship along with the captain of the ship who's driving, right? He's the driver, and I'm assisting him. We work in tandem. And I said, okay, I'm going to do this. So I stood up, and before they got off the bus, I said, hold up. I said, I just want to remind you about crossing in front of the bus, because they know this. And they should know this. They've been told it a few other times before I got there. I've only been doing it 2 weeks. And I said, make sure that you look at the driver before you cross. If he tells you not to cross or has his hand up, stop, don't cross. If he gives you the fingers to, cross, then you cross. So I just wanted to remind you of that, because it's all about your safety. And then, again, I did it with holding the handrails, So I'm getting into this thing where I'm commanding. It's only been since this Torah parsha started, right? And that's how I'm saying that Hashem, he just has my life parallel what the parsha is, and that's an example of it. All right, and I know it's not specifically about standing up commanding their offerings so that we can get this temple built, so we can get this sanctuary built, right? And so that's that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to share that because it's really important to me to live the Torah life and to see what Hashem is showing me, and then just even out of the blue, things will come up and it'll be like a confirmation. Reading what the sages have to say. I can't count on both hands how many times that I've had a thought when I was reading the scripture in the Torah Parsha, and I read a commentary that one of the sages had said, and my thought lined up with what the sage was saying. I'm like, you can't make this stuff up. I think it, I read it, it confirms in myself and my life, and it's just a beautiful thing, and I think that's how Hashem works.
Well, yeah, so I was going to say, well, I guess I'm going to say both things. When it comes to this whole 400 years thing, black people in America have been here roughly this long also, and there was the slavery that was also there. So what I like to do is make the differentiation. It doesn't mean that one group of people are Jews and another group is not. It's just a story that is a marker or a hallmark of a group of people. And Hashem will call the people who have these hallmarks. They will get great reward, but they will also go through their fair amount of the shit, so to speak. I'm just going to keep it blunt there. And then to the idea of Torah and these parshas paralleling life, oh, yeah, man, definitely. So, it's like, Tetzaveh, I think it's Tetzaveh. I still got to work on my Hebrew, but, yeah, so what happened was, we were in temple, we were studying this, and, what it brought up, or the conversation that was brought up, had to do with appearance. And it's just about, because the orders, I guess you can call them laws, they were specifically for the priesthood. Like Hashem in no way, shape, or form has any particular style of dress that he says that the Israelites are to have, right? But at the same time, the priesthood has this incredibly detailed, down to, what the ephod is going to have, where the stone's going to be. And what we ended up talking about was the idea of appearance and perception and appearance versus reality. And it completely paralleled my life, because when I moved out where I live, I'm one of the only black people here. And I moved here from Chicago, where I had an office job. Now, granted, I was just doing like canvassing, lead generation when I was in Chicago. I was pretty decent at it, right? So I had a bunch of business clothes, business casual, shirts, ties, slacks, business shoes, that sort of deal. So when I first came out here, that's just what I wore because, I was working to come where I'm at now. So 5 days a week I was at work, 2 days a week I was in the house. Nobody really saw me, right? So when I came outside, and I used to interact just sort of with the community, not saying anything, just, how you're out and about and you're looking around, you're seeing how people are looking, and sometimes you see people looking, sometimes you don't. And what I noticed is that people were very put off by my appearance, as though they had not seen anybody who looked like me, dressed like me. And they treated me a certain way here, to be honest with you. It was a very awkward time. And so when we started talking about appearance, I was like, thank you, because this is what I went through. Like, it was one of these things where certain people just got raised with this belief that, you put your best foot forward when you're out in the world, especially if you have the clothes, if you have a way to do it. If you don't, obviously, that's not necessarily your life until you get there, and then, you can make that decision. But if you have it and you're doing it, it's to step out and be the best that you can be. And so what I got a lot of were people basically saying I was being too uppity. wasn't talking enough. It always was, I'm not talking enough, I'm not interacting enough, but I'm like, I'm talking and interacting at the same level as everybody else. The only thing different between me and everybody else is how I look versus how they look. And so, just to go off on that tangent, that is sort of like how Torah has always been something that reemerges and takes a personal spin. So, yeah, Dan Noah Hyde.
On the floor.
I'm probably not saying
We're still recording on Facebook.
Call me Dan.
All right. So Dan, yeah. Definitely lots of parallels, you know, in my own personal life, man. I could totally attest to that. I think like the best person, the best people for me is a mixture of David and Daniel.
Error message.
Right? Like for some reason, these are the two roles that
No viewers.
I feel the most fondness for. And surprisingly enough, a little bit Esau. A little bit of Esau. And I can explain a little bit of Esau. Because while I'm a Jew through and through, man, like the idea of going out, conquering the world, going to the wilderness, that sort of deal, I definitely have that vibe to my personality. And so there's the idea that these stories are also made in a way to have multiple levels of meaning. So you look at the juxtaposition of Jacob, who's very much at home. He listens to the family, that sort of deal. And Esau is more of the firebrand, the wild one. And inside of every person, there's these two conflicting energies. You know, there's the energy of potential and kinetic. You know, and it just depends on which path you take. You know, how you're going to be in life. So I would definitely say I tend to be a pretty kinetic brother. So that's why a little bit of Esau. But the two biggest parallels is David and Daniel. Daniel, because Daniel just speaks the truth no matter what situation he's in. Like it's like he's just like, I'm gonna keep it plain and I'm gonna spit it real to you, right? And I'm gonna hold on to the things that I find dear. And then David, the thing about David that I like is that he was always kicking Saul's ass. And not only was he doing this, they described him as having this boundless energy. And I used to feel weird. Like even a couple years ago, I would feel weird because I would be like, okay, I'm 44. Why do I not feel 44? Like, why do I have all this energy? Like, what is this about? And basically, there's some part of it where it was like Hashem said, I gave you this boundless energy because I knew you would be in battles. So I made you to never be tired, or something like that, something to that effect. I'd have to look it up and get the exact thing, man. So I'd say, yeah, parallels with the Torah Parshas, but also with people in Torah. There's definitely something, it's spooky, but it's there for a reason, like we say.
I agree. I mean, I love this walk. I was telling Sister Esther earlier today that Yahuwah scares me and fascinates me at the same exact time because, you know, he's the one leading. I don't lead this whole shebang. He's the one leading. And I told him, I was like, I don't get to lead my life, do I? I don't get to live for myself. I don't get to. I'm literally one of those that don't get to do that. You know, and whatever wealth that I accumulate, it goes to somebody else to help them. You know, and that's what we are as humbled, suffering servants. We're literally, and are we stricken by disease? Because that's what Isaiah 53 says, you know, and that's what Isaiah 53 is all about, is this priesthood of people that realize their identity, and they're the ones that are bruised, pierced, crushed for their iniquities of their ancestors as well as their own sins. And, you know, but in particular, it is talking about a group of men, I believe, and that is Uriah, Jeremiah, and Isaiah, because they're the ones that were of the priesthood, but were also prophet. So it was almost like that was their role to die for the sins of humanity as their rightful title, according to Numbers 18, and we just read in Exodus 28. So, I mean, those are the ones that I identify with, just because of the sufferings that they went through, and when they realized that they were in error, because obviously they were suffering not just to suffer because they were doing everything right. They were literally in indoctrination, just like so many of us are and have been and have come out. And so that's why I identify with Jeremiah. And also he says the women are raised up because men can't lead. So, you know.
I wonder. To me, your take is a little bit nihilistic. Of course, you're entitled to have your own opinion. I'm just like, man, bro, she takes Judaism as a burden. I'm just like, man, that's a lot. I'm just like, you got to think, not all Jews, and I'm gonna specifically, let's not even use the word or the label Jew. Let's just talk about people of the book in the book, right? So there are lots of wealthy Jews in that book. Like Abraham had dough, bro. He had money. Jacob had money. Esau had money. Lot was rich. Who else? I know I can't think of that. I got more, but I can't think of them. There were lots of rich people there. So the idea that we're supposed to be poor or supposed to be stricken, I think that sometimes that's a lot of looking at it from the Western lens or the Western perspective,
Well,
because it is so permeated with this Christianity idea. And I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. What I'm saying is, like I said, I like Daniel. Daniel is a drag. Like if you compare him to other people, Daniel's always serious. There's something always happening. So I understand. I completely understand what you're saying.
yeah.
But
Well, no, I have the wealth. The Father's blessed me with the money. Like, I help people. And I help a lot of people more than I should. But the Father's showing me, everything in moderation. Don't help everyone to the point where you're not able to support yourself. So I've crossed that path many times because of the spirit that the Father gives me to care for his people. But no, it's not about being poor, because I'm not poor. Yahuwah has definitely blessed me in several ways to be able to give back to people, to support. My son, he's fatherless, and I support widows and orphans and the fatherless, as the Father has told us and instructed us to do, even being one, and having a child who is one. I'm a widow, so the things that are supposed to go to me, as part of this priesthood as well, I'm still giving back to my community. But that's what I'm saying, is I don't believe that those who are, descendants, because we're told in the book of Judges that the priesthood was scattered to the east and the west, and only the west is spared, the east is not. The east right now is Ukraine. That's where Constantinople is. And that's where Christianity and its roots began, with Marcion Synopes and all of this, all these councils. If you look into it, it literally happened in Ukraine. And even Daniel, Brother Daniel, said Uruk, Ukraine, Uruk is Ukraine. In this deception that's all there. So we're this priesthood, when we realize that we're this remnant that rises up, that comes out of the Babylonian, Phoenician, our alphabet is, English alphabet is from the phonetic, Babylonian system, the Phoenicians, the original writers of our language, and so we're indoctrinated into this. But what I'm saying is that I don't get to enjoy the desires of my heart because of my own indoctrination. I'm suffering for the sins of my ancestors, as well as for my own sins, because I literally went into indoctrination, and here I am coming out of it. And so that's the remnant that Isaiah's 5 children's names represent, is what I'm talking about. But no, this isn't about being poor and having a poor mentality. No, that's not what I'm getting at all. It's from a perspective of being a suffering servant, to help those, with the wealth that I've acquired, and not be able to enjoy it until the Father says I can.
okay, I can get where you're coming from with that. The way I would take it, for saying that. But yeah, so there was always a way to give back. Like, even then, I mean, we called them servants. Some people called them slaves. But that's before there was a word for employee. So that's a real key difference. People like to use that particular idea that the Israelites had slaves. So yeah, that's like there was no such thing as an unskilled worker at the time. You were either an artisan, a craftsman, a priest, you owned a business, or you worked for that business. And a lot of times the people who worked for that business was somewhere between servants and slaves. Also, another concept that I'd like to dispel, I don't have enough evidence to turn most people's head. I'll even dig it up while somebody else is speaking after this. But the idea that we get our writing from the Phoenicians, I believe this is false. But first, a memorial to the Phoenicians. They had a bad rap. Deal. The Phoenicians were just a group of Canaanites. So yeah, they definitely had ways that we shouldn't do because they had different gods. They had a whole different societies. Their stuff was abhorrent, like the child sacrifices and all these kind of things. But when you dig deeper into their story, a lot of times the people who gave these people, the kids, the sacrifice, these were people, I don't want to use an unglowing term for them, so I'll just say sex workers, for lack of a better word. And they were basically compensated for having these children that they knew were going to be sacrificed, right? So that doesn't clean up what they did at all. Also, the other thing is we were to be separate from the people and separate from their ways. It doesn't inherently say that they were evil people. They just did things that were different from what we did, and we had to stay away from that because it was not anything that we were to do.
They were lawless, right?
I'm sorry?
They were lawless, is what we were told. They didn't want to follow the Torah.
Well, yeah, that's sort of the law that they're referring to. Lawless is in not the laws that the Hebrews were bringing, or the laws that Hashem was bringing. So, having said that, lots of Israelites married into the Canaanite line, which inherently, if you know the history of the Canaanites, the Phoenicians were a Canaanite tribe, right? So we are married into this line, like it or not, and it gives me great, I don't know what the word is. I'm fascinated as somebody who likes history at how we come from a land that's roughly located in Syria before Abraham comes down into the land of Canaan. And we chill with the Canaanites. Like, Abraham is sitting under these trees, and the idea is they're probably discussing each other's law, you know? And so later on, when these temple destructions happen, even though we like to separate ourselves from the people, obviously we did their religion and their culture, but from the people, here's why I think Hashem is master of all. Because you are still a mixture of your mother and your father. So while we kept the Israelite ways and we did not stray from that, when it was time to get out of Israel, man, we got the hell out of there. And we went the same ways that the Phoenicians went. Like, every place where the Phoenicians were said to have had a beachhead colony is just about every place in the Mediterranean where the Jews went after the temple destructions.
Well, we were told too, that's where Daniel picks up with Nebuchadnezzar, is we were taken by Nebuchadnezzar, aka Babylon, and made to learn their system, learn their English. I mean, even Isaiah tells us that at that time, when Yahuwah comes back, there will be 5 cities speaking the language of Canaan. So yeah, I am totally in agreement with you on that.
And then here's the last part, and then I'm done. And I'm gonna pull up something that I have on this subject. I keep it around. I keep that thing on me, man. I do a lot of history and a lot of research. So the idea that our alphabet comes from the Phoenicians, I think is patently false. I think that the archaeological evidence clearly shows that the Hebrews had the writing first. And the reason why I say that, and I'm going to post this probably in the Purple Pill, maybe in the Jumbotron, I don't know what your rules are. The reason why I say this is, first of all, when we were in Egypt, a lot of us were not slaves. Some of us were, like a lot of us were, but a lot of us were not. So there's a time period before the Pharaoh rose who didn't know Joseph, and the idea of how long that was. People people like to say right after Joseph. I'm not so sure. But anyway, long story short, we have Ephraim and Manasseh who are his sons, and they're obviously raised basically Egyptian until Jacob shows up on the scene. And so then the Hebrews come in and they're living in the land. So the idea is they don't know hieroglyphics. So over the series of time in Egypt, they began to learn what the hieroglyphs were, and they began to extract those sounds and put them in another symbological form. Something that is common, or not common, what's the word I'm looking for? Culturally tied to them from where they descended from previously, which was the land of Canaan. So if you go to the southern Sinai peninsulas, you need to get a Bedouin to do this because the Bedouins know where they are. It's become a minor tourist attraction now. The Bedouins will take you to the caves where the Israelite slaves, you were sent there to do mining. And the reason why you'll go to a place like that is because on those walls are the earliest forms of Proto-Semitic writing, the Proto-Semitic writing. And it's things like Yah or Yahweh save me, or, just prayers, that sort of thing. So until somebody actually shows me something older than that from the Phoenicians, I would say that there was some type of I can go deep into this. I don't really want to take up a lot of people's time, but I'll try to give the short version. The idea that the first written alphabet comes from the Phoenicians is a Western standard. When ethnologists and archaeologists and anthropologists, when they first went into Africa, they would say that these people had no written language. But what they didn't know is that the symbols that were on the clothing, and that the symbols that were on the buildings, while they look like simply just designs, that was actually their alphabet staring those people right in the face the whole time. So there was writing before this Phoenician, it just wasn't of an alphabetic form. So this is why I believe that the same thing can be true about Canaan. They had a way of communicating with each other that was symbolic in some way. So both cultures shared this. So then the idea becomes, well, who needs an alphabet? Who has a more urgent need for an alphabet? And they like to use the Phoenicians because of their trade. But I would say it's highly more likely that the Israelites were the people who needed an alphabet more because they lived in Egypt at the time, the land that built all of the mystery schools of the world. So if you wanted to get that knowledge and abstracted any type of information from it before Hashem sent us to Mount Sinai, you would need to either know how to read hieroglyphics, which was only for the priesthood. You would need to know how to read the common writing at the time, which some Hebrews, I would guess, didn't know, or you would need to have it translated. So there was a fundamental need for this sort of thing. And this is when the Phoenicians were in their infancy stages. Like, this wasn't all, like, the Phoenicians weren't the Phoenicians the whole time in their history. Like, they started off small with a couple boats that went a couple of places, So I think it's us, and I'm going to shut my mouth because I've been talking for a while, and I'm going to try to pull that link up.
Okay, no worries. No, I love it. I strongly believe that the Canaanites are the Phoenicians. I think they are one and the same. Just with the research that I've done on them.
They're one and the same.
Yeah.
But that's the freaky part about Torah. So the Canaanites and the Phoenicians are one and the same, and really, from regionality, if you're talking about the land in Syria or the land in Canaan where we went, we're kind of cousins. Not only are we kind of cousins, our second cousins are kind of the Chaldeans.
Yep, I agree. And Peter unpacks a lot of that too, because he is a Chaldean. I don't know if you're familiar with Peter's spaces that he runs.
Yeah, I think I've run into him before.
Yeah, and go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead, Brother Dan.
The Haftarah was is 1 Samuel 15, and it's when God commanded King Saul to go in and wipe out all the Amalekites, and he didn't remember how he kept the king and kept a few of the livestock and that. But anyway, I was reading in that after about the Kenites. The Kenites were Yitro's generate. You know, they were offspring from Yitro. Jethro presented himself to Moses, his father-in-law, right? Jethro had worshipped every god that there was to worship on the earth. And when he came to Moses with Zipporah and his children, he saw and heard about what Hashem had done for the Israelites. And because of that, he worshiped God. And he worshiped Hashem. And he says, he was like one of the first, he was like the first proselyte. I know somebody else argued with it. Oh, Abraham was the first proselyte. But I mean, this guy had served other gods, and so now the Canaanites, who were descendants of Jethro, they were among the Amalekites, and I think the Amalekites and the Canaanites were pretty tight too, right? And my question is, you know, I mean, if you're living around these people, aren't you prone to becoming like them? Well, the Canaanites had desired to learn the Torah. That's what they did. They just wanted to know Torah, and that was their purpose. And it's just a beautiful thought and story that these Kenites who lived among the Amalekites, and Saul said to the Kenites, "Come, withdraw at once from among the Amalekites, that I may not destroy you along with them. For you showed kindness to all the Israelites when they left Egypt." So the Kenites withdrew from the Amalekites at that time. And I just think that's a really neat little segue to what you're talking about, you know, with the different, you know, the Canaanites and all that.
Yeah, I look at it as like one not so happy, but one big not so happy family. And you know what? Man, like Hashem has like really worked on me in really weird ways. So one of the things I might have told you, I'm sorry, Dan.
I got it.
Dan is becoming Dan
So what?
And so I'm out of your name.
On Facebook
So
still.
one of the things Hashem kind of brought me
Plug it in.
idea is that Danny knows, like Dan knows, I do a lot of outreach with Hebrew Israelites. And basically my whole stance is, hey, listen, I understand that you guys are new to some things. You've learned some things about history. I've learned some things about history through them. But, you know, your hatred or your calling Ashkenazim not real Jews, and we're the real Jews and people are supposed to kiss our feet. Like, first of all, if there was metaphor in the New Testament, then there's metaphor in the Old Testament. It doesn't mean people are going to kiss your feet. And it really shows the worst of what Israelite kings used to be, in my perspective. But anyway, the reason why it's more of an outreach as opposed to just hey, you guys are just wrong, I'm not going to talk to you or anything. One of the things they did was there's a guy named Benayah Israel. He runs his own YouTube channel, and I was watching him because he tended to have a kinder stance on Ashkenazim, although I know scholars in the Hebrew Israelite circles that are way better. Like I'm talking about respect Ashkenazim, go to shul, know Hebrew, study Torah, love the Ashkenazim, great. But this guy, he was good enough where I'm just like, okay, this isn't all hatred. Let me see what he has to say. So the reason, getting back to this whole Canaanites, the Phoenicians, the Amorites is going somewhere. So one day he's doing this thing because he's still in the camp who thinks that only the Black Americans and certain other groups can be the real Israelites. So he pulls out this thing called the My True Ancestry, which is an ancient DNA site. Basically, they compare your DNA against ancient burial sites. And he was saying, look, you can clearly see that from this DNA profile, that yes, lots of African Americans who have certain lineages, you can definitely track your DNA to Spain, to the place where the Jews went in Granada after the temple destruction, and they were sent out, right? And I was like, wow, that's a really cool thing, man. His family's got like a really interesting history, and I thought nothing of it. guy. But two, what if he's telling the truth? And you have to change your opinion, because I have a different opinion of the original. Right? And you have to change your opinion on what you think. Oh, that's what I did. Not cheap either. So I did the ancient DNA. And not only did I find my people, obviously in Africa, of course, but lots of places where African Americans are not supposed to be from. And so when I got my DNA back, yeah, so I had to figure out a thing. But that wasn't the interesting part. The interesting part was the Levant. So I had Proto-Semites, Semites, Egyptians, and then I also had Canaanites, Amorites, what were the other ones? Elamites. All of these groups of people were swimming through my DNA. So even though I'm a Jew, through and through, all of these people were swimming through my DNA. And then I thought about it. I was like, holy blank. It doesn't say what Abraham originally was. Like, it says where he came from, but it doesn't tell you who were his people, how did his people establish, what were they built of. Also, there's the idea that we count the men in Torah a lot, but we don't count the daughters, which they clearly had daughters too. Their daughters married other people. So this whole idea of Israelite by blood, even if you're talking about the Kohanim, which some people will find this kind of sacrilegious for me to say, I don't think there was ever any purebloods in that whole thing. So that's why I think Hashem chose to give this to me, because it's like it put it in a different perspective. Because if you say, oh, we're not to be like the Canaanites, and I'm going to be doing the most to make sure that I'm not like a Canaanite. But when you find out that there's a Canaanite in your family, it gives you first that pause, like that shame, right? But then you go, oh, I get it now. The Canaanites are in all of us. The Phoenicians are in all of us. Like, Hashem never made this distinction of, I mean, he did say eradicate these people and take care of everything, even the donkeys and whatnot. But it was in this one area. He didn't say a group of people, and he never did. So, obviously, if Hashem can see the beauty in the life of other people, then we should try to emulate that. And then if we don't have that in us naturally, I'm telling you what, there's going to be a surprise waiting that says, oh yeah, if you want to kill all the Philistines, after you kill all the Philistines, you got to off yourself too, because you probably got Philistine blood. And so it just makes it come alive in a different way, where it's like, yes, people judge the Israelites for what they did, but you have to think about it in a different way. Don't forgive what they did. It's important to remember what they did, but it's not like they woke up in the morning and said, you know what, I'm going to disobey Hashem. No. They woke up one day and they went about their business and they saw a beautiful Phoenician woman, and they said, I want to have kids with this woman. I want to marry this woman. And they had a beautiful family. Even though if they went and did other ways and things that Hashem did not command us to do, these things were done out of love, not out of hate. And I always get drawn back into thinking that way, because especially with the modern times, it's easy to hate. It's easy to say, oh, this person is anti-Semitic, or this person is a jihadist, and they've heard me go to town on these people sometimes. But I still always keep inside of me that there's a beauty in everybody, and I just have to recognize it. I just wish that we did that as a whole, and then I wish it was given to me from time to time, just like I haven't told Peter this, but I got Chaldean blood, but you would never guess it by looking at me, right? But I also have Norwegian blood. I have Russian blood. You would never know that if you looked at me. So
wait, what?
It just lets me know that when we're looking for these enemies of Israel, they're inside of us. And at any time, just like the Matrix, you can go from being somebody who fights for good, and then Agent Smith can take over your body, and now you're playing for the other team. So you have to be vigilant, you know, with that sort of thing. And so that's why once I found it in my own blood, I'm wrapping it up, going back to the beginning. When I found it in my own blood, these Phoenicians, these Canaanites, these Egyptians, bro, I got a ton of Egyptians. And then all these other nations, it just rang home to me. It was like, wait a minute, this was right. This is why there's so much bad blood to this day. And with Christianity, I hate to say this, because I hope I'm not offending any Christians, the research I've done into Judaism around the time that Christ is said to have lived, it's a very interesting set of history. During this particular time, there were the Pharisees and the Sadducees, which people talk about, but there were also the Zealots, and there were these outcast groups. Then you had the regular people, and so basically Judaism was in a fight with itself, and the priesthood, the Pharisees in particular, the Pharisees are where the rabbis come from. So there's this that was going on. And then there were all these other groups fighting, and I like to look at it like it was a hood, because I'm just like, that's how I know some of the Israelites were black. Because I'm like, we live the same story. They were all living under Roman occupation, so none of them could do what they wanted to. There was always a Roman trying to tell them what to do. So they had to stick together. But inside of their group, they had these little gangs, right? So even when it comes to Christianity, I don't know if there was a man named Christ who actually walked the earth and whatever he did, but it's just as easy to think that a group of people who just wanted to go against the Pharisees sort of hurried Moshiach along through a series of stories. It's crazy, the history. And I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say. I hope I'm not rambling. But what I'm saying is, it's the same thing between us, the Christians, and the Muslims. It's like, in one way, I'm like, man, don't come to me with this stuff, man. I'm not trying to see it, right? But at the same time, I'm like, all I'm really seeing is the outcome of a fight that happened amongst my people. And we didn't fix each other then, and we didn't come together as a nation then, and the Christians and the Muslims are our children. So who are we to look at them and say they act ridiculous? Look at what they do, when they're literally an offshoot of a fight that we were having amongst ourselves because we couldn't love each other. So it's cyclical, and that's how I know. We were one family. So yes, the Israelites were the ones that were promised all this, and yes, that makes the other people jealous. But once you figure out that we were all family, anybody can turn on you at any given moment because they carry that spirit of Amalek. But at the same time, in everybody, there's a saying that Jews have. It's like, even if you're a convert and you're new, Hashem considers your soul, and your soul was present at Mount Sinai. Maybe you weren't there in person, but your soul was, right? So there's this idea where at any time of your life, the soul of the Jew can be there. And then it can dwell in you. And not a Jew, that's going to sound like, I don't want to make it sound like poltergeist. But basically, your Jewish soul can awaken.
People are watching what you're doing. You forget that.
Not.
Stop messing with it.
But at the same time, at any
Stay off
moment,
of the computer.
that can rise with you, and you can go against it. So it's all about that balance,
It is all about the balance. You're right. And when we do the research, about Titus, like the Ark of Titus, this was purely indoctrination of the Roman Emperor Titus. He literally worshipped a pantheon of gods, Apollo and Artemis, right? This is where we get the Statue of Liberty from. They're the duality of one and the same. So this push of dividing and separating Yahuwah's people has been through these entities of worshiping their son of gods and them as gods. When Yahuwah says, no, I told you to worship me alone. And this is the divide that we're seeing, especially amongst these spaces we're seeing it, is who's serving Titus, who wants to be a slave under Titus, right? Because he says in Titus 2, slaves obey your masters. How many slaves are there obeying the New Testament as the masters of whom they're supposed to follow? Who are literally leading them to the slaughter, as we've been saying. And then you have those who didn't follow, like in Constantinople, when all of those who were Jews that were fleeing the Christian, they were forced to bow down. This is what Daniel tells us with Nebuchadnezzar. So if they were doing it then, they're doing it now, and we're just products of that now that they were pushing, of the children, the descendants of those who were forced to do these things.
So people call me Mr. Me Too, kind of, because I'll tell you I Jews were in India, and they'll tell you the great history and all that stuff. They'll leave out some key things. Number one, they'll leave out the fact that the Dravidians, who are the dark race, they will never tell you that they come from Africa because genetically they're not the same, but they did. Number two, they'll never tell you that Ethiopia and them had a shared kingdom at one point in time in history. With Ethiopia, well, I'm going to preface that because they weren't actually Ethiopia. They were actually Saba or Sheba. With the Ethiopians, they were the colonists, right? And these are important little things to learn about history because then you can understand why things happen the way they happen. Like I'm not an expert, but if you look at this thing I did with the side by side of Tetzaveh and Buddha and what Christians have as the Virgin Mary and Jesus, can you see the similarity?
100%, exactly. That's exactly why I say that that's Tammuz in disguise. But Ezekiel tells us that that's who it is. But when we're looking at all of these civilizations that have already passed, who was Tammuz? You know, and when you look at when the alphabet was established, they didn't have the letter J at all. That wasn't created until the Roman Emperor Titus of 1592 when they created the letter J, and that's when they came up with the Jesus, because before it was Isus. This was the Galatians god when you do the research on this. And when I found that nugget, I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, this is a pantheon of gods that are mixed into one man who claims to be himself deified as the son of God. So yeah, totally on point. But it's literally Dagon and Asherah and Baal. That's who this all comes down to, and that's what the book of Judges tells us. You had destroyed the statue of Dagon, but did he destroy the spirit of Dagon? I don't think he did. I think that that's who Isaiah 12:25 tells us Yahuwah is going to smite on his mountain, because it says that, you know, human bloodshed was what defiled Yahuwah's land, and that the one who shed the blood is the one who needs to have his blood spilt in order to atone for the sins of the blood that was shed. And when you look at this, Dagon required his son Baal to shed his own blood for the sins of humanity. That's where this all came from. And when you look at the Lord of Tyrannus, which is Isus by name, because the J wasn't created until, you know, the Roman Emperor of 1592. So this all ties into that pantheon god of Zeus, Isus, you know, even to Dionysus. It's all part of that lineage of the Amalekite and the Amorites, and that's who I believe this Jesus character is. I don't believe that he was human form. I believe he was half human. I believe he was humanoid, and we have evidences of this. Daniel and I, we have gone deep into digging into Philo of Alexandria not even being human like we are, but being part of this Nephilic bloodline. The Nepha, I don't know, Nakish, something like that. Maybe the serpent bloodline, I don't know. But there are different races that were spoken about in Genesis 5 and 6. It doesn't say just human race. It says different races, if you look at the context of that. So I think that it's not just the children of Israel that are here. It's a mixture of those who have chosen to take on the tyrants, you could say, of Genesis 5 and 6. But they still had a holy seed, within them. They are these fallen who have chosen to be lawless and chosen to take up the nation's gods and their sons of gods around them. So I think that that's really super important.
I always like to I'm the kind of guy who just like to go back to the beginning, Like when you go to a psychiatrist, they lay you down, so tell me, when did this all start? And I truly do that. I like to go back to Genesis, okay? Adam and Eve in the garden, walking with God in the garden, and just fellowshipping and loving and enjoying his creation and everything that was set before Abraham went out in faith. You know, he was a man of faith, and come on, I mean, it was just a beautiful thing. And then the laws were set forth because they were stiff-necked. They didn't want to listen to, oh yeah, sure, we'll do all that Hashem says. You know, everything. And then 40 days on the mountain, what's taking them so long? Aaron, here, take our earrings, make us a golden calf, you know? I mean, what? You just said that whatever Hashem says we'll do. So, okay, here come the laws, you bunch of boneheads, you know? I brought you through I parted the sea for you, you know? Come on. And so now he's got to make an example for all mankind, God's chosen people. He chose them. He said, all right, you're going to be the example for all mankind. This is what I'm going to do. And now we're going to have some laws and some rules to go by, and this is how it's going to be. There wasn't any before all that, was there? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into that, but I just, let's zero back to the Adam and Eve experience, right? So they blew it. I mean, there was still an opportunity for them to repent, if you want to call it that, to turn around and just love and worship Hashem, and that's really all that Hashem wanted, right? And I think it says is it Samuel, where it says, you know, the blood of bulls and goats, you know, all I wanted was a relationship with you. That's a Dan version, right? But you know the scripture I'm talking about, right? So let's just get back to that, you know, turn our faces towards Hashem, you know, you blow it, I blow it, man. I'm turning my face towards you, Hashem, because, you know, the original sin or whatever you want to call it, yeah, that's still looming over me. But you know what? I just want you to show me. And you know what? It just gets easier and easier. It just does.
So the thing about the laws. So I'm not the only Jew who says this, but I like to think I came to it on my own determination. Also, forgive the noise. I'm kind of outside right now. You know, wrong got some stuff to do. But yeah, so the thing about the laws is basically what Hashem does is Hashem has a gradual revealing, as opposed to like what people sort of, you close your eyes and you thought about, hey, this is a revelation. This person got spoken to by God. It's a revelation. Well, it's not really described like that. So really what happens is through a series of revelations or revealing, that's a better word, revealing itself. Or, you know, I don't like to gender Hashem, but just for the sake of argument, you know, through a series of different revelations, like revealing of things, Hashem codifies this relationship and this law. So first there's this idea where, hey, listen, I just want you to not be the people around you. And so he picks Noah. Noah's not a perfect man. We have no idea what Noah was doing, especially during the time that he was living in. Like, we had half humans, half whatever, roaming around the earth doing God knows what, and they're giants. These people are giants. I mean, imagine, they have like science or magic, whichever one you want to go with, plus they're gigantic. Can you imagine what these people ate, if not of like smaller humans? And here's this guy Noah, who's just going out doing his thing, and Hashem chooses him. So the idea that he was a guy who was perfect, you know, he never cut nobody up, we don't know what he did. Actually, we just know that through the mixing of the seeds and some other things that Hashem chose Noah. So that's the basics of the first law. It's like, hey, you and your group of people who didn't do this thing, I'm going to start with you. So Hashem reveals himself to Noah, and of course they build the ark, they have the whole story, all right? The next thing that happens is there's the story of Abraham. Abraham is spoken to by Hashem, but Hashem uses a different name. I mean, I don't think that there was a name for Hashem at all when he was talking to Noah, but Hashem uses a different name that we know that comes later on in the book. And with this different name comes another set of principles to live by. And then each iteration there's also a name change of Hashem, and then there's also more laws being added. So when people say, man, you know, the law is strict, I'm like, well, first of all, you got your flavors in Judaism. You can be Orthodox, you can be conservative, you can be Reform, you can be restrictionist. So it's not that one form is right and the other one's wrong. It's that there are flavors to how to interpret these laws out there. But yeah, it's like an ongoing relationship that Hashem had with men, and then it went down to this family line, and it was sort of a revelation over time, the laws that came to be, and it wasn't like it was all thrown on us all at once. So even when you're talking about what happened at Mount Sinai, technically Hashem gave us the law first. Right. So Moshe is up in the mountain doing his thing, and we're down at the base of the mountain doing our thing. So it's like, did Hashem actually look over Moses' shoulder and see us doing this, and then instruct us at the time, or was it something that Hashem was always going to do? That's just like a little quandary I've always wondered, right? So yeah, the law was given to us over time, and then also Hashem's name changed throughout that time. Also, what you were talking about tracking these bloodlines. So, I mean, good luck with that research. And my research, here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you that whatever this bloodline is that people keep talking about, this Illuminati thing, this non-human thing, you probably have that blood in your body too. That's just really how humans work, as opposed to how history dictates humans. There's like, even if you look at the royal families of the world, these are some of the most elite groups of people that society has in the West. And these people were so obsessed with keeping the royal name and duties. There's a lot of inbreeding going on. Even with all that, there's still plenty of people who have trace amounts of royal blood. I guarantee you, right? So you might be hunting for something that you have inside of you. I'm just going to throw that out there. But when you were talking about the Isus or Isus over Jesus, yeah, I put up in the Jumbotron, it's an Isus, but this is a Celtic Isus, right? And so this is the other thing about sort of my conspiracy theory about the modern world who goes after Jews. This idea that the Canaanites and the Edomites, you know, the Amalekites, you know, the Moabites, that they were practicing these things that were in isolation. That there were these, you know, for lack of a better term, these Levantine religions. And I'm just not that sure about that. Because really, it does say that, you know, the different sons of Noah, they spread out and they went to different parts of the world. Shem was noted for having a special relationship with God, but this is during the time before the time of Judaism of any type. There was no covenant yet. So technically, if they obeyed the Noahide laws and say that God is possible, this is 100% allowable. So who knows where these religions that dwell in Canaan really come from? We don't actually know that. So the idea is that when we escape out of Babylon and we escape out of persecution, of Roman persecution, it's like, oh, we're over here in Europe. It's so much better because we don't have to deal with the stuff that we were dealing with, like, you know, being slaves or being prisoners, essentially. And I'm just like, maybe we jumped out of the frying pan and right into the fire. So if there was any place that was not to lose the ways of their forefathers that were pagan, it's Europe, right? It's where, like, literally the Catholics had to go in there and shed plenty of blood just to try to put something in there besides the pagan religions, which I'm not down for, I don't endorse. But yeah, I'm starting to think that these religions mentioned in the Bible and some of these gods that have these quote-unquote Mesopotamian names and Mesopotamian origins, I'm not sure that they really all have Mesopotamian.
They crushed my space! My whole space just crashed. What is going on?
Wait, X just crashed your space.
Hold on.
X keeps stop. I think you have to delete the app. You might have to delete the app. They don't want you to.
Oh my gosh, they literally shut down my space.
And they shut down the app too. Well, kind of.
Reconnect to space. Let's see if it'll do it.
Want to invite people.
Skip.
Location. This war might be a lot bigger.
Hey, are you good? Can you guys hear me okay?
Huh?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
I just got booted out of my own space. Dan, I'm gonna give you, or Daniel, I'm gonna give you co-host. Who wants co-host? Because I need to keep the space going. They literally tried to just shut me down.
Danny, I'm on a walk, so I don't know what's gonna happen to my phone, but somebody else will take a host.
I'll be co-host.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm so glad that Yahuwah kept this space going. Because I literally was out. I was not in it talking or anything like that, and they wouldn't let me back in. And then so I kind of did a forced stop on the space, and it's still recording. So that's pretty cool that it literally stopped, but it kept recording.
Yeah, we've been here the whole time.
That's wonderful. I'm sorry, Issachar. If you want to continue speaking, I didn't hear about a minute of what you were talking about because I was trying to get in.
Nah, literally, you popped in on my last words. I was like, this war is bigger than we might think it is. Just the time, the parallels to the fact that you guys are tracking this ISIS and this Tammuz thing with Christianity and their religion. And I'm way on the other side of the Western Hemisphere, so to speak. I'm still in the West where they are, but I'm tracing this down in the Celtic gods and in the Celtic religion.
Yes. Yes.
And so I put that in the jumbotron.
Yep.
I'm just like, I don't know if these Phoenician Canaanites, if they had this religion that was so pervasive that it really rattled the Israelites, or maybe they were just affected by another group of people. We never know, because in Torah they don't ever say that because it's not important to the story.
Well, they don't know because they're not of that time. We're literally in that time where Yahuwah says, at that time, at the end of that time, at that time, we're in that time. So they couldn't have spoken to it. They were already destroyed. But a remnant did speak about it, and I don't know where that remnant is. If they are even from America, or they're from the European nation, or if they're from Ukraine, or if they're from, Israel, the land of Israel. So all of this is just, it's scattered. Babylonians is scattered, as well as scattered Israel is scattered. So, that's what we're seeing right now. And as soon as we realize that we've been brought into this indoctrination, we can get out. And that's when the Father says that the Amorite sins will have been met, according to Isaiah's writings. And matching up with Genesis 15 as meeting the Amorite sins. And, is this the time of Jacob's troubles? Because, literally, I see America under judgment. I see all kinds of nations that are now under judgment. Planes are crashing just anonymously. Or is it anonymously? Or are these people that Yahuwah has put in power to bring down that which was created for us to be deceived in?
Yeah, it's a big nut to crack. Oh man. Just it's only been September for me, and it's been a real struggle. Even in praying and not saying in Jesus' name, like I always did. And how messed up that we've been over so many years, and it takes so much undoing. And man, I appreciate honesty and Issachar, and even my Noahide friends. I love the track that Hashem is putting me on, as we all are, and trying to get to the full understanding of what Hashem is trying to do for us here. And that we got each other to lean on and just learn from. I'm thankful for that.
Bro, I'm a Reform Jew, so we're more liberal. Like, I'm not as liberal as other Reform Jews, but I'm a pretty liberal guy. So I'm just going to spit it to you straight. There was nothing wrong with you before, and in making this transition, and in now. There's nothing wrong at all. You have to remember, Hashem only puts the law that we have to stick to for the people who choose to take the covenant. Once you take the covenant, that's sort of like, hey, this is Godfather country now, bro. Ain't no getting out of this. You in it for life, right? Okay, everybody outside of that who hasn't necessarily accepted the covenant or who are working towards the covenantal relationship, like, your whole job is to be, I'm not going to go through all the Noahide laws, but you know what I mean. Basically, be a righteous person, establish the courts. There's certain things that you're not to do. And so I would just say that you've been on the path the entire time. I don't think that you did anything wrong. When it comes to you and trying to say, and JC's name and you know, struggling not to say that, you got to think, but that was still what you thought closeness to Hashem was. Hashem has put some people in the earth. He's burned some people alive. That doesn't mean he's not an understanding person. He understands your journey. So what I'm saying is, I just didn't like the fact that you said you were doing something messed up. I'm like, man, if you were doing something messed up, what must Abraham's parents been doing? Like, if being a Christian is messed up, then what the crap was Abraham's parents? But they still produced a beautiful child that led many men, many nations, right, man? So I don't think there's anything messed up, per se, about your previous life, or I don't think Hashem judges you in any way. I hope you don't think that, you know, but if you do, man, I'm going to go ahead and, like, nah, man, I'm not buying that, bro. I think Hashem is proud of the work that you've done.
Yeah, I'm really grateful for it, and I'm not feeling bad about it. I'm glad that I've been the path that I've been, because now I can speak to those that are trying to get out of, or trying to understand, and trying to spare them some struggles. I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, yank the butterfly out of the cocoon too early or anything either, though, you know. But I mean, knowing that there's somebody that's been through all that, and you can just come together with that person, and then you can say, oh yeah, I see it now. That's what it's all about. That's preaching the gospel, you know.
Yeah, and I see it as it's one suffering servant to another. Like, we're realizing our identity. We literally are suffering. The Father tells us we are suffering for the sins of our parents and the sins of our ancestors as well as ours. And He will chastise us for it. And so in this process of chastising us, He's literally refining us. He's putting us through the fire, showing us what the deception is that we were in and how to get out of it. And I think that's kind of what Noah is emphasizing on, is we've been brought out of the deception, all the icky yucky, you know, of the nation that we were indoctrinated into. The Father set us free from that, and so we're no longer slaves to Titus and his book. Is that kind of what you were getting at, Dan?
Oh, for sure, yeah, absolutely. And you know, and I'm just grateful for it. And just that simple day when we were wrapping up the booth at the fair, that the rabbi walking through, it's a Ponzi scheme. The whole Messianic Jewish thing was, it's a Ponzi scheme. He said it when he said that.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
I was thinking this, the guy was saying it was a Ponzi scheme, sort of like, oh, well, I see what this is. So it's like if you got somebody who's headed towards Judaism or basically just non-Christianity, well, first you got to stop them from doing that, right? And then it becomes a, oh, well, it's our job to actually help the Jews, but we help the Jews by telling them that their Messiah already came. So we're going to send you out, and the more Jews you get to convert to Christianity, essentially, then, hey, that's a win for the Messiah, because they don't see Mashiach and all that kind of stuff, right? So I was thinking about it like a Ponzi scheme in that way, but I think it's not a Ponzi scheme, that's more of a MLM, pyramid scheme. I think that's what I was thinking about, pyramid scheme as opposed to Ponzi scheme.
It's all. I mean, really, that's really what it is. It's just trying to steer. I wish that's the word in here. It's just like stealing
That's what we're reading. Don't change it.
Jewish position with Hashem. I mean, his chosen people. That's it. Plain and simple, hands down. You can't be a Jew if you're not a Jew. Am I wrong?
Okay, I had to make sure my microphone was open. What I was about to say was, like, I think the closest thing to being a Jew was being a Noahide. Right? And that's the closest thing. I would think that, granted, I'm not trying to down any other religion or somebody else's religion. I'm just looking at it from a definition of setting. Sort of like, if we had to look to a group and be like, oh, those are our cousins, or that's the closest thing to us. I don't think it would be Christianity at all. I think it would be Noahide. Just like, hey, you know what, I'm exploring this. I'm not a Christian. I believe in this book. I believe in the teachings. But, that's pretty much what we believe. We just don't get down with the New Testament. And correct me if I'm wrong, Noahides don't necessarily, they're not Christians, correct?
Yeah, no, I mean, the way I would understand it to be is we're not Jewish, we're not God's chosen people. The rest of the high feasts, the practices, all that was for them. It's not for all mankind. Am I wrong?
Well,
No,
see,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but it's, well, go ahead, you first.
this goes back to what Isaiah's 5 children's names represent. Shir Jeshub represents a remnant that rises. So they they recognize their identity as being this priesthood that's been scattered by Nebuchadnezzar. That's who we are. That's who this generation is right now, who is realizing their identity in Yahuwah as being a suffering servant, fulfilling this Isaiah 53, not necessarily to what Jeremiah and Isaiah and Uriah did, to the point of dying for the services of the sins of humanity, but suffering, because that's what our, so to speak, curse, I guess you could say, is, and we are suffering for the sins of our ancestors and our parents' sins, all the way to the 3rd and the 4th generation, and I'm the 5th generation of the 400th year. I don't know where you guys lie. Eshikar, you said you're 44, I think you said? Did you say you're 44? Yeah. See, I'm 42. So this is that generation. This is the 5th generation. This is the Joshua generation. The Joshua and the Caleb generation. We're literally about to have our Exodus. If you're looking at what the rabbis are saying, we're literally about to be little Moseses coming out. And so I'm just saying, that's the understanding of Isaiah's 5 children's names. You have Shir Jeshub.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Speak about me.
Okay. And so then you have Meir Shalahashbaz, which means to plunder. And then you have Emmanuel, which means Yahuwah is with them. And then you have Hepzibah, which means he delighted in her, as in daughter Zion. And then you have Beulah, and he married the land. So if you put all this together, this is like the biggest riddle for the remnant. Shir Jeshub, The remnant that rises out of the plundering that the Father brings, he is with them, and he delights in them, and he marries the land. This is thus fulfilling the covenant with King David as prince, and we're the priesthood that he has as Yahuwah is king. That's my understanding of Ezekiel's prophecy matching up with Isaiah's 5 children's names.
Okay, so you said a lot there, and it's a lot of things that I do similarly. I haven't lined up those hits per se, and it'll be interesting. I usually stick to the older names for some reason because I'm always like Exodus. Actually, I always say Exodus, but I mean Genesis. Genesis is my favorite book of Torah. Like, Genesis is the most awesome book, bro. Like, to me, it doesn't get more action story than Genesis. People would say, why not Exodus? Exodus has got all the great stuff in there. Or what about Deuteronomy? Well, not Deuteronomy, actually the book of Joshua is what I was thinking. I'm like, no, man, no, it's Genesis, bro, because you gotta think, they only allude in a couple of lines about what humanity was doing for the entire creation of humanity before Noah steps on the scene, or before Abraham steps on the scene. And so I'm always looking back at these names like the only true, real history we have of what anybody was doing during that time period is Torah. It really is. Like, a lot of people like to use the writings of, I don't know, like they like to use cuneiform and all these different forms. And I'm an Afrocentric historian, so one of my biggest problems is that they'll always say that these tribes and these people popped up out of nowhere. Well, we know for a fact the oldest civilizations were in Africa. So either they descend from those populations culturally, like they just knew how to create fire because somebody in Africa created fire and cooked food, and they took food with them. Like, there's going to be these culturally affinities that are attributed to the whole world, but they do have an origin. But here's where I was going with all that. Because when you look at these names are symbolic a lot of time of what people were doing at that time, and you don't consider it. Hold on one second.
Yeah, no, you're right. The Hebrew names serve as character and function, and I think that's what one of the missing pieces are to this puzzle is when we understand that Hebrew names serve as character and function. It's not just then; it's now too.
Yeah. So I have to brush up on the definition of my Hebrew name is actually Yehuda. Not Yehuda, but Yahuda. That's the one I took with my temple. But I have Issachar Zebulon because of the connection in these names in the history. So first my name was just Issachar, and it's because it pretty much translates to some form of reward. That there will be reward, or there will be, like some type of reward. And so I just like that. I was like, man, this is like the Jewish version of prosperity theology, so to speak, where they're like, if you believe in abundance, you know what I'm talking about, right? So I was like, Issachar, that's a great name. Then I looked up a little bit about the history, and the tribe of Issachar was always known as being a wise tribe, like always with the times that they lived in. So even if the Israelites strayed off and got too in their head about things or too up in the clouds with the other religions, it's like Issachar had this sight about them where it's like, hey, bro, listen, man, as somebody from the tribe of Issachar, let me tell you how this goes, man. It ain't like that. It's like this. And then I found out that Zebulon was right next to them. And Zebulon's always been my favorite tribe since I became a Jew because they were the seafarers, and I always thought it was cool to be on boats. I didn't even know I had Phoenician blood at the time. See how Hashem works? So I always liked them. And then come to find out that Issachar and Zebulon were linked, and that for all of the praise that Issachar got for being so smart and so with the times and always knowing, Zebulon was the ones who went out in the seas and worked hard and brought back the money so that they would literally like sort of take care of Issachar, kind of like a mini priesthood outside of the priesthood though, so that the people of Issachar could like study Torah and do all these things and financially-wise. And then Zebulon was sort of the economic backbone that made sure that they didn't have to work as hard as they did. So I saw this beautiful marriage, right? And so I named myself that on Twitter because that's what I want myself to be. I want myself to be very hardworking. I also love Nevi'im because of the seed, like I just mentioned. But then I also want there to be reward, like, for the hard work that I put in. So I believe in this stuff. Getting back to what we're talking about with the names. So you think the names are like a breakdown, like a coded message, so to speak, huh?
Yes, that's what the Father is showing me. Especially with, one thing that I noticed is you don't hear Isaiah's daughter Hephzibah being mentioned, and it's not until you get to Isaiah 62 when you find this out. And then, now, I don't know for sure because we don't have any documentation that says that Beulah was Isaiah's daughter, unless there is documentation and I'm just not aware of it. But there is speculation that she was an adopted daughter, just like Hephzibah. But I don't know. There is a coded message there, though, for sure, for the remnant that the Father has shown me, and it ties into, Genesis 1:26. We're made in the image of the Father, being male and female. And I'm of the firm belief, that Proverbs 3, Proverbs 8, and the Apocryphal of Wisdom of Solomon, chapters 1 and 9, tell us, that wisdom was with Yahuwah in the beginning, and she's an actual entity. We just read it. I believe it was in Exodus 20. Okay, I'm going to give you context. 26 through 29. But we just read it. It says that the spirit of wisdom was with the priesthood. The priesthood had wisdom with them. And so that's what brings our co-joins all of us together, is we're all seeking the knowledge, we're all seeking the wisdom, and that's how a remnant is established. Because we all come from different walks of life. We all come from different family members who worship different entities, who, Christianity, Buddha, whatever, and so that's kind of where the Father's picking all this back up. He, his children know his voice. They would know it. Outside of the ancestors being, non-existent and things like that, it would be a remnant that rises up, remembering their ancestral roots. And the Father's been showing me a lot about my tribe. I'm from the Yaqui tribe. They're an original Levite tribe of the Native American people, which ties into Issachar. Ezekiel himself, literally, I believe, is the foundations of Esau's priesthood, as you were mentioning earlier. Because when you go into Habakkuk, you read that Habakkuk was a Persian. So this would be the blending of when India went into like the Hindu type of studying the Tibetan, temples and things like that. And even more down this rabbit trail, when you look at the Maccabees, Jeremiah tells us that he was encountering the Nene priesthood, which was not a human priesthood. The Nene comes from the water people, the Nene of the Messiah kingdom of India, as well as Oahu, Hawaii, of the Filipino people, where this worship of Dagon and Asherah is established too, but they have them under different names. So all of this just like ties into this bloodline that we're all part of as being scattered Israel through the remnant that rises out of the plundering that all of these races, these entities, these Amalekites, these Amorites have put us in. And so that's my understanding of Hephzibah. When Hephzibah means the Father delights in her, he's delighting in daughter Zion because she has realized her identity, and now Yahuwah can marry the land. But there has to be a remnant that rises. It can't just be like 5 and 6 of us. And the Father's established this. On my Facebook, I have a flood of people that the Father gave me called the floodgates that he established in 2020 through a post that I had made on Facebook the night before the Father gave me these words to hold myself accountable. And I woke up that next morning like around noon, and I was on a Facebook call with my brother Shaul, who witnessed this very thing happen, where all these people came from all over the world to the floodgates to be a flood for Yahuwah, and that's what the Father has instructed me to do as a watchman, a spokesperson, a spokeswoman, and this is what Esther has said. The women are rising up. The women are called, Jeremiah says, because the Father has said that men cannot lead that are not teaching the Torah, because they've gone and, led women astray and caused their bellies to be ripped open when they're pregnant and the children to be taken in captivity. And so that's what we're seeing today. There's this priesthood that's rising up to take that stand and correct the breach, so to speak.
Yeah, so the thing is, what I would say women are definitely very important in Torah. They have very, very many powerful roles, aren't discussed as much as they should be. However, sometimes I think there's like a feminism to it. So I would have to get a beat on where you're coming from, like when you say that. So are you saying that only the righteous men are to teach and they have to have Torah? Or are you saying that they can't teach because they don't walk in the ways? Because, like, let's say, well, first of all, there's two parts to it. Let's just say there's a man who wants to teach, and there's a woman who doesn't necessarily want to learn from that man. Is it going to be one of those things where she's going to say, well, this is why the reason is because Isaiah said, this line right here. And then also, what if there's a righteous person who's not necessarily teaching, the ways of life, how you should live, but teaching, like, let's say, a skill, and he works with children, and he works with the elderly people, but he's like a Christian or a Hindu. So where does your beliefs fall on this, per se, like, in your own personal definition of this? Do you think that men should lead only if they follow Torah? All other men who are scholarly and honorable, are they just sort of out of the mix because they don't follow Torah?
I think that there's a fine line between all of this. It's about idolatry. If they're teaching idolatry and they're teaching their ways of the nations and the customs and traditions, then yeah, they're misleading women and they don't deserve to lead. But those who are not and they're leading the way that the Father has said to lead, I think that those ones, the woman should be listening to them. I don't think that this is, from my perspective, wisdom represents the feminine aspect of the Father, but she's also representation as possibly his wife, because we were made in the image of them both, according to Genesis 1:26, of being male and female in that aspect. So that's why I believe that Yahuwah says, let us make them in our image. That us is wisdom. And Proverbs 3 and Proverbs 8 both confirm this. That she was with Yahuwah in the beginning, on the foundation of the creations of the earth. And so that's the feminine aspect. The woman represents the feminine aspect, while the male represents the masculine aspect of the knowledge. So knowledge and wisdom go together, if that makes sense.
I get where you're coming from. Also, I would be remiss to say that there are two different versions of the story, right? I mean, where there's one where Hashem kind of makes both at the same time, and then the other story, Hashem makes Adam first, and then he puts Adam in the sleeve. He removes a rib. I mean, I know you know the story. So there's this aspect of there are people who just take both stories, take them for what they are. Some people look deeper. Some people have a preference, though, right? I've noticed that more women at my temple, they tend to like the second story, because I think the one where Adam lays down and takes his rib out, or Hashem takes his rib, I think that's the first story. And so what I've noticed is that women tend to like the second story more than the first. And I get it. I understand it. I just always want to know on what grounds, because there's always going to be a mixture of opinion. Some people will do it because it makes more sense. Others will do it because they just take more of a westernized feminist stance. So that's why I just wanted to pick your brain and sort of figure out which viewpoint you were coming from.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. Yeah, and the way that the Father showed me that was, like everyone has, if you're a female, you're literally holding the rib to your man, to your one, because that's what's missing. And so I think that the Father is bringing those women who don't have their other half with them, like they're literally missing their rib of their man, is what the Father's shown me. And so that's what was depicted, is Eve was the rib to Adam, if that makes sense. So we all have somebody, and we're all destined to be with that somebody, and they hold the rib or the rib cage that, needs the piece to complete it.
Okay. So I would be remiss if I didn't say this too. I would be dishonest if I didn't say it. So there's the idea that when you say everybody has somebody for them, well, there's more women than there are men on the planet. So theoretically, not every man, like let's say every man was heterosexual, every man is not going to be able to have a wife because of the nature of the numbers. And also, in Torah, there are plenty of examples of men who are married to more than one woman. So, and Hashem does not specifically outlaw this. In fact, there are very specific laws to this. Like, what we know is from Jacob and his wife, his two wives, the names are escaping me right now. Sarah and Leah, right? From Sarah and Leah, God says, Hashem says,
Or Rachel and
yeah,
Leah.
you can't do that anymore. Rachel and Leah, there you go. Hashem says, yeah, you can't do this anymore. So you can't necessarily, you can still have multiple wives, but you cannot marry sisters, like, because you're going to turn one to be a rival against the other. This is sort of why we never see that done again from anybody else.
Right.
So I'm just sort of throwing these things at you just to see what you think about it, because I understand, like, and just from my research, I hate to say this, but really, Jews come into monogamy and marrying one woman, I think, during the time that they were in Rome, because that was a Roman practice. And that came to me because for some reason I was watching this documentary or something, and it was talking about early Christians. And one of the things they were talking about was that the Romans wanted them to adopt their ways. And specifically, they wanted them to be under the concept of marrying one woman because it was a Roman concept. And I'm like, oh, okay. That makes perfect sense now. Because I'm just like, how did we just transition from this guy? Usually it wasn't like more than two at a time. Really, even Jacob, I think Jacob had like 3 wives, but then there's somebody who takes off and says, well, actually he only had 2 because really his second wife was actually Hagar under another name. So, but the idea is that it's still, you're not doing it so that you can have a bunch of women. You're doing it for certain reasons. One, because there were probably a lot of more daughters at the time than sons. And that's why I brought up the whole differences between men and women now, the numbers. There are more women than there are men. So, theoretically, there were more daughters than there were sons, even back then. And so how do you, in the time when women couldn't work, they couldn't necessarily have the same education as the men. In some societies, I always remember to say that, because in other societies they did. So how do you make sure that they're taken care of? How do the fathers make sure that their daughters are taken care of? And so it just works out perfect that a man can marry more than one woman, and a man is the one who has to be the provider, sort of provide the family structure, but not only that, like the literal housing, the clothing, it just worked out mathematically. So what do you think about what I just said, if it wasn't rambling?
Well, no, you're not rambling at all. But yeah, the whole, rib for one person, if the man does choose to take on more than one wife, I'm just saying the first one that he's given is a missing piece that is restored to him, because that's considered favor, is what the Father says. Women are favored to a man. So that's why I'm saying it's like a missing piece that we're not allowed to be to a man until the Father says we can be favor. And so that's what I'm seeing the rib as. So it's a favor to a man. But as far as polygyny, because polygyny is when you have more than one wife. Polygamy is when it is both ways, which is, I believe, an abomination to the Father, for women to have multiple husbands because of just That's gross.
Don't go to South Africa.
No, I know. But no, the father, the father approved of polygyny. But yeah, you have to be able to provide, just like you're providing for your first wife, you better be able to provide a vehicle, a house, or you know what I mean, a form of security for the woman.
No, I totally get what you're saying. Like when Jacob was married to Rachel and Leah, there's this whole thing about how Leah gave Rachel something that she really wanted. I think it was something for fertility, because I don't know if she had a kid yet.
Her mandrakes.
So basically she said...
It was the mandrakes.
The mandrakes, right?
Yep.
And then so what she says is she's like, okay, well then, when Jacob gets home tonight, he's going to come to my house, right? Which means there was a separation, which means he did provide equally for both of his wives. Even though he had a favorite, Rachel was definitely his favorite, he was still able to provide for both women entirely unto themselves. Which means, because that's the thing, it's like, a lot of men are like, yeah, man, that sounds like that would be good. I got two. They're like, no. Hashem don't just say you can have two women. He says you can have two wives, right? So, me being a Reformed Jew, we're just more liberal. So you could date, right? But if you want two wives, you literally have to do for one like you do for the other, just like you were saying. So if anybody wanted to do that, they would have to, like, let's say you're rich. Your first wife, you buy her like a 6-bedroom house in the suburbs, 3-car garage, and you want to practice this polygyny, as you say, thank you for the correction. If you want to practice this polygyny, if you want to practice that, then you have to do for the second wife like you do for the first. Because if you don't, it creates the rivalry, just like Rachel and Leah had, them being sisters. And so that is how it's not to be done. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't just digging at, one more women. There's some I actually asked that for a real theological question.
Yeah, and I mean, I have brothers that are on my Facebook that are literally having more than one wife. I have a brother, he claims to be of the Levite priesthood in Panama. And so he's able to do all that. He literally provides the same, they don't share the same home, but he provides a home for both of his wives. He has children with both of them. He goes on certain days to go see one, and then so they literally divide this time together. It's not like a lot of Torah observant men who are new to all of this, who are like, oh, I'm going to get multiple wives because, when she's on her period, I can go and have sex with the other one. Like, that's the mentality that these men are having. But lo and behold, Yahuwah says that women's cycle is based on the moon cycle. So they all line up at one point, and that doesn't ever work. So.
Yeah, bro, there's going to be some odd months where you're just going to be fitting it out of both.
Exactly.
Wives, right?
Exactly.
And then the more they hang out with each other, there's that whole idea that the cycles sync up. So, right, you might not want them hanging out too much because their cycle might actually sync up, right?
Well, it does sync up. It literally syncs up. They're all in the same cycle, whether they're in the same presence of each other or not. It literally syncs up because it lines up with the moon. So it's weird.
Women are like jellyfish to me. Like, you guys are like aliens. Like, what was it? They did this. There was this woman who was doing an experiment. And like basically, she was the best person in the lab to do it. So they wanted to study the effects of life or lack thereof on the human body. So they put her in this deep place. Like, it was way under the earth. Like, there was a tunnel to get there, and they put her down there for a certain period of time. Because they just wanted to study what happens when humans have no natural sunlight for prolonged periods of time. Do you know her period stopped? Her period stopped. I'm like, y'all are aliens. Women are aliens. Like, y'all don't know that all this stuff is going on in your body, and it's based on all this stuff in the universe. And the worst of y'all will just sit there and look at all that gift and say, I'm going to try to get attention from God today. Which, of course, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, man, women's bodies are freaking amazing, bro. Just some of the stuff that it does. Like, I wouldn't have guessed that. If you take the sun away for a prolonged period of time, you guys are plants. Like not to say it like that, but I think you get what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot more into the cycles of a woman and how she creates life than we really know. We're really just guessing with high scientific terminology, but we don't really know. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I mean, and it just goes, deeper when you look at wisdom as the representation of a woman, because that's literally who the woman was created in the inspiration from. I believe that the Father did his creation with, like he's like, hey, my wisdom is a beautiful spirit, he's like, let's make a human woman in the image of her, taking all the character traits, all the aspects of what a feminine body would look like. She represents it all, and that's why she, we're told she's more precious than rubies, because and I'm not trying to brag on women, but in a way I am, because we are beautiful. We're favored to a man, and that's incredible.
I got no problem with that. My only problem is that because I'm an Afrocentric guy, like I was going to tell you earlier, I'm like, if you want to know what's going on in Ukraine with the Israelites, I hate to say it like this, but the Russians have a lot to play into that. And they've done a lot of research, and they were talking about, there's literally some people, I think their ideas are crazy, but they're saying that Israel is in Russia, right? But the idea is, I think they're getting the history incorrect, but they are tracking from probably a lost tribe or a lost remnant tribe.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be ironic if Hashem buried the secret truth between two people who can't get along?
Yes, he did.
Something Hashem would do.
That's Genesis 3:15.
I'm going to get back to this whole feminism thing in a minute, though. So, like I was about to say when you said that, I was like, man, you know what I've been banging my head against? Is that when I keep telling people about Israelites in Africa and these pre-existing societies, and a lot of times the challenges of a lot of these other societies, I'm doing this with great excitement because I'm on to something about the history of us, the history of humanity. But all I get is, pro-blackness. And I'm just like, bro, it just all stinks up. How do you think your people knew how to get where they ended up? Like, what do you think they just decided to go for a walk one day and walk smooth over the Caucasus Mountains? No, people aren't built like that. But what they do is they follow these trade routes. So ultimately, I wanted to sort of drop in your ear that I'm with you on being braggadocious about women. I'm braggadocious about my people and our insights into history. Like, because if you really follow the real migration patterns out of Africa, then you'll figure out real quick, the people didn't change. The genetics did. And then you can just track their cultures without looking at what they look like. You can track their cultures all the way back to Africa where they came from. And you can kind of know a little bit more. And so I'm very proud of that. And so I rep that. So I got no problem with women who are proud of women's place in Torah. And I told you I was going to get back to the point. Women's place in Torah and women's place in the beginning. I just have a problem with the feminism. And sometimes the feminism is just not good. Like, there was a name mentioned earlier here. And me and this person don't get along. But really, the point is, it's very much more of a feminist thing. It's more like, because we have this valuable place in the book, you should listen to me. I should dictate to you what you should believe because I have this honored place. And I just reject that concept wholeheartedly. I'm like, listen, and this person, I wasn't considering this person as a couple or anything like that. But when I imagine myself with a partner, I'm just like, well, can we both just humble ourselves before the Torah? Like, we don't know everything, and then we just study as hard as we can? Granted, one person can help the other person out. If they know something that the other person doesn't know, that's one thing. That's great. But if it's just solely a controlling thing where it's like, I have more years with this than you, so you should do it my way, that's where the problem comes. Because there are different forms of relationships, and then there's also different forms of Judaism. And sometimes it clashes in weird ways.
Yes. I know exactly what you're... Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. There is a haughtiness
amongst the female Jews. I will say that. I've seen it. But I think that that's because they feel robbed. You know, like, you hear so many Christians and Messianics trying to tell Jews how the law is supposed to be and how they're supposed to live when they're like, we've kept it our whole lives and you have not. You know, and I get the haughtiness in that, but I just try to be very humble because I am in error, whereas they are not. You know, and so I think it needs to mellow out. It does. You know, and I've called it out before. Because it does kind of give feminine women a bad name who are feminine, trying to promote, you know, the Torah in a humble way.
So there's a difference between the two. There's one feminist faction, and that would be a lot more in my camp as a reform group. Although I love all the girls at my campus, so really it's like this love-hate thing where it's like, oh yeah, no, like, my friend Liz, she's cool as hell. Like, I love everything that she does. She's a great person. But they have this feminism about them without asking themselves, wait a minute, are the Jewish men here actually trying to do any of these things that we're talking about that men do? Like, why not start with your own group of Jewish men? Like, I'm an African American. In our tradition, unless you grew up in certain families, the woman was equal to the man. At the very least, I will say she was equal to the man. So when they come with the feminist stuff in our temple, I'm just like, okay, I get it. You guys are trying to make sure that women have their place, their autonomy. Nobody's trying to oppress women. But also, this is kind of a foreign concept to me because I didn't grow up in this type of family. I didn't grow up in this type of culture. So I'm always like, yeah, girl, go get it. You know, like, get your boots, you know, get your hustle on. Do what you got to do. But at the same time, I myself was not raised in that culture, so I have no idea what they're talking about at a deeper level. So it's that form, the feminist, because I don't want to leave it on the back. Like, it's just that. It's just different, right? And then the other one is a non-feminist form, which is what you were talking about, which is the traditionalist form, which I think is a little bit of blackmail, to be honest with you. So, as a Reform Jew, we believe in matriarchal and patriarchal lineage, which means you can have one Jew of either man or woman, and as long as you raise that child as a Jew, they are culturally Jewish, you know, they go to temple, then that person's a Jew, right? They take bar mitzvah, all that kind of stuff. In the more orthodox forms of Judaism, it only passes through the maternal line. And I feel like, boy, do these women not act like they don't know that. Because the first thing they'll do is they'll say, well, you know, if you want your kids to be Jewish, the mother has to be Jewish. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I think about it later on, like, wait a minute. So basically you're saying, I got to marry a Jewish woman or my kid won't be considered a Jew. But they won't be considered a Jew by who? By Hashem or by people, right? So it feels like a little bit of blackmail every once in a while. Like, I'm not saying like I feel robbed, but I feel like sometimes when I get that haughtiness, I think that's where it comes from. It's because if they know that the Jewish household can only be established on their names and on their lives, then it's all about, if you want to have a Jewish child, you have to go through that. Whereas in my branch of Judaism, and I did not know this before I joined, it could be matriarchal or patriarchal, which I think makes both people more humble. And not only because you have to be humble, because one, you could be the only Jew in the family. So if you don't know Judaism, the family is shocked. There's nothing that they can do. So it makes you have to study. But also, since there's no pressure, because the women don't necessarily have to be the Jewish head of the house as far as passing the culture on, it almost makes it more relaxing and easy to record Jewish life. Like, you can really sort of be like, you can pick a woman's brain and be like, okay, do I like this idea? Do I like the way she thinks about this or not? So that's what I was kind of saying. When I ran into the more traditional girls outside of my Reform temple, which I did the majority, I've done the majority of my Jewish life, that's the one thing that struck me. They feel like they can say a lot of things to you just based off the fact. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it feels like because they know that thing in the background. So they're like, oh yeah, well, Jewish girls act like this, so let me see if you can take this. So I'm just like, well, wait a minute, you don't speak all Jewish women. Like, so I'm glad you're not gaslighting me, but you have seen, and I wouldn't call it the haughtiness. Man, really, they got a term for it. It's called JAP, J-A-P, Jewish American Princess, right? I think there's a lot of princesses out there.
100%, and they don't know what it's like to suffer either, because they have not gone astray, so they can't relate. And that's what I'm seeing, is you've got all these people that are, they're claiming themselves to be Jew, literally Zadik, right? Because they've not gone astray to serve their nation's idols like we have. And so there's a disconnect and a misunderstanding because they don't know what it's like to suffer in that aspect. But there are, Sister Esther, she shared some things with me that I didn't even know, that she's a suffering servant too. Even though, she from birth has always followed Yahuwah, she's still suffering because of her ancestors who didn't. And so there are those who literally have that mentality of, I guess you could say their shit don't stink, in a sense, and then you have those that are humble enough to be like, yeah, my shit's pretty nasty and I own it,
Shabbat Shalom. I'm not asking you about your love life. I'm not going there. But yeah, there's this, the other thing that I wanted to say about it is, I don't hold it against them. Like, that's not a thing, but I do look for signs that it might get worse. Where, if we have a theological disagreement in any way, shape, or form, where does it go? And how do they act? But it's mostly because of just based off the nature of how they're raised and what is the word I'm looking for? Me being a part of the lineage that is very not tracked, very not known about, but actually goes into antiquity, and even modern Jews have recognized a couple of the groups in my line, And so, really, my worst case scenario is that I end up in a situation where I want to go one place culturally with the family. She wants to go another place culturally with the family. And then she says, well, shit, but you're a convert and I'm a Jew from birth, so we're going to go my way. Which I feel like is completely disrespectful to my lineage because really two things. One, we were forced into exile and we either picked up the ways of the people around us, or another thing that nobody actually says is totally possible, but they never account for, is that the ways got lost because they were lost in Israel. Before we even left, there were people doing the religions of the Chaldeans and the Canaanites. So who's to say that these people didn't lose what they were doing with original Judaism, and so they took what they had and tried to rework it, and that's why the African religions are what the African religions are in the western part in certain places. And so basically, after that, the Christians come, but more importantly, Islam comes, and then after that, the West comes to take us off into slavery. So at this point, we're now kidnapped, right? We don't have freedom, and then really, they took some of the strongest men to be slaves, but more than that, the easier prey for slavery were the young ones. The young girls who were in that prepubescent or pubescent age range because they were coming into their childbearing years, which could yield somebody slaves. And then the boys, because they could grow them up strong on the field, and then they could work the field better than the older men, right? So to lose my Jewish identity because my ancestor, who might have been 14 years old, just didn't have the strength to fight a grown man, and because of that, my word can't be honored in this house, to me, that's more than I can deal with. That's more than I can handle. Like, it's such a deep cut for me, right? But so that's what keeps me me sort of, I don't really know. I think we have a lot of series of conversations before I would ever really cross that path with a traditional Jewish girl, per se, because they do have these ideas. And granted, it's about keeping a fence around the Torah. I completely understand why they do that. It's about keeping a fence around the Torah, and it's also about preserving tradition. But can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're good.
Okay, I'm sorry because I'm about to have to leave the space because my phone wants to close this app anyway. So I'll have to drop out and come back in. But yeah, so I'm just glad you haven't seen this before because that's what I'm saying. It's just the deepest cut. And me being an informed Jew, we are able to toss around ideas about what we think about these Torah portions. But granted, most
Well, I don't know what happened there. Dan, can you hear? You still there?
Yes, I can hear. Yeah, that goes off though. I'm gonna have to split.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to finish up reading the Torah portion. I love how Yahuwah just takes us down all these rabbit trails, and then we're just like, oh yeah, we got to go back to that Torah portion. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, year by year, it's like, man, the stuff that we pick up along the way, and then we come to it like a year later, and we're like, wow, that's why that thing had to stew all that time. Now I get it. There's just so much to know, and it's fun. It's beautiful. It's exciting to see these things happen in your own life.
Exactly. And we're part of that, like the end of that 400 years. Like, I don't know if it's the New Testament that says it, but like they say that kings and queens would kill to be in the time that we're in because they don't know. You know?
Yeah.
So these times are super exciting. They're super scary. But when you know who's leading the pack, it's a ride. It's a ride of excitement, of adventure, of unpacking the truth, of just realizing our identity. And then that is beautiful because it's our storyline that the Father's trying to reveal to us.
It's so much what you just love to see it, but then there's those that, oh yeah, I'm saved, and I'm like, what you read in the Bible? Well, I'm not reading the Bible, but yeah, I'm saved, or like it, how it was when you first came to the understanding. I mean, I don't know what other
Dispensation theology, once saved, always saved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was like I've always said, what would I have been? What would I have been if I was trained up in the Torah instead of this false garbage that so many thousands, millions have been taught and just what could we have been if we didn't have that lie? But we are where we're at now, and it's like even Eskar will say, don't dog yourself, I mean, you have to go through what you got to go through. That's the way I took it,
It's not a dogging though, man. It's literally a chastising. It's like I wake up and the Father is literally testing me with everything. Like I told you I started a new job and everything. It's not going good at all. I have packets that I'm supposed to put together for receivables, and every single packet has been wrong for the past 2 days, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, yeah, why? I'm literally in a job that you are causing it to be failing because you put me here and you control the hearts and the minds of men. And this, my boss is like giving me minimal instructions, dude. I just started in November, the end of November, and all of December was pretty much like not really working because they were observing the holiday, so I didn't really get that great of training. So my training began January, and here I am, we're in March, and so now they give me a stumbling block, and the Father says, I give you a stumbling block, right? And these are the Hasatans that the Father gives us. And so this is the chastisement that he's showing me that he does, is these little itty bitty tests that he's giving us. He's like, what happens if I make your boss not give you all the instructions? How are you going to react? And naturally I started screaming and yelling, and I almost wanted to throw my laptop through the window, and I was so mad. And this is what the Father is doing. He's literally using these little itty bitty things. We passed the biggest test of all, which is coming out of the idolatry. New Testament. It tells us right there in the title. And when you look at the word ament, as I've shared with you before, this literally means severe learning impairment. A person who has severe learning impairment. So if you put it together, new test of a person that has severe learning impairments.
Wow.
That's bad.
Oh, true. And I was doing a job just before this bus monitor position, which I'm 100% convinced that. So I was in class crazy. So I was in this training, right? And Monday came. Actually, Friday, I sent messages because I'm like, okay, I'm hired. When are we gonna start? Next week would be a great week to train because school's out. Don't you think that would be a good training week? I had no idea that I was gonna be trained. Nobody, nothing, crickets, And Monday morning came, and then I got a phone call. Hey, where are you? We missed you in class. It's okay. Come on Friday. We'll try to make it up. If it's because of the weather, we understand. No big deal. I go, wait, how did I miss that memo? We got training today? So I called her, and she said, oh yeah, well, two people fell through the cracks. It's okay. I think she messed up. No big deal. So we started, me and about 4 other people started a day late. We went through we were going to go through the Friday. But so she said, just show up on Tuesday. So I show up on Tuesday, and it was good. Tuesday, Wednesday, they said, well, we're going to try to get you in on Thursday just to get you so you get hired on Monday. Well, I came in Thursday, and this guy, he was sitting there, and I'm talking to him, and it was like, you can't make this stuff up. The guy, his wife is Filipina, like mine. His oldest son is like 34, mine's 43. His youngest child is, the gap is like 40 years, same with me. And he grew up in the same exact neighborhood that I grew up in. He's 62, I'm 65. I never knew him, but he knew the same people that I knew. And then his daughter has peanut allergies, as does my daughter. How do you make that stuff up? There was like 5 things that were very similar. I'm like, you can't make it up. So yeah, God just does these things to show you that where you need to be. But the job I had before that, I was resetting grocery store shelves and stock and stuff like that, and it was killing me, literally killing me. I said, God, this job is killing me. And it was just a stepping stone, and it was okay. I got through it, and I'm where I'm supposed to be, and I'm so thankful for it now.
Yeah, oh, go ahead.
I was, real quick, I was listening to both of you guys' stories, and yeah, bro, that kind of stuff happened. It's just, what is the word I want to say without painting y'all with my experience? So I'm not, what is the word I'm looking for? I'm not trying to color your experience as my experience. What I'm trying to say is that, yeah, bro, like, you'll meet people on this journey that are just better term, you're going to have these weird idiosyncrasies. It's just going to happen, right? But another thing is when that raw, I can't see the full name, I just see that it says
Raw honesty.
Raw honesty, right? Yeah. So when you were talking about how you got very little training, and the first thing that struck me was like there's this saying where it's like you have to go through the pages of Torah, you have to turn them and turn them and turn them. And so what that means is, sort of a paraphrase is that when you read the entire Torah, you're not done. Like, you just basically start over again. Like, obviously, you get this concept you're talking about the Parsha this week. So you get this idea of just turning the pages over and over again. And so what I was thinking about in your situation is if they're not teaching you what you need to know about accounts receivable, that doesn't mean that there are people who are like absolute whiz-bangs at accounts receivable, that have written text on what you need to do or what you need to know about the accounts receivable. I mean, even if you don't want to be old school, they got to have a book in PDF form. There's got to be a website where the accounts receivable people get together. There's all sorts of ways that you can sort of flip the pages over and over again on accounts receivable without the need of these people who aren't training you per se. It's like you can kind of take your own journey
Well,
of learning it.
yeah. Well, I mean, I work for a logistics company, and I'm used to working in receivables for manufacturers. So we have to put packets together, and I didn't get any instructions. All I was told was, okay, you got to put two packets together. One that is removing a duplicate entry that was made, and then another one that is a refund for the entry that that was made that was a check request for an incident that happened with another division in a shipping company. So they didn't tell me what was all included in each packet, and I literally had to submit for 2 days straight. I was submitting the wrong way of doing it because they didn't tell me what was included in each of these packets. And so I literally had to send screenshots to my boss. Do we have one line item? Do we have two line items? What is it, a positive that's going against the negative, or is it the negative that's going against the positive? Because either way, one of them's going to clear out the other. But what we're, intentionally doing is matching the job that is supposed to be cleared versus the one that is supposed to be doing the clearing, if that makes sense. So literally, and I believe that this was the father literally putting me in this because, and the reason why I say this is because the previous job that I was at was for an aviation company in receivables, and I literally was in fear and trembling going before them, exposing a lot of things that they were doing, and I'm limited to what I can say here because of a lawsuit that's been pressed against me if I do say more than I need to, or that they for me to do. I'm not with the company, but I still have this lawsuit over me because it was a government job. So I know a lot of what was going on in this industry. So versus this shipping industry, I don't know hardly anything. And so this was a job that was, I work from home. Whereas the other job was working for my nation under a government position. And now it's still a government position because it has to do with the shipping industry and maritime law and things like that. But for the most part, I have no knowledge of what I'm doing. And so I can't do what I did at that previous job where I knew it inside and out, and this is all new to me. This process that they're doing is all new, and this is the father pulling me out of Babylon, like the work industry of Babylon, and putting me into an isolated position in Babylon. But it's literally a stepping stone to get me to be self-sufficient because I'm learning things now where it's like raw accounting. And what's even crazier is my screen name that they gave me is Raw1. So I know that this is the father that's doing this because he gave me the screen name Raw Honesty. So he's literally just showing me, look, I'm going to move you out of this. I chastised you to be, not because everybody was on a flex schedule except for me, and it wasn't fair. And I was hired on to be on a flex schedule to where I was working a hybrid schedule. But that didn't happen, and so I feel like I was being chastised by the father, to be in that industry for just a little while until he had me go before them and expose them, and then I got fired for that. But it was literally something that had to happen September 19th, and it had to do with what's happening with Russia and Ukraine right now, based off of a dream and a vision that I received of the company by name, by title. So I know this is literally the father moving me out of that position so that something not so good can happen to that industry that I exposed, and into a position where they're not, and get this, I'll just say, well, no, I can't give you the details of that because it's revealing too much. But yeah, like I said, the industry that I'm in is a shipping industry, and it has to do with maritime law. It's literally the other half of the deception that the father has put me in, from a Roman perspective. And even going back to the Etruscans with this whole shipping maritime stuff that they have going on. So the father's literally moving me into stepping stones to be self-sufficient. But I have to work backwards from being in the industry to getting out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've worked from home, and I've done that for years. I'm looking for a position. I have an offer. Basically, I'm employed by them, but I haven't started yet, so I'm still trying to see if I can't find another one because the working hours aren't ideal, so, but the whole point is I've been working from home for years, and since 2020, around that time, and yeah, it is all about self-sufficiency. I'm putting the shoe on my foot. So, when I started my first remote job, it was with a company, I won't give the name out, but basically, it's sort of a platform where you go through them, and then you can sign up for these programs with companies that'll hire. Basically, once you're in this thing, if they like you, then it's a matter of you picking the company and then going through the training. And then, of course, they have these sort of exams before to see if you can make it. And then if you make it, then you're automatically on with that company. You just got to make it through the training. And it's brutal. It's like, it was like 4 hours, something like that straight. But you got to think, 4 hours straight working from home, though, it's like this whole different concept because it's just odd to explain. It's not easy. 4 to 6 hours, right? So you would do that for 3 weeks. So you would think complete opposite of what you went through, where I was getting all the training I needed, even extra training. There's still no equivalent when you start working from home. When you actually start work, it's always gonna be completely different than how they train you. And so I've learned a lot of self-sufficiency just from that. And I didn't understand the position you were in. I get a little bit better now, the position that you're in. But yeah, if I had, and my instructors were great instructors, but if I had solely went off their instruction with no extra knowledge, yeah, I would have been sunk. I would have not known what I was talking about when a variety of situations came up. And in the first one I can't really get into more. The second one is I could just say it's the travel industry. You have some idea. It was in the cruise industry. So, and the same thing was true. It's like, listen, I got all the training that you would think one needs. But when people ask you questions, this is a curveball because they don't necessarily go over all of the questions. It's just when you hit the ground rolling, that's what you got to do. You got to know what you got to know. And so I was just lucky. I was blessed, really, that I happen to be fascinated by travel or people who travel a lot. And so I watch a lot of travel stuff on YouTube. I don't even watch television anymore. I just watch YouTube, right? Because I can pick my own show. I would say anybody who's trying to learn anything about Judaism, Torah, turn off the television. I'm not saying like in a bad way, like TV's bad, but I'm like, if you start looking at your YouTube feed and you find out what's interesting to you, just like search it or look through what you got there, eventually it's way better than television, bro. Because they'll pop up all kinds of stuff from all kinds of people. And my problem during the course of the day is like, hey man, I gotta get some work done. But like, it's fascinating stuff. So on my feed, I got everything from the Higgs field is conscious. Does quantum entanglement prove that no one really dies? Then I got biblical archaeology. I'm going somewhere with this, right? So it's aided me not only in my study for work, but also in other aspects of my life where I just casually watch television when I'm not doing these things. But since I'm fascinated by these topics, I learn things, and then boom, it'll pop up at the time I least expected. Like when I was watching all this travel stuff, I was watching it because I liked it. At the time I was working for another company. So when the opportunity came to work for this travel company, I was like, yeah, I'm going to do this because I know a lot about this. And so when I hit the ground running at that job, all the people who I was in customer service, so it was like the people who called, they were like, man, you know a lot about this stuff. Like, man, you should actually be my travel planner and all this other stuff. So yeah, when you're doing that remote work stuff, bro, yeah, definitely train yourself as though nobody trained you, even if somebody trained you. It's the best way to go about it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have to do that. I have a OneNote that and my boss, like she's been doing this for 8 years, and so it's like second nature to her, but it's backwards. And I was picking one of my coworkers' brains. She's like, yeah, no, it is. Like when you're actually doing like a negative credit, it's coming in as a positive because the way that it is in the system is it's a negative or it's a positive, and so you have to do the opposite of it as a negative in order to make these wash. And so yeah, it's you literally have to create your own instruction manual and learn from it, because if you can teach yourself from your own instruction manual that you understand their processes, then it's proving that you can do the job and you understand what you're doing. It's not just something you're blindly going into. And I literally had to look at the notes that were given to me, and I've had like an hour of teaching a day. That was it. From like you were saying, we were literally babied in the employment industry. Like when you're in the office, you get all the training that you need. You get to pick other employees' brains. Whereas this one, I went to pick the other employees' brains and I got in trouble for that. And literally, there is stupid questions and they make you feel like you have said something stupid. And that's what sucks. That's what I'm realizing with the remote industry is there are stupid questions, and it no longer is kind of safe in a way because what you say literally is held against you. You know what I mean? Because you're not like with that person that you're training with in person to understand the personality, to understand how the training style is, and I think training style is super important. You can be bodily kinesthetic where you have to be hands-on actually doing it. You can be audio where you have to, where you're listening to them explain to you, or you can be, writing it down, or not writing down, hearing it, seeing it, like actually watching the process be done. So there's different types of learning that we have when we go into that remote industry, and we're not equipped with that we would have been, because I'm as you receivables for 8 years now. So you would think that I'd be a mastermind of doing this in this shipping industry, but no. I get the concept of what they want to be done, but I have to constantly ask my boss, how do you want to see this on paper so that I can understand what it is you're wanting to have done, but it's still reflecting the same image or thought process on paper. Like I said, the negatives, we want to take two invoices. We want to take a negative and a positive to wash them out, whereas on the screen as it was being displayed, it was a positive versus a negative. So it sucked. And it's still what I'm going through. I still don't know if those packets are correct. This is the third day that I've gone screwing that up. And it's put me behind all my accounts and everything, all of the debits and credits I have to clear out through. We use robots, but they upload them through spreadsheets, and it sucks. It's a lot.
Yeah, it sounds bad, man. The thing that I would say, just sort of listening to your story, and it's like I'm no work-at-home expert. I've been doing it for a while, and so I'm kind of a survivor. I would say it like that. It's like I don't know if I would like. I think you're doing a lot better than I would have done because I would have tried to find people who I could have met with later. Like they would have got annoying. Like they would have been annoyed with me because I would have been like, hey, yeah, listen, can you come see me after whatever your shift or whatever it is, and then we can go over some stuff or so I'm probably the least one to really be talking, but what I would say just in that sort of vein of what's sort of happening there, of course there's going to be a margin of error that's a little bit more acceptable. Not to say you could be bad at your job, but I think people understand that you guys are not on the same facility, so a lot of things can get lost in translation, so that's a thing. But the other thing that I was gonna say is that I would definitely in my own case I would have bugged the crap out of them. Like I literally would have been like, okay, so is this right? Is this right? Is this right? Is this right? Like they would have just kept being like, man, why do you keep coming back to us? And I'm just like, bro, listen, I'm gonna keep bugging you until I get this right, because then I know. I mean, it's not like I'm I'm the best worker in the world. I'm always bugging my boss when I want to learn how to do something because I don't want the boss on my back. So the number one way for me to be able to be free and sort of do my own thing at whatever job I have is just to sort of get down those processes by, bugging whoever I got to bug to get that information, because I know that once I get that information, in me to the point where I could just do it automatically, then I feel like I could be more chill, I could be more comfortable, and so that's really sort of my hidden motivation on why I do it, So it sucks that that's happening for you.
Yeah, but see, I can't go to anyone else. She told me, because I tried to go to my other coworkers. I tried. And she's like, don't go to them because they're doing their work and they need to focus on their work. And I'm like, well, you're busy as an accounting manager now. Because before she was just a lead receivables clerk, but now she's the manager. And I'm like, I have questions. And I send her a gazillion screenshots, and it's still very but I know it's the Father. He says that he controls the hearts and the minds of men. And this is a Hasatan that he has literally put in my path to be like, let's see how you handle it. Let's see how you handle it. And that's how I am approaching everything that I'm seeing. I have to walk on eggshells with the Father because I'm still up for, he doesn't say that he forgives us. He chooses to have compassion on those he chooses. And those words alone just make me want to walk on eggshells and not think that I'm worthy of anything, even this job, to think that I could be good at it. You know what I mean? So I just walk very humbly in it, and knowing now that I can't even go to my other coworkers, which I'm so used to doing, now I'm in a humble position where I'm literally just relying on one person to give me the training. And I think that that's kind of where the Father puts us, is he puts us in situations in our lives so that when it's time to fight for him and be in this battle that he's called us to raise to, that we're just getting directions from that one person. You see what I'm saying? So it's a stepping stone to get out of reaching out to others to find the instructions, as opposed to relying on the one person who has the instructions that can get me through it.
I was thinking of Moses when you were talking.
And then when Moses, he's mumbling and bumbling in front of Hashem, and then he goes, all right, get Aaron in here, all right? Come on, we'll put you two together.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that, yep, that's a good point, because Noah, or Moses was literally like, nah, don't send me, send him. And like, eeks, don't do that to the Father. You're called to be appointed to do this.
And then he wanted, he wanted to kill God, wanted to kill him. He said, I'm going to take you out. You didn't circumcise your son. Well, yeah, no, but I was on a trip with a miserable child. I was on a trip with a child that was sick. Well, now there he is. Yeah, but that's why he didn't circumcise his son, because of the long trip that they had to go back to Egypt, and he didn't want to circumcise him for the long trip.
Well, the thing I was thinking about, so like the story that I was told not very well work. It's like, yeah, you want to go to the boss, but the boss is busy, and so you gotta find somebody else sometimes. So you gotta remember for the story, Moshe was the boss. So Moses is like, Moshe is like, hey man, listen, I'm not the guy for this. Okay, I'm not gonna be at your beck and call. I got stuff to do, but you're brother Aaron. Right. So it's like sometimes when the help comes in the strangest places, I don't know why this is top of my head, and I'm pretty sure that the company frowns on this, but is there any way you can contact a former employee from the place?
Are you asking me? If I can, I don't know, because I've only been there a short time. I've only been there since November. And so I literally have to take direction from one person on doing this, and she's everywhere.
I was saying, like, how sometimes when you put in a new company that you work for, people will pop up in your feed that also work for the company, but also have worked there in the past. I was like, but what if she reaches out to somebody who used to work at her position? And I think technically the company's not allowed to care about what you do on LinkedIn. I was just thinking about different ways.
Well, I took over the girls. I took over. So this position is from a temp agency, so it's like temp to hire. They're gonna buy me out. I've been there almost 3 years now. I mean, not 3 years, 3 months. And so the person that I'm replacing, she moved on to a billing position. And she literally has a spreadsheet with all the notes on it. And that's what she tells me. Look at the spreadsheet I gave you. All the notes are there. Boom. That's the training I get from her. And I'm just like, really? So it's like, I literally, I can't,
I was just gonna say, this is where cheating might be. Like, okay, man, see, I was cheap. This is what I would do. But granted, there's an ethical way to do it, and this is not an ethical way to do it. I would say if I was in a jam and I had nobody to teach me the ethical way, I would do it this way. I would load that spreadsheet into a GPT, because there's a specific one. There's a thing called Notebook LM from
structure are happening. Nobody's gonna steal this information, bro. Like you're not that rich. The type of people who would do that, they would definitely pass your company up. It would not be. So that's the unethical way because of security concerns some people have. The ethical way to do the exact same thing would be to use a local AI. And this is what I think work is going to do in the near future. Is they're going to have to integrate these AI into work too, because it's just so much faster, so much more efficient. But the way they can actually maintain privacy on their data is that they can run a local model. They can just, because they have these newer AIs, where like Meta's really good for this, and Microsoft is heating up its market fast, where it's small, compact. Now, granted, when I say small and compact, you're talking about from 8 gigabytes to like 40 gigabytes. So you don't need an apparatus for this, right? But you can theoretically create a runtime environment on your local hard drive. Like I would do an external hard drive. Like I have a 3 terabyte external hard drive, and I'm doing these runs around, and I literally just learned them yesterday. So don't think I'm some kind of expert. But basically, if you know a little bit of Python code, you know how to look it up and like follow the steps on how to do this kind of stuff. Which I follow the steps. I know a little bit, but I'm no expert by any means. You can set up a runtime environment on your external hard drive, and then you can put in like Olama, which is something that you use to serve up these large language models. You can install that to the same external hard drive, and then it'll act as a serve up platform for your actual LLM. And then you can download something like Meta. Meta's got the Llama models. That's the thing. It's Olama, that's an application, and then Llama, that's what Meta has. Microsoft has PHI, and you can download them locally to your hard drive, and Olama will recognize it, and then it'll work as the backbone of the large language model. And now you can give company data to that LLM, and it's in a completely isolated environment. So there's no idea of company information being looked at by third-party sources. It's not accessible over the net. But more importantly, you can get that, you can read the damn spreadsheet that she gave you, which I'm pretty sure is not very organized, right? And so you can just ask it questions. So that's Issachar's little hack that he would do if he was put in that position. Because I already have a lot of new apparatus. Like I have a hard drive that's external. I know a little bit about LLMs. Like I'm constantly testing out new LLMs and stuff like that. So I happen to know that you can do that. So that's always available if they're really trusting you at work and you want to like get a leg up.
Yeah, I mean, if they let me download, that's the thing. They don't let you download on the hard drive because it's controlled by, the IT people. So like literally, I had to upload one of our software updates, and I was pinged on my Teams. Did you just log into this application 5 minutes ago? And I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, I did. So they're literally like,
How big was it?
huh?
How big was the spreadsheet?
Oh,
How big was the spreadsheet? Like it was long.
yes, I use XLOOKUP and subtotal nines to be able to work these formulas. So, but yeah, it's pulling in different data.
I do all that stuff.
Yeah, I work with formulas.
Like VLOOKUP.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I haven't been training that. My cheat is, I would take pictures, right? I'm telling you, bro. Like, I would scroll through that whole document. I'd be taking pictures of it with my phone. Because basically, a lot of these AIs, even with Microsoft been doing this for a while. I was shocked when I figured this out. A couple of years ago, I had a whiteboard because I went to school for gaming and that kind of stuff. And so they say whiteboard out ideas. So I whiteboarded out this idea. And I'm like, man, I'm going to take a picture of this. And I'm going to put it on my OneNote just to sort of have it in a place where I can just blow it up and look at it if I need to see what this was. And OneNote actually recognized the picture and notated it. Like it took everything off the picture that I had of my whiteboard, and it put it in text form within the same document. So like I said, man, I might not be the one. Maybe I might be attempting you more than
No, you're fine. Yeah, no, OneNote is, yeah, OneNote is definitely ideal for me. I love OneNote because it does pull in the information that you need for your formulas. And I have to run an aging spreadsheet every single day and update my notes every single day because we have vice presidents and we have superintendents, not under superintendents, site managers, I'm sorry, and directors who are all eyeballing this one aging report to make sure that it is constantly being updated. And we have meetings every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Like it's literally a constant. It has to be, and I even have to use pivot tables to do the percentages of what's been touched and what hasn't been touched versus what's being considered deductions rather than what's not being deducted and what's being approved to be deducted. I mean, it's so much that I have to do. But yeah, OneNote literally plays a big role in what I do, for sure.
They definitely need a CRM over there. Like they need Salesforce, they need Dynamics 365. They need something. Like there's just better ways to store that data. But I mean, I'm not gonna dig into your business. But what I'm saying, unless they're like a super private company where they're like, bro, we don't want anything accessible. It sounds to me like they're making the employee's job just a little bit harder than it needs to be because they have this. Well, I don't have to tell you.
Yeah.
It just makes that a lot easier.
Well, when you're dealing with maritime software, it ties into a lot of industries with shipping needs, and there's a lot of error that can be made. Yes. So I mean, I even have a, yeah. I have to send my refunds to a private masked email. That's how secretive this company is. Because they're literally dealing with shipping industries across the nation. And we all know that the maritime law system is foundational to the Roman Empire. So there's also a lot of stuff in the industry that can't really talk about, and asking the wrong questions could end up me losing my job, just like with what happened with the aviation one. But that was meant to happen for September 19th. It had to do with the Day of Atonement. So, but that's prophecy in the working that the Father showed me through one of his prophets. So, but I'm not in that company anymore, so that hasn't been the issue. It's now this one with maritime law. So you moves me from aviation to now maritime, and I'm like, wow, that's great, because it's not easy. It's not. I don't even know how I wrap my brain around some of the processes that they give us, and I've only been there 3 months. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get into this reading the rest of the excuse me, the Torah portion, because I didn't even get into the Nevi'im's writings either yet. So unless, do you guys have anything else that you want to discuss before I move on to this reading?
I'm going to discussing the backside of my eyelids, so you guys have a great rest of your night.
I love you, Danny. You're funny. Give your wife my best. It was good having you in my space. Shalom. Laila Tov. All right.
Okay, you're ending it?
Oh, I'm not ending. No, I'm going through the rest of. I have Exodus to Exodus 30, all the way to the end of Exodus 30, and then I'm picking up into the Nevi'im's writings, which is 1 Samuel chapters 15. But I.
No, I was going to say when you ended the space, I just walked back outside, so it took a while for my phone to go from the house Wi-Fi to, the service, so I didn't hear the last minute.
Oh, no, I was just talking about the establishment of how my job goes from aviation to maritime. And how the father's.
Yeah, I picked up that part. I thought you were ending. I thought you were ending the space.
Oh,
I was gonna say, but I see somebody left.
yeah,
But
Dan.
the thing is, I bet you that I could probably figure it out. I bet you I could figure it out. I'll be willing to bet that there's a lot of terms in the maritime industry. But if you look those terms up, are probably pretty like freaky about like how close they are to other nations and biblical things, right? Because this happens from time to time. Now, I'm not going to put you on the spot because I know you can't say anything, but I'll be willing to bet you it's the terminology because I've run across that in a couple of different fields where I'm looking and I'm like, wait a minute, what am I looking at here? Like, what is this? This is 2025, but this term is from the time of the Canaanites, or this symbol is from this. And it's a lot of that. Like, I'll give you an easy example that I know both of us are going to fall into any NDA problems. Like, I know that you've been working on some software either at home or at work, and it says, oh yeah, you got to go through the setup wizard, right? And I never thought about it until I thought about it. I'm like, wait a minute, the setup wizard? Like, why do they call it a wizard? And like it's a terminology in software to have the terminology of wizard, right? And so I'll be willing to bet you the maritime is just like that. It's like these weird terms that, what is the word? Industries use, for lack of a better term. And you're like, wait a minute, are you on our side or are you on the other side? Right? So that's what I'll say.
Yes, that's exactly how it was in the aviation industry that I exposed. Yeah. But with maritime, I'm not sure yet. I mean, they talk about a lot of things, like there's a lot of tariffs that are now involved with shipping industries, especially if we're talking internationally. So understanding all of those things and how much the tariffs have been and why these taxes are coming, but yeah, specific to maritime, I believe that this is what they did then too, and we're just repeating the history of what they've done. But this company is literally staying afloat. This is not a company that's going to be affected by the recession that we're receiving. They won't, and neither will the aviation industry, because they're literally running the show.
They're the lifeblood of these nations. So, like, yeah, that's a great industry to get into. Like, I've always been in the travel aspect, so the only cargo that I was ever in charge of was people. So whether it's aviation, well, I didn't really do any aviation, but, maritime, it was just knowing the law of ports. And really, I didn't even know all that much law. It was just more like how the law was being used as far as during COVID times. And then, of course, there's these maritime laws based on who can arrive at the ports of America and under what circumstances, because there's a specific circumstance for how somebody could possibly leave the country and come back that is just, you can't do it. And I forget what it is, but it falls under this thing called the Jones Act, if I remember. I haven't worked with that job for about a year. But it was like, oh yeah, bro, no, you can't do that. If you leave that way and try to get on this ship and you try to come back, they're not going to let you in the country. You can't do it any way you want to do it. So, or they're not going to let you in with this cargo. That's what it was. They're not going to let you in with this cargo. Like, so if you go fly off to this place and you come back and you think everything's good, no, sir. There's a duty for these things, which is a form of tariff. And then some stuff, oh yeah, it doesn't matter how much you pay for it. They find that at the airport. They find that at the port where that ship comes in. Yeah, it doesn't matter that it's legal in America. You're going to lose that little toy of yours because it falls under these laws where these things are not allowed to come into the country from these places and for a specific reason. And you be like, it's like weird. It's like, okay, we can ship the food from a port in China to a port in the west coast of America, and they can line that up at the grocery store and everything's cool. But if you bring home something from a trip
Well, I know it's true in the cruise industry. If you bring, let's say you like the favorite something, some type of food that was made in this nation, right? And so you buy some, you somehow smuggle it on the ship, and you bring it to America. Oh no, they're not letting you in the country with that. You're gonna throw that out. That's gonna be seized, burned, whatever they have to do. You're not allowed to bring it in here. And I think it has a lot to do with the potential of contamination and safety standards.
Yes.
That's about all the law that I really have to learn. But I'm fascinated by that kind of stuff, actually. Like, I was thinking while you were saying that, I was like, boy, not only is that fascinating, but I'm like, man, she could take all of this knowledge that she's learning, and she can, like, invest off this information. She could be like, yeah, I know tariffs are affecting this country because it's happening at my job. I can invest in these products, which I know the country will need, despite how expensive it gets, and I'll double my profit. I was just trying to think on the bright side of it, like, bro, yeah, it's a great way to learn that business as a whole.
Yeah.
And you gotta remember, we were also titans of industry too. Like, we have not always been like the Jews who traveled from city to city to port, and we had to struggle until we made it. Yeah, remember, like, even during the time of King Solomon, we had a great maritime nation. We traded with places all over the world. Incidentally, they said that the ships of Tarshish, this is in Tanakh, the ships of Tarshish, the longest they would travel to do a trade route was 3 years. So they would literally be making money for 3 years. Incidentally, there's a legend of the Phoenicians circumnavigating Africa. People don't know this legend, but it's a legend. So I looked into it, and just to figure out if it had any validity. And guess how long the legend says it took the Phoenicians to circumnavigate Africa? 3 years. Right? So I'm saying that to say this. One, history is a mofo. You really gotta cross-reference things that really get deeper meanings of the story sometimes. Because I fully think that Solomon was sending these Israelite maritime traders to go with the Phoenicians on these African voyages, and that's why they were able to bring back baboons and all the stuff that's mentioned in that particular part of Tanakh. But also, I was thinking about it like, yeah, we too can be great traders of the world. Like, you could take that information and be like a Queen Solomon. Like, you don't have to have that many husbands, but you could be like, hey, I know this trade game in and out, and I know that this place needs this, I know how to do it. So there's always some type of silver lining. Jews are really big on, like we're not considered the most positive people in the world, but we're really big on trying to end things on an up note or trying to look at things in a positive manner. I think this is where a lot of evangelism gets that idea from, and they just go overboard with it. But yeah, so I was thinking about it in a positive way, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a lot of tedious knowledge that you have to know about things. But on the plus side, if anybody wants to do any type of business that involves shipping and trade, raw honesty is going to be the girl. She's going to know it backwards and forwards. She can save your company thousands of dollars, maybe millions.
Yeah, I mean, I've invested in stocks, so I do know what companies are booming with the aviation as well as the maritime industry. So I don't have any pin cushions yet. I'm working on one. It's getting there. But yeah, I really do have a lot of this knowledge when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm not, the shipping, it's all new. So I'm getting that knowledge. But the aviation industry, I'm pretty well versed in.
Yeah, shipping is going to be a lot of politics, though. And once again, I'm going to throw hypotheticals out. I don't want you to tell me anything about your company. I mean, I know you're on the ball, but I'm going to be on the ball with you. So I'm just going to set up a hypothetical. So hypothetically, if the company that does the maritime stuff, if they're a major international company, they're going to be dealing with a lot of the politics that go on in the Middle East. They're going to be dealing with a lot of the politics that go on in Eastern Europe, Asia. And so there's a lot of insight into, the inner workings of men, the inner workings of the kingdoms, bro. Like, you can get all that knowledge just from that one job, because people don't change. Times do. Right? So let's say there was some type of political intrigue going on in the South China Sea, and I'm only saying that because a lot of people are saying that that's coming up.
The Spratlys.
Study the history of it. Huh?
You're talking about Spratly Island.
I couldn't hear what you just said.
You're talking about Spratly Island, the South China Seas.
Yeah, it's a bunch of different stuff that China's really trying to move on in that particular area of the world. And then the company, or let's say you started your own company, and a colleague comes up to you like, man, you know what? I don't know what's going to go on with this. You can just look at the history of like when that place was in turmoil, and you're going to get a pretty good idea of what they're going to do, what the tariffs are going to be, how they're going to tariff, if you're going to be able to trade there or not, because people don't really change like that. We just get more modern, but the only thing that doesn't modernize is human emotion. There's no 2.0 to that just yet. So yeah, that would be great to get some insights. Like the company that like I said, I'm still debating it because it's such a long. That's another thing about working remote. Like some companies will get you on the feet, on the ground running right away. Other companies, it could take a months maybe for them to even contact you about the job. And they hire you. You might not start for 30, 45 days sometimes. So it gives me a little bit of time to sort of ponder things, you know. And so what I've been thinking is, I'm like, man, they're in the security industry, and it is, it's governmental, but it's not working for the government. But I'm going into one of these organizations just like you're talking about, where it's like, yeah, man, I gotta be tight-lipped if I'm on this position. And I can't say a lot about it, but let's just say it's international security, so to speak, right? And so, yeah, I'm looking at it on the other end where I'm just like, oh, yeah, but I could take this information and now I can say, oh, hey, this region is not safe. So let's say I wanted to set up a business or I wanted to take a trip. I can now say, oh, yeah, you know what? I know that from work, man. Don't go over there because they don't got their ducks in a row, so to speak, you know? So that's what I've learned how to do. It took me a while. Right, I was working just to be working for a long time, and then it just switched over, and then one day it just clicked for me, and I'm just like, man, well, if you want to be a business for yourself one day, all business for yourself is work, but you know everything that's going on, right? That's why when you deal with people like, like when I deal with people who are like talking about, looking for work and stuff, they'd be like, oh yeah, you know what, you should take the sales position. Or you could take this customer engagement position, but basically it's like sales too and stuff. And, you know, I've already dabbled in that with lead generation, you know, being on the phones and doing that kind of stuff. And I had a decent time with it. It wasn't like I didn't enjoy it. It became one of those things where it's like I worried about it all the time because, you know, quoting the numbers and stuff. And then it clicked to me one day. I was like, wait a minute. But if I want to start my own business, I would essentially have to do the same thing. And for free, because it's my company. Right? How are you going to sell a product if you don't got any leads? How are you going to have any leads if you don't talk to people? How are you going to talk to people if you don't like being on the phone? You feel me? And so it clicked to me. And so, like, it sounds to me like you would be kick-ass at international investment. Right? And just with what you know about how things move through ports. Like if there was any product that was heavy, like oil, like something that you can't just download or you can't just drop off with an Amazon package like oil. You would have a lot of insight on how that moves. Or, like raw goods. Yeah, you would have a lot of insight on how that moves. So, you'd be a kick-ass international sort of style investor. I don't even know what the specific role would be called, you know, but I'm just sort of picking that from what it is you're doing. Me, with my position, I almost don't like it for the fact that everybody already looks at me as this type of person. I've always been the safe person. I've always been the one that people feel safe around. Even, like, I'm not trying to say anything about myself to brag, but I'm even the type of person who, like, when I walk, like, when I'm in the neighborhood, there's a way about me that people know not to fuck with me already. So I'm just like, well, security, man. Like, yeah, it's for national security and stuff like that. But, man, I already got that. I'm looking for more money-making ways, and I'm just going to look at it with a silver lining. So I'm looking at it like, well, if I go to vacation, now I know, sort of what's up with that country, what they got going on.
Exactly. And I believe that this is, where the Father says, when you seek the knowledge, you have the ability to save yourself because you're literally like feeding off of the knowledge that these companies are giving you to be able to establish yourself, in something that you yourself, would be able to manage and own. And that's kind of what we're doing, what I've done actually, with the aviation industry. I was in it for 3 years. Been part of printing press companies, all over the place. It's one thing that I do find precious about working for temp agencies is you get to have your feet wet in a company. And I mean, they're more or less trusting you, but in the same sense, it's not good for them to trust you because you become a danger to the company with the information that you know and that you can start on your own, as well as sharing with other people. So it's got its pros and its cons.
Yeah, that was the thing. So the thing was with the company I was working with, again, everybody kept asking me to be their personal travel person. And I'm like, well, no, I'm just sort of here to answer the questions and whatnot. But then, of course, it's going to dawn on you at some point in time that you can just sort of start being a personal, assistant to these people, and then you can just steal your clients from work. You feel me? So, yeah, totally. People are definitely, you could definitely be a danger. And in that way.
Especially in the accounting too, because you manage their finances. You know exactly what's coming in, what's going out, who's getting what, who's not getting what, who is denied what, how much tariffs have been raised on that product that they received. You know what I mean? When you have this information and you're doing this on a daily basis and you're literally learning the routine, you become a very, very big threat. And that's what the aviation industry saw me as, is I knew too much. I was exposing too much. I was holding them accountable for explaining why they knew too much and not, like it was getting bad. So the Father had to move me out of that industry and put me into shipping.
Yeah, and hopefully it'll all work out. It'll all make sense. So, yeah, I'm probably going to end up having to look at what it is that you do, sort of, like with spreadsheets and stuff, because I'm sort of training myself to be a Salesforce admin. But I'm not a traditional, what I would say is, if you're looking for what I would say is model minority template type Jew, that's not me. Right? Like I have my own affinity. So basically, one of the places that was interested in me, they needed specific software that they needed you to be trained in. And so I looked at it and I was like, but the only reason why I wouldn't be technically eligible for this work is because I wasn't trained in the specific one that they have. Like, the specific one that they have. It's not like it's different from anything that I've ever done. It's just different from just the one that I have. I've worked with for years versus the one that they have. So I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to put down this system too and say I know how to do this because basically it's not fair. Like, I know the software. So the company that I'm working with, they were just like, oh, yeah, you know the software? Okay, great, So the first thing I did was I went to the website for the software once they got me in. Basically, it's Salesforce. And I had a friend that was already sort of telling me, hey, you should go for your administrative job. So I was already doing stuff with it, right? So basically, while I'm getting myself ready for that position, which just like I thought, it's completely easy to use for the level that I'm using it at. But at the administrative level, it's a completely different thing. So you start to know these different things. And so some of the place I'm going with this is like, essentially, you got to be a jack of all trades, but like every work will help you with the next work. So hopefully with this position, I can just sort of try to get to that next step. Like, if I'm not administrating for them, I can administrate for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like sort of work that system out and then always keep an eye on what it has to do with like ultimately what I want to do. Like for instance, do you want to work at a retire? Do you have your own business? What do you want to do?
Well, I mean, I hope from this job that I'm learning Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how long the Father wants me to be in this season with them. But I eventually, I want to manage companies' books. I want to do bookkeeping for companies because that's what I'm learning. I'm learning raw accounting with this shipping industry, and working with artificial intelligence too, uploading robots through the spreadsheets using these formulas. So, kind of like the brain of a company is where I'm at,
Okay.
picking the brain of the company so that I can establish my own company, and I know the pickings that would, that I would need to master. The questions would be answered, and that's kind of what I'm learning is what not to do, what to do by observing these companies and how they're managing their finances.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be great help because, I can get back to already done. So, yeah, definitely be the brains of the operation. My thing is, like, I'm always more of the face, right? It's sort of like, hold on, give me a second, Lala.
I guess I like being the behind the brain of the company, so that I can understand how it works and how it functions and how it ticks and what to expect when it doesn't work so well, being able to manipulate and mastermind the numbers and the figures and the imports that are going out and the things that are going, that are coming in. It plays a big role in accounting when you're dealing with receivables and payables. While you're going and doing that, I'm going to go ahead and finish reading up on here. Well, not finish, but get to. We were in Exodus 29, verse 23, and it says, "And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of unleavened bread that is before Yahuwah. And thou shalt put the whole upon the hands of Aaron and upon the hands of his sons, and shalt wave them for a wave offering before Yahuwah. And thou shalt take them from their hands and make them smoke on the altar upon the burnt offering for a sweet savor before Yahuwah. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah." This is interesting. When I think about this, Aaron's sons, they offered strange fire to the Father, whereas this fire that's being offered was very specific on how they were supposed to be doing it. And that just, I don't know. They used strange fire. So was this strange fire to honor another entity, and that's why it was strange? Or was this because it was not done according to the ways that the correct fire should have been made?
So people say things like it was a different type of incense that should have been burned, that it should not have been burned, that they burned, and that has all kinds of implications to it because there was a lot of rituals that involved fire with other people's lesser religions at the time, so that could be a thing. And then there could also be another thing which I was looking up is Zoroastrianism. And Zoroastrianism has these things called like fire altars. And these fire altars were very, what's the word I'm looking for? They were very prevalent to what it is that Zoroastrianism was. So I often wonder, did Nadav and Abihu do some Zoroastrian stuff when they weren't supposed to? Or was it just the incense? Like literally, I think this is the parsha right before they get burned up, right? I think it is. And so, yeah, since it's the one right before they get burned up, I'm always thinking, was Hashem giving a warning because it was talking about how the
priesthood, when they eat things or when there's like a sacrifice or something like that, basically, the times when they're not, the things that they don't eat, and then the parts that are not supposed to be a part of the sacrifice, they're to be burned, like, incinerated, so I was like, man, that's like ironic, because I think it's in the next parsha, it's the same thing that happens to the Nadav and Abihu, is they get basically incinerated.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And one thing that I found interesting when we were talking about earlier, when they were at Korah, and Yahuwah comes down from the mountain and he sees Aaron making this god of gold. Like, there weren't really repercussions for Aaron for doing that. I mean, he literally says, "I made this image, and out popped a golden calf." Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's not being truthful with the father.
Yeah.
He's literally trying to cover up, like, what he was doing. So does this tie into that strange fire?
It possibly could. I'm not quite sure about the direction of that. Just because I'm not quite sure about what is it, the terminology being used. Like, I really don't know.
It makes you wonder, though, because his sons were the ones that were doing this abomination. And if Aaron's sons were the ones that were doing this at that time, and Aaron was just going along with it, that would explain the strange fire, and what came out of the fire was the golden calf, making it a strange idol.
Well, there could be some stuff there. There could be also some stuff dealing with the fact that these people, whatever they were following, or whatever guys they were on, like, these guys did have, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? There was some supernatural ability to these guys. I mean, definitely that. So, the idea is that there could have been some supernaturalness associated with this golden calf. And, maybe that's why they called on it or something. And it could be all kinds of stuff. There's just a lot of stuff that is not explained when it comes to these stories and what these men knew at the time. Because they were still in Egyptian society. And Egyptians had magicians. These people who did things that were unexplainable to the normal people. So, that one is sort of like an up in the air one. I'm not really quite sure one way or the other on that. I would say, I've been tracking down this golden calf, and there's like this temple. It's a temple to Hathor, and it's the only one of its type. I want to say it's in Upper Egypt, but it's got Hathor, like it's got two pillars in the front of it. One is Hathor, and the other is this deity that they represent by a cow. Hold on.
Yeah, I've heard about this deity. And that's why, from my understanding, the father wants us to slaughter the bull. Because this is representation of, I don't know if Mithras was the entity that was back then, but Mithras literally is praised with slaughtering a bull. And I think this ties into that kind of worship. Now, whether the entity's name was Mithras or not, I don't know. But it's the same storyline, and this was judgment. The lamb was slaughtered for this reason, and maybe the bull was for that reason.
Yeah, the thing I would say is, the thing that makes me track it down here, is a couple of things. There's like some things going on with these temples. Like, for instance, there's another temple that I've been tracking down where they have like this fine powder. It's like some form of dust, and I haven't really tracked down if these stories are true or not, because it's like, you travel down these roads of things that people are saying, and they're pseudo-scientific, like this
isn't officially coming from any archaeology or anything like that, or they don't note it if it is an archaeological term, but it has this powdery substance, but it's like a white fine powder, or they found it, or they found a vat of it, something like this, but it's supposed to be like a form of transmuted gold, something like this to its effect. And then there's the idea of what is manna? What is the stuff that they were eating? Because like gold is technically edible, and I was wondering about that. So there's that temple, and then the other temple is the one that has this calf deity, and I think that because I'm not in front of my computer, I can just look it up. So there was some Egyptian god that was represented by this calf. Also, you have to remember, when I was tracking down the whole Hindu stuff, Hindus, of course, they revere the cow. It's holy to them, and even though people, obviously, there are places that eat food, they don't kill the cows. So then I finally found out the reason why the cow is considered sacred is it's not like some quirky thing that they just made up. It's because the cow food, they were getting the magic mushrooms. So it was considered a sacred animal because it was one of the biggest places for these magic mushrooms. So, although we know what magic mushrooms are now, you got to think of the ancient world, you would be like, what the hell is this crazy animal that's like, it just chews grass all day, like it's a completely peaceful, still animal, but then it poops out this stuff that creates these mushrooms that we eat them, and we're like going to the seventh dimension, right? So there's two big calves, so to speak, that I think this golden calf could represent. It's either the golden calf, meaning the sacred cow of the Hinduism, or it's got to be from Hathor, or along the line of what Hathor is, because at the end of the day, Hathor is a temple, has a calf, and the Egyptians had it. Hathor was very highly revered too.
Wasn't he a centaur or a bull? No, he was a minotaur. From my understanding, wasn't? Yes.
Hathor, the thing is, sexes of gods have changed over time, and of course, forms of the gods have changed over time. The one in Egypt, and I believe it's Upper Egypt, it's a woman on one side, because Hathor is a woman in this particular representation, and then, of course, the calf is it's a bull. Like, it's like I think it was a young calf too, but I don't think it was like a big, fully grown bull. I think it's specifically a calf. So I was tracking that down a while back, but there's so many branches of the Jewish history that is just it's not official. And so the idea is that some people will just say, don't look at it, don't go down that road, because you got enough learning that you got to do, in general, because there's a lot to learn. But I do like to trace those trails. And the only reason why I throw the fact that it could be Hinduism, or it could have something to do with the not golden calf, but basically the sacred cow of Hinduism, is because there's another thing. So the Hindus have a belief. I was just in space the other night, speaking to, there's an Indian Jew that I know. Do you know about Bani Israel, the Indian Jews?
Who is this?
He's a guy from Bani Israel. So Bani Israel is what they call themselves. They're the Indian Jews. So basically, after Babylon, they migrated to India, right? And they migrated in two ways. There was a first initial group, and then there was another group who were mixed with European ancestry, and they both resettled in India. Like, I believe most mainstream Judaism groups, they actually accept them. So yeah, it's like a official thing. But so I was in a space with an Indian Jew. Essentially, I just want to give you backstory, because I didn't know if you knew that they existed, And I was in his space because we get along, and somebody in his space who was Indian with him, he was Hindu, and he was like, "Yeah, man. So we believe that the Jews descend from this dynasty of Krishna. It was a group of people that got kicked out of India, and we never knew where they were settled." He talked about some other things that was like sort of, lining up sort of with the story and, some abilities. And the first thing I was thinking about is like a year before that, I was looking into Sarah, Abraham's wife, because they said she was hot. I'm just like, okay, let's see if I can get some knowledge on this, right? So I go, and of course, Sarah is actually Sarai. And Sarai, I forget the different definition, but the idea that they were in Ur of the Chaldees, which is really Ur Kasdim, I'm like, well, how can you be so close to Barat? How can you be so close to ancient sin? The ancient Indian empires that built these temples and did all this stuff. Like, how can you be that close to them but not know of them? And so then it kind of hit me. I'm like, wait a minute. The Saraswati River, right? And hold on, I'm going to look this up real quick because I think this is what I was getting at and why I circled it on my to-do list. Oh, good. I have an AI pulled up. Let me see. What's it? Saraswati River. Let's see what it pulls up. Let me see if this is what I was thinking about. Give me a second. Yeah, okay, this is the one. So, Abraham's wife is named Sarai or to Sarah, right? And then there's the idea that there's this place called the Saraswati River. Here's the thing. I've always heard this term, but I never researched it. Did you know that the Saraswati River is a mythical river? Like, there is no actual Saraswati River. The Hindus have ancient legends of this river, as in this river is super ancient, and it's literally been gone for so long that it is a legend more than it is a reality. So I'm like, that sounds like about the time of Abraham. Like, if and so, so I've been following these little trails down India and in Egypt, because these are just two places that are just, quite frankly, older in culture. And so I know they didn't just come out of an egg one day and just have these beliefs. They had to have the affinities and the culture of people around them. So it's funny how it works out that you find these little cultural affinities, and no mainstream or mainline Judaism really talks about these things because they're just a little bit too preoccupied with, their day-to-day. Me, I got time to sort of explore, and so I find these affinities all the time. Like, a lot of the stuff that they tell the Israelites not to do, you can find these things in practice in the modern world. Like, when I was looking up African tribes and learning about them, a lot of the African tribes, they have these practices where you'll say, well, who would do a thing like that? And it's like, wait a minute, you can find this in Africa right now. Right now. So, like, when they say things like, don't eat the blood of a living animal, right? Which means technically, you got to soak out the blood, put the kosher salt in there, the whole thing. And then you go to Ethiopia, where they have this practice, where they slice raw meat really thin, and they eat it raw to this day. And it's not like I'm saying that these people are, stuck in the past or they don't have modern ways. It's like, no, these were the ways of old. It's just some people still have these preserved in their cultures to this day. So, so that's why I go off on these mystery tours from time to time. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's directly out of Torah. I'm looking at a modern day person do this right now.
Yeah, that's true. In India, because I started going down the path of India as well, but I got there from dissecting Ezekiel's writings to Habakkuk, and Habakkuk was a Persian. So you take the story of Ezekiel, and Ezekiel lines up with Esau as the Muslims, and Habakkuk lines up as the Persians, like Darius, right? The Darius of Medes, or the Darius of the Medes, I believe, is the Persians. And so this all ties into, like you're talking about, the India and the Hindu religions of things and how they culturally were spread. But through this all, you literally have the avatars. You have 10 avatars of these entities that tried to fight for the love of humanity, especially with Ezekiel and Habakkuk being prophet priests, walking at that time when all of these deceptions were happening. So, I mean, that's where the Father has led me to this. That, from my understanding, the oldest spoken language that we have is Tamil, but the oldest written language we have is Sanskrit, Hebrew, and Semitic. So a lot of this ties into that.
Samuel being the oldest spoken language.
Tamil.
Interesting thing. A couple of things. I was in this space with Hebrew Israel. We argue, but we also get along from time to time. But he was bringing up a specific angel. I forget which one it was. It was like some angel associated with something in the book of Enoch. So he told me to look it up because we have these religious arguments. I mean, it's gotten heated, but we come to have a mutual respect for each other. He knows I won't back down. Yeah, and I know he won't back down. So he gives me this angel's name, and I start looking up. And you know me, I'm a hole digger. I like to go up in there and see what's happening, right? So the name was sitting right out there in front of me. I was done with the search as far as he was concerned. But I love Wikipedia, and I love to look at the different sources. So I scroll down a little ways, and the other name that you can call this angel was Tamil. Like that was literally the name of the angel was Tamil. I'm like, wait a minute, you mean Tamil, like the language Tamil? Right? And then at the same time, being an Afrocentric historian, I know that there's a couple of us who are highly scholarly, and we've always been wondering, there's a certain tribe in the west coast of Africa, and you gotta follow me on this also. There's a certain tribe on the west coast of Africa that have affinities in their language that's dead on just like the Tamil language. And so while people will say, hey, these are just coincidences, these people don't have any, relationship to each other, we're like, there's gotta be more there, because right now they're saying, if it wasn't for DNA, if it wasn't for modern historians, the Lemba, who have more coinine DNA than any group of Jews on the planet, their story would be completely false if we didn't have this technology, right? So, with that being said, the idea that if somebody can go from the Levant to being in South Africa, because that's where the Lambas are mostly located, they're mostly located in South Africa. So if somebody can go from the Levant to South Africa, it's highly believable that there's another group that could have started off in the Levant, met with a more Asiatic set of people. They shared a language in a certain place, and then one group went east and the other group went west. And so I was saying that to say, yeah, Tamil could be one of the oldest spoken languages, if not the oldest spoken language. But I would put more weight in it because of the possibility of it being a long lost language shared with this group of people in Africa. Because this group of people, that tribe is like dirt old. Like they're like, these people have been around since however many eons ago. Like literally, they're one of the first people. And so I'm like, oh, okay, well, Samuel's the oldest. That makes sense. That does make sense.
Yeah, and if you look at Sri Lanka, where Adam's Bridge is, it all ties into that too. So this is why that civilization was destroyed.
Yeah, so like, I think I've seen that. I think my Indian friend was telling me, like one of his friends was telling me about that. But just to let you know, like, so it's not as far-fetched as people think, the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Like the oldest group of Africans on the entire continent are these people called Khoisan. There's another group that they call the Pygmies. That's not their real name. I think their real name is like the Bakongo, the Bafra. It's either the Bakongo or the Bafra. And then, which is, they have an interesting story altogether too. I won't get into it now. But the other group, the one that's like super old that everybody can date, they're called the Khoisan people. And if you look at a Khoisan person does not look like an African. A Khoisan person looks like a cross between an African and a Chinese person.
You get what I'm saying? So history will tell you a lot of stuff that they just guessed because they didn't know the people. And so they just, they did the best research that they could for the time. But a lot of this stuff is just tainted with race and racism that we technically don't have now in the sciences. And so, yeah, people one day are going to get past race and they're just going to say, you know what, these people, it says that they're from Africa, but I'm looking dead at the face of this Khoisan person and they look Chinese. Well, because they do. They look like a cross between a black person and a Chinese person. But that brings all kinds of interesting. They even have the hippocampal folds, like the slanted eyes, so to speak. Just like besides Asians, they're the only people in the world who have it, right? People with Asian descent have it. Like I've seen a lot of Russians who have Asian-ish eyes, but they're pretty close to Asian. The Khoisan have a hippocampal fold, and according to modern biologists, they stayed in the same region in Africa for like 30,000 years or something insane like that without ever moving. I'm like, okay, so you got a bunch of people who look like Chinese people. They're in Africa, and you're telling me that you can't put together that these two people probably met somewhere in the world, right? Or are you saying that you don't think that Africans could travel like that, especially if they're like a hunter-gatherer bushman type? So that's why I was saying it. So I'm like, yeah, a lot of us who are like sort of in that research realm, we're just like, yeah, there's no way these guys originally were from Africa, obviously from somewhere in Asia, and they came into Africa. And so that's why when you said Tamil being one of the oldest languages, if not the oldest language, I'm like, that makes a lot of sense because let's say there was a region where these people set up, and then one went east and one went west. It makes a lot of sense.
Yep, and
they also need to know a lot. They also need to know a lot more about languages because, like, there's these people in South Africa called the Khoisan. Like, that's literally how you say their name, Khoisan, right? So, indiscernible to most people, to the ethnographers, until they realized it was a language. They didn't know it was a language. So, I would think that the Khoisan language is probably older.
well, I mean, and you got the Dogon tribe that's there too. So, this is the Amalekite Amorite nation that was spread amongst all of this too.
Oh, so you do know that some of those people ended up in West Africa. So yeah, so I have what is it that Ancestry.com, they had this thing where like they'll tell you where your people are from, and then they just came out with this thing that was like, oh, we can tell you your African tribes. And the Dogon was one of the tribes. But I've done a lot of research into what they do. To me, they seem like they know the ways of the Chaldeans. Right? I'm gonna be honest. A lot of stuff in Africa that a lot of people like to call African spirituality, I actually think are the religions of old, just with a African take on them because they've been separated for centuries. Probably millennia or something like that, right? But it's basically the same thing. It's about awing people with magic, and then the elite few people know the trick, and so they get initiated into the priesthood. So yeah, there's a lot of that stuff going on, and it's in Africa still. And I'm glad that they kept it alive because it brings the Bible alive to me. Like you can see this stuff now. You can see a priesthood of people just like the ones in Egypt. They're just not in Egypt anymore. They're spread out in the nations, just like you said. Like, I've seen people in, where is she from? Gambia. I've seen people in the Gambia who look just like Egyptian statues, especially the women. Because the women, like, you girls, you guys got your accessories. And so I was looking one day and I saw this girl accessories that I was watching on this clip of this, just someplace in the Gambia. It was just like a modern store. Like it wasn't anything about like tribes. It was just like somebody who visited the Gambia. And I looked at the beadwork she was wearing and she looked exactly like the beadwork on Egyptian women from back in the day. And so I'm like, yeah, man, I think one of the biggest tricks that the Hasatan played is by saying that Africa had no part to play in what was taking place. Because literally, that's where the secret really is. It's really there. Like, the way they estimate, the people who are finally getting into it, like there's this guy, Rudy Rocky, He's an Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jew. So he's getting into this. There's another guy, Henry something. He's a rabbi, and even he said it himself. He was like, "Listen, we need to talk about this." And he was very serious. And people were like, "What are you talking about?" Like he was giving a speech. He was like, "Listen, if we're right about what's going on in Africa, there could be something like 300 million Jews there. 300 million." And the people looked at him like he was, like they were shocked. They were like, "What are you saying?" I'm like, "I run the numbers." I'm like, if you look at the tribes that they're saying have me with, it's like 300 million. Easily 300 million. And so that starts getting me thinking about, well, do the Ethiopians really have the Ark of the Covenant? Maybe they do. Like, if they say they have this story and they're one of the oldest Christian churches in the world, okay, they have a little bit of believability because they've been around forever. But if you put in the fact that they might possibly have 3 million Israelites running around there, it becomes a lot more believable that if you had something sacred, you would just go running there. So, basically, I like to travel down all these trails. Like, I do the Indians, I do the Africans. I've even done that one with the Americans. Like, you know how people say the natives could be Israelites and all that kind of stuff. Have you heard that one before?
Yep, that's my tribe. The Yaqui tribe are the Levites, and they do trace back to India. There is a kahita, which is a boat that the Yaqui people use from the Aztecan tribe, and this literally is Tamil. It's the original language of Tamil from India. So it's literally their spoken language that that kahita comes from the Sonora Yamapipi of the Aztecan tribe. So that's the connection. The Africans were enslaved, right? And they were migrated to the Aztecan, to Arizona in the Sonoras, because that's where Christopher Columbus did what he did, and that's where the Knights Templar still exist in the archives of the Hohokam native tribe of the Yaqui people in Tucson, Arizona. When you go to the Hohokam library, they have all the artifacts there. Of the Knights Templar that was moved there from what Christopher Columbus had done. So yeah, this was part of the slavery trade from India as well, because India does directly connect to Africa. Directly, as does Hawaii and the Philippines.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, like, yeah, I don't have to, yeah, that's great. You know that. Because, like, well, it was good for me because it made me look, because I only knew it from a historic standpoint. But I didn't have any images, because like people, when you come to them with a real history, for some reason they want to see it. And I'm just like, bro, can you just understand that I've looked at this a lot more than you? Just give me a pass. I'm like, no, I want to see it. So I actually went and I searched for image, and I always search for images of the people by the people. Like none of these illustrations that you get in like a school textbook. Like I look for what's written in stone. And I look for basically how they depicted themselves. And when you see how the original Hawaiians depicted, well, this wasn't a Hawaiian depicting themselves, but this was one of those people who go with people on expeditions, and then they take, like, they illustrate all the natives of a place, quote unquote, the natives, and, they usually send it back to like a king or a queen or some type of governor. So when I saw this picture of a native original Hawaiian, I'm like, this guy looks like he looks like a muscly Pharrell. Like he's not like skinny like Pharrell is, but other than that, he looks like he could be Pharrell's cousin. I'm like, that's a Hawaiian? Like, yeah, that's a Hawaiian. So the funny thing about my people is my people come the other way. Like we come by the other way. So there's obviously the transatlantic slave route. But I've got, man, bro, I'm a mutt. I got like all kinds of stuff in me. So I'm gonna edit it down to just know I have tribes in America, North America and South America. But specifically, when you mentioned the Knights Templar, I have Irish and English ancestry. And the funny thing about it is, they're related to the Stuarts. And the only reason why I know this is because just these ancient DNA sites, like you can pull it up, and so you can kind of know within a range of where they come from. And the funny thing about the Stuarts is they come from these early UK families. But the thing they don't tell you is that the early kings of Scotland and Ireland and England
a lot of them had Norwegian blood. Like they weren't actually what we would call indigenous, or their families were mixed with Norwegians. So as we go through history, the Knights Templar is set up for a bunch of different things. You know, like I don't really know in particular. I just got some idea, right? But there's this whole thing about the Knights Templar coming to America, what you were just talking about. And so while you've done the history, I just looked at it as genetics. Like, why do I have people I'm related to on Orkney Island? Like, that's off the coast of the northern Scotland. It's in the middle of nowhere. Why am I related to anybody who was up there? And then it comes to me through history. It's like, oh, because that's where the Vikings were. So basically, long story short, the reason why I believe that the Knights Templar were able to find America is because really they're not that smart. They're not like super genius people and they did all that stuff and they found America. No, they had Norwegian ancestry. So they probably carried the secret of these maritime trade routes for generations, just because it gave them power where they were located, like in Scotland and Ireland, and then obviously things started happening in the UK with people, just basically people coming upon different religions, different ways of life. The families were losing power, so I think a lot of them did secretly come to America, you know, and they actually established these nations over here in America. The one I was looking at is that there's a tribe called the Lumpy tribe. And, oh man, it's just so weird to talk about this kind of stuff because it's like, if you look at one now, you would kind of see what I'm talking about if you saw them actually move. Like if you saw like a YouTube of them or something talking and speaking and being, they act like us, like as in my people, right? But the thing about the Lumpy tribe is that they have this specific symbology which looks a lot like the Knights Templar, and there's another tribe that has it too. And this is their symbology. Like Europeans didn't give it this. This is theirs. And these are their symbols. They're like Knights Templar symbols. So yeah, it's like our families came together in the same place, right?
Yes.
Some of my family was good, some of my family was bad.
Well, Portuguese plays a big role in all of this. With the Knights Templar.
Portuguese.
Yeah, and the Count Muratorio.
Well, yeah, they're right there.
Yeah. Of the North.
They're right there on the coast, so. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. Yep.
Yeah, okay. I was just like, yeah, this is right there on the coast. So if anybody knows what's going on, you know, and across the sea, they're the closest people to it, so they can do the most expeditions.
I mean, that's where I'm finding all of that, you know, like the founders of, or not the founders, but the creators of the canon, you know, we were told that that is origin of the Catholic scholar, and Count Muratori of the Muratorian fragment from Queen Isabella when the Knights Templar was declared in the United States. So, I mean, this all ties in with Queen Isabella. Like you said, the kings and the queens sent their expeditioners out to conquer these nations and bring back the knowledge that they received. And like you said, the British are Seba. Well, Seba is an acronym for what they're doing in Sri Lanka. From the research that I've done, I was in a space earlier with a brother today about this, and we were talking about the connections of Tartaria to Sri Lanka and the abominations that happened in Sri Lanka and how all of this ties into all of that. But Seba is under the British Parliament, where they have helped Seba, which is Sri Lanka, get established and sustain in return for the secret knowledge and the technology that they have there.
See, I would have to look into that.
I have. Oh yeah, I mean, I have some information. I'll put it in the purple pill for you. I put it in the space earlier, but yeah, this is what the fathers unraveled, that Seba
Because remember, there's 3 nations the Father said that he gave as ransoms: Cush, Seba, and Egypt. So when I looked into these nations that were deceiving the Father and he literally destroyed them, that's what I came up with, was the British Parliament is linked to Seba as Sri Lanka because they're trying to sustain them and rehash their technology that they have. Because in Sri Lanka they have evidences where there's people on tablets, there's people on cell phones, there's people on bikes. They're literally like petrified statues in the walls. And here we have, like the founding fathers of America, Amaruka, taking that knowledge, that secret knowledge, and claiming it as their own, when this has been established long before all these other civilizations that, are from the past. They're literally taking the research from all these civilizations and claiming it to be new, when Solomon says there is nothing new under the sun. If they tell you it's new, then you know that it was here before them.
Oh man, so yeah, there's so many ways to take that. So the first thing that I was going to say is the reason why I don't think that they necessarily conquered America is because I think they had already made establishments in America. And I think the later kings and queens were just not privy to that. So I think when they were stomping out a lot of these Native American tribes, I think they were stomping out a lot of people when mixed in with their brother. It's a weird story. But trust me on this now, but you're already into the research on the Knights Templar. Now, who are the Knights Templar? The Knights Templar are these dignitaries from these families. And then they have people who filled in the rank and file of it, right? But these families are Irish, Scottish, English, and then of course they expanded. But a lot of them are in that region. But a lot of these people actually have more ancient family roots in the Scandinavian country, right? So the idea is that I can't tell if they came over to the UK already having that knowledge, because you have to be a seafaring people just to get there. And then of course, if you're about to sea, that's your lifeblood. You're gonna get your food from there. That's where your trade's gonna come from. And so the idea is that I think they established a secret nation, and then that nation became more public. And then as it became public, that's when the corporations, or the predecessors of corporations, stepped in. And I think that's when all the blood started to be spilled. I especially look at King James. Like, I'm not going to say to you some other things about King James from the Afrocentric perspective, but what I'll tell you is this. The same year he establishes the Virginia Company is the same year he releases the King James Bible, 1611. Some people will look at that as a coincidence. If you know what was going on with King James at the time, it doesn't seem like such a coincidence. He came out with a book of demonology, which basically, long story short, means that he had other people come up with this book for him. But the reason why he had people come up with this book for him is because he thought that the witches and the warlocks were trying to assassinate him. So he put together a team to come out with an official book on demonology, because he knew that his reign was going to be cut short, because the time of the Stuart Kings in England was coming to an end. Like, I think his son was the last one. And also, I think his son faked his death. Now, there's a whole bunch of stuff I can talk about here, but I'm just going to keep it simple. So, he knew that this was going to happen. He knew that he had lost the people. When the Stuart Kings came to England, they ruled the entire place like a monarchy does, from a central location, but that power really descended from Scotland. So the fact that they didn't actually show homage to Scotland, they pretty much lost the only people that were really loyal to them in the first place. So he knew the jig was up. He could possibly be assassinated, him and his whole family, because that's the way they take out kings and royal families. They assassinate the whole family so that nobody can rise to power out of the people. So I'm thinking he knows about the New World. He contacts his family, and his Norwegian family, not Norwegian, but his Scandinavian family. And he's like, bro, the jig is up. I need to purchase this land. The land that he purchases is, of course, the Virginia territory.
this is where that Native American tribe is. It's not the Lumbee, it's another tribe. But this is where that one tribe is that they say that their tribal symbol, it looks like it's a symbol that looks identical to a nice temple or something. So I think he was trying to get him and his family and the followers of the religion out of England and into this place secretly, but he got taken out and Virginia got taken over. Now, what was the secret religion? It was Judaism. That's
Yep.
the secret.
That's right, George Washington. That's
Yeah, so all these people were, like people talk about crypto Jews and they talk about like the people from Spain. I'm like, there were lots of crypto Jews all over Europe. Our founding fathers, a lot of them, crypto Jews, in my opinion.
well, George Washington was of the Scottish Rite, so he literally was of this tribe, but he had to relinquish his title. From my understanding, you couldn't have two lodges. You couldn't be part of two lodges at that time, and so he was a founding father of America, like you said, in Virginia. And from Virginia, they migrated to Pennsylvania, and that's how the McCafferty priesthood was started. That's my family bloodline. So it's like one of the most wickedest and evilest of them out there. That's how I know all of this information, and it's not something I'm proud of, but that is my ancestry bloodline. I am directly descendant of George Washington. So I know about the Virginia stone, the Virginia stone that they found, or that they brought, that Jeremiah brought when they went to Ireland with the Scottish princess, or the Egyptian princess. Sorry.
Scotia.
Yes, Scotia.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, they came over here, and so I think Virginia was supposed to be their place where they were going to eventually come out and practice their religion. But all this got taken over, namely, mostly by the Catholics, but there were some other Christian sects involved in this. But the reason why those Christian sects were involved was because they only really probably became Christians because it would be better than having the Catholics just take them over, right?
Exactly.
Huge thing.
Well, and the Catholic,
So he founds,
yes.
he founds the Church of England, and I think this was his negotiation strategy. He was thinking, hey, you know what? Either I found my own Christian church here where we can secretly practice our ways, or we're going to get taken over by the Catholics and they're going to run everything. You got to remember, they were under Roman occupation at one point in time, so they know what the Catholics are coming with. They're coming with Roman occupation 2.0. So he establishes all this, and he's sending people to the Americas the entire time. And, well, I guess I'll just wrap it up right there, but just to paraphrase the story, the royals of Europe were already sending people over there. Like, I want to say even before the 1400s. And so they had these secret established nations. And then they had to go public with this because their people had to know where to run. And so this is when the New World gets discovered. We go through all that. But go ahead.
No, I'm in agreement with you. Another thing too that was attached to this is, the Nene priesthood, and I keep on going back to that. But this is a hybrid. This is a humanoid priesthood that was being established there too, and this is what the Catholics and the Vikings. When you dig into this, when they were on the seas, they came across this fish entity. And there's pictures that I have that I came across from the web. I don't know who made them, but they depict this worship of this fish god. And I'm a firm believer that this is Dagon. And they showed this worship of these like friars and these that were along with the Vikings. So I'm thinking that the Vikings were in tangent with the Catholics when this was all established.
Yeah, so the big thing about the Catholics is, are they really Christian? This is the thing. So I'm not talking about Catholics that exist in the world now. I'm talking about this foundation of what was going on during that time period. So the idea was that they had to do something because they had to figure out a way to rein in the families who were not practicing religion that they already have, right? And so I think that this is the strategy that they used. It's a lot to the story. It's a lot. So basically, like the Catholic Church is out of the Western Orthodox, Western versus Eastern. And really the Eastern was the more established Orthodox. They had all the power. The Byzantine Church, the Ethiopians were very powerful at this time. And so they had to figure out a way to get these people out of power. So they go through all these things. And so I'm not saying that it says this in any book, but this is how the history goes. They needed the Eastern Orthodox to fall in order for the Western Orthodox to be the most successful one. A lot of the Western Orthodoxy that really wanted to see this were in Italy, right? This is where Catholicism, this is where the Vatican is, right?
The Ark of Titus. Yep.
Just from an historical standpoint, all we know is that the Eastern Orthodox Church falls. Not officially, they're still around, but they have nowhere near the power. Like, people don't even know they exist anymore.
Well, Ukraine is the Eastern. From my understanding, Ukraine is Eastern. That's where Constantinople is.
Well, there's going to be a couple different orthodoxies that survived it. So the Ethiopian Orthodox survived it. I think the Byzantine Church is gone. They might still be around. And then the trail leads all the way up past Ukraine. I think it stops in Russia, the Eastern Orthodox, or just Orthodox churches to the east. I'll put it that way. Because they may or may not be Eastern Orthodox, but they're Orthodox Christianity in the East, or what's considered East or Western Europe, right? So, but what destroys the Eastern Orthodox Church, their power? Islam does this. So the idea is they go on these caliphates go on these vast, very long conquering campaigns. And it always struck me, how do you have enough money to do this? How are you paying for these soldiers? Even if it's conscripted labor, how are you arming them? And how are you feeding them? Because this is things that you have to do with an army in general. And while there's no record on how they got the money, well, if the Western Orthodox Church was helping them by funding them and giving them weapons, it becomes a lot easier to do. I think that it was one of the first proxy wars in history. I think the rise of Islam, the conquering of these territories, was directly in line with what the Western Orthodox wanted to do with the Eastern Orthodox. And then, of course, the Western Orthodox gets stabbed in the back because Italy founds Catholicism. And then there is no Western Orthodoxy anymore. You're either Catholic or you're not, right? Like, there's a lot of little wars that will go on. So that's just sort of what I think. That's just my 2 cents.
Well, that's what we see happening today, too, though. I mean, that's exactly what we're seeing play out. Ukraine is literally under siege of being destroyed, to be wiped out. And Yahuwah tells us he does not spare the East. He doesn't, because they are the creators of Christianity. Where Constantinople says that he found the vision, or saw the vision of the cross. You know what I mean? This is literally the Babylonian cross that he found. So, this is why Russia's invading. Because Russia holds the Leningrad Codex. They hold the original Torah. They know exactly what's happened. They know exactly what the East is doing. They know that they're the promoters of Christianity. They know they're promoters of Orthodox Judaism. They know that. And so that's why they're coming the way they are. And this is what Daniel means when he's talking about, the nations that are coming against, the North nations that are coming against Israel, that are coming against the West. Because it's kind of like a sellout. They've sold out to the entity that they've allowed into their nation. And it all came from Ukraine. Because Brother Dan, I don't know if he's awake, but he's a speaker here. He was talking about this. We were talking about Uruk being Ukraine. If you're looking at the sons of Anak, this is exactly what Zelensky is promoting. But literally, what their customs and their traditions of what they've done, they're promoters of this gay, lesbian, hybrid mixing of bestiality. that is an abomination against the Father. That's exactly what. And you said you don't think the Byzantine period is up. I believe that's the Christian nation. That's the Catholic Church is the Byzantine period, because the Byzantine temple literally shows Mithras introducing baptism when they're invoking another spirit. When you look at this, and it's literally over top of a Catholic church, the Byzantine Empire. The temple that they have of Mithras is underneath a grotto of the Catholic Church.
Oh yeah, they definitely did that. They did a lot of that. They would put the churches over pagan sites.
Exactly.
Yeah, they did that. That was a practice, just so it was like a mental thing to make sure that the people knew that the old God was supplanted, but also that allowed for obviously the pagan rituals to continue. The only difference I would say I have is like I don't think anything ever changed. I think that we're fighting the people who were the Canaanite religions, right? Like I think child sacrifice just got replaced with abortion. I think that sacrifice in general just got replaced with wars, but not just wars. A lot of this crime that you see happening in cities, especially in America, like I lived a brief period of my time, I'd say about 10, 12 years, on the south side of Chicago. And it's a violent place, but the whole point was like, the ironic part is I never saw this violence, right? It was never around me, but the bodies would pile up anyway. Now, if you look into these gangs are not just organized groups of kids hanging out having a good time. If you look at their symbology, it's very old. It's very old. Like, I've seen Masonic symbology in gang signs. I've seen a lot of the religions of the East symbology in gang signs. And I'm just not quite sure if they're not little sacrifice squads. And they go out and they sacrifice a certain amount of blood. And so it's something that I don't even know how to do the investigation on that. But I'm going to tell you now, it exists. It exists. Street gang culture and people who operate in it, they're not all, they might be from Christian families, but they don't all practice Christianity. And I mean, not to say that they're another Abrahamic religion, like they practice something altogether different. And I've been around it, and I've seen it with my own eyes. And so that's why I'm like, the more we talk about these modern nations warring with each other, I think we're losing the forest for the trees. I think the Torah gets it right just to call them a group of people, give them a name, describe their affinities, what they do, and then if you see them or you see anybody else who does that, that's just what you go by. Because other than that, you'll miss a lot of Hasatan, what's actually happening. When I found out, or when I figured it out, and I'm like, wait a minute, these gang signs, these things that I see all over my neighborhood, these are not new symbols. These are ancient symbols. They just have modern context because we're like, oh, that's a gang sign. Yeah, why did they choose it though? Mm-hmm. The people who started these gangs, they weren't young men. They were not. They were older men. They knew things. They participated in fraternities and brotherhoods. They did a lot of stuff, you know? And so it'll just really blow your mind, some of the stuff that's going on. They say, oh, this place has a lot of crime. I'm like, yeah, I've never seen this crime they're talking about. I do know that the Chicago police got caught selling guns to people, right? That's a clear way. If you want people to die, you need the blood in the streets, they need guns to do that. The police were selling them the guns. After all that time, they talk about all these kids in the ghetto, black, with these guns, and they were getting it from the police the whole time.
I believe it. I mean, I believe that we do have those who are in power that are the elite, who are these descendants of the Amorites and the Amalekites. They're not here to help us in the nation of Morocco. They're not. They serve the land, the plumed serpent of our land. They don't serve the Father like we do. They serve a whole different, like you said, a whole different entity. And this is representation of Apollo as Artemis through the Statue of Liberty that we have when you look into this deeper. And this all goes back to the Ark of Titus. Titus literally worshipped Apollo, but he needed to have another entity to either replace what he believed, or because he was about to be overthrown. If you look at the Ark of Titus and what happened with the Hebrews, who were literally having their lives at stake and being crucified for not turning to Christianity, Titus is responsible for all of that. That's what he did. He talks about this on the Ark of Titus, where he shows the menorah being carried off while he's destroying and annihilating the Jews of that time. But this is to establish the Roman Empire, to bring about their worship of their one god, which was Apollo, but really this is Dagon in disguise. And then Apollo had a twin sister, Artemis, and so that's where we get the Statue of Liberty from. And it's not just in America. The Statue of Liberty is everywhere in all kinds of different nations. I was watching a video on this the other day, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's in Paris, it's in China, it's the same exact statue of Artemis, but as Lucifer, but Hallel, he is praised, the one who stole Yahuwah's name, who stole his image, not his image, but stole his character and his function, because the Father didn't give us an image, but Hallel did, and that's where we get the Hallelujah, because he's an imitator that is taken over America, and allowed this plumed serpent to have his way. The rise of the phoenix. Arizona is a staple. The phoenix rising. Our own capital is the phoenix. You know what I mean? It's such deception. And
The way I look at it is that what is the tie that binds? It's like sort of how do these people from all these distant land have such a similar thing? In my research, it starts from the very beginning. Like it was never not this. Like it was always beaten in the streets, bro. So basically, the priesthood class is something that's established. Obviously, it's going to be established in the earliest nations. These earliest nations are going to be Sumer and Egypt. And of course, I'm sort of an Afrocentric historian. So I'm like, I think these things came traveling right out of Africa, because if you look at it, where does all this evil stuff, let's not call it evil. I mean, I don't really know what to call it, but let's just say different from what we believe. All of these things have the same things in common with what we classify as like voodoo or voodoo to this day. So there's going to be one of two mysteries. It's going to either be like, how did it get to West Africa, right? Or how did it get through the world, right? There's only going to be one way. You can track it one way or the other. You can say Africans had nothing to do with this. Okay, then you have to explain how it got to West Africa with no contact from the outside world. But if you look at it the other way around, and you say, hey, this started at this place, and these people just spread out, it makes a lot more sense. They carry these things with them. They're all the same corrupt priesthood. The same one that was in Egypt, the same one that was in Sumer, the same one that was in India. These are all, they're from the same priesthood, just like the ones that were in America. Not everybody who was in America were of the belief of a righteous God. Some of them just flat out were not. And you have to ask yourself the question, well, yeah, that's a human thing, that's a human quality, but how did they travel with such specific cultural things that you can find everywhere? And it's like, listen,
they traveled with the tribes. They traveled with the tribes of Judah. They traveled with the tribes of Judah. That's what Jeremiah tells us. They got in through the priesthood of the tribe of Judah, the kingdom of Judah. Jehoiakim literally opened his nation or his kingdom up to this by when we're looking at Jeremiah, who goes to Baruch, and Baruch is told by the Father to write down all of this information about Babylonia invading the kingdom of Judah. And what happens? Baruch's scroll gets burned by King Jehoiakim because he literally is working in tangent with them. That's how the priesthood became corrupt, is through the kingdom of Judah, through King Jehoiakim.
I mean, so yes, so I would definitely say they definitely came with us. But here's what I'm saying.
it's talking about the priesthood historic from the very first one. And don't get me wrong, I'm black, I'm an African American, I love African people, I love my black people in America when I say this, right? So, I just don't want to get it twisted. But what I'm saying is that priesthood had a central location. And that's why it's a worldwide thing. Because as humanity spread out, they took the belief systems. I forget, who is it that has this? Oh my God, I had a friend on here, he used to talk about it all the time. He used to talk about how the Dravidians, before they left Africa, they were a sect of people in Egypt, and the Egyptians kicked them out because they were Set worshippers. They were this specific type of people who worshipped a god that the Egyptians, although it was in their pantheon, they considered these people to be, what is the word I'm looking for? Just evil people. So they kicked them out. And so these Dravidians were driven out, and some people say that's how they arrived in India in the first place, was because they were kicked out of another location. And then you also have to remember that Egypt has rose and shrunk in size and in culture. So, just in my research, these people come out of Africa.
And not only that, the borders are not the right ones either. So there could be the Egypt border could go well into Africa.
Could go well into Africa, but also could go well east as well. Because what I have to remind people is so the first people in that area that they'll claim is in that area is a place what people call the Tucans. And the Tucans have some African DNA, but they have this other DNA too. And it's more Asian, and it's more, I forget what they use, Anatolia or something like that. Meanwhile, if you're looking at it like once upon a time, outside of Sumer, Egypt was the only show in town, these people all knew each other, and they kind of looked alike, right? That's the important part, because we don't consider them African because of the way modern archaeology looks at them. But if they were, the story makes more sense. Because they're an offshoot of the priesthood that practiced a dark art that the priesthood, even the priests of Egypt were like, yo, y'all gotta go. This is too dark for us. And so they spread out and they established this everywhere they go. This is why you can find human sacrifice everywhere. Like, yeah, people kill people, that's part of human nature. But specifically, all these people come up with this idea that you have to kill a human being and then pray to a god. Like, how is that possible? All over the world, it's much easier to believe that this culture came to them or they traveled with it. And
But
so,
see, that's the yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say that's the prophecies of Baal that Jeremiah said were happening. The prophets, the dark prophets, were literally prophesying the prophecies of Baal. And when you look at what the prophecies of Baal were, he was a demigod son of Dagon through Asherah, who was sent to die for the sins of humanity, and he was going to raise to godhood next to his father at his right hand. So they took David's story and they jammed it into their own to try and literally make this Jesus character a Messiah, when he's literally a descendant of these Anak, these children. And when you look at the children of Anak, they did migrate to Africa. This is where you get the Dogon tribe. What did they do? They were relying on the celestials and the stars to, their sacrifices. They did human sacrifices. They drink blood. And yeah, this is like the voodoo, like you were talking about. But this is where they migrated. And that's why the British colonies invaded Africa, because this is what the Father said. If the nation that I bring you into, you go and you follow the customs and the traditions of that nation, then guess what? I'm going to bring an invader to wipe you out. And so that's why slavery happened in Africa and why it happened in America with the Aztecans and the Mayans. So it's all because of disobedience of this priesthood, like you're talking about. But I'm a firm believer that, like you said, the spread from Anatolia went to Africa, to where the Dogon tribe was.
Well, Well, yeah. So here's some things. I got a couple things that I disagree with, but here's how I'm going to say it. They did practice different ways, but there's also a couple of things. Like my mind is like in a couple of different places. One, I wanted to tell you, since you're into the whole India thing, look up ancient Sindh, Sindh. You might know about them, you might not, but they're another place that have these depictions, stone depictions of people on bicycles and all this, what looks like modern stuff. And it's in Afghanistan, I believe now, or Pakistan. But basically, culturally, it's a stone's throw away from Ur of the Chaldees, right? And so you should look into that. Also, I don't know if you know like the history of the British invasion of India. I'm pretty sure you know about that. But do you know about the books that were written? The books are the more important part of why they were in India. Because like you were talking about, they were there to learn something. Like the British invasion, they had a little bit to do with trade, but the king sent his finest men to study the Indians, and they wrote books about it. And we're not talking about like, oh, this guy's smart, let's send him over there to study the Indians and bring us back something. Like, no, you're talking about these people are part of the royal order of this and the royal order of that, founder of this college or university. Like, these were the brightest people that they had. And I'm going to ask you, why do you think they did that? And then they did the same thing in Africa too. And so here's my counter on that. The reason why certain people were in slavery is because it was all part of a great experiment. What they wanted to see if they can resurrect themselves as the kings of old by enslaving the Hebrews like the kings of old did. This is why they didn't take everybody from Africa. They only took certain tribes and certain people. This is why they didn't enslave all of the natives. They only enslaved certain natives, right? Every time you look at the people who ended up being enslaved by these people, these are also the people who, right before they got enslaved, the kings would send their wisest men to go and study these people. And they would come back and they would say, you know what? These people have a Hebrew affinity right here. They do this thing right here like this. And this is something that we can, as soon as they say that, the king goes, say less. And then they send people and they enslave them within a decade's period of this happening, right? And so I've looked at this enough to go, hey, you know what? How come they never took a Khoisan? How come they never took a pygmy? Now, granted, these are very small people, like they're small in stature. So yeah, maybe it was a labor thing. Maybe they thought they could get more labor out of bigger people. But then there's the idea that maybe, just maybe, these kings knew who were the indigenous people of Africa and who were foreigners in Africa, but just had been there for a very long time. And that's the big thing. And so I look at the Native Americans the same way. So they're like, my ancestry is mostly Nigerian, right? So there's two big tribes there. There's the Yoruba and there's the Igbo, right? But within these two groups, there are like smaller subsets of groups, right? And these smaller subsets of groups, they have different affinities than the culture overall. Like it's going to be a lot. I'm going to wrap it up really short. When the slavery comes to West Africa, a lot of the people who enslaved the people, they took the people who they considered foreigners. The Europeans didn't care about this concept at the time, because this was during the time of slavery, or so they would have you believe. But long story short, I think that there was a plan. I think they worked this plan out. I think the plan was easy. They said, give us your Hebrews, and we'll pay you. I think that's what they did. Why else would they figure out all these people who came to America as slaves, and now in like the 2020s, we're looking back at these same people genetically and historically and going like, holy crap, I think they were from Israel. You're like, well, okay, that makes a lot more sense, because if you thought that the Bible was real, but you wanted to play God, the number one thing you would do is you would gather up all these Israelites who don't know that they're Israelites. You would put them in a central location, and then you would put them under slavery, because you want to see if their God's going to show up, right? It's a quicker way to prove the Bible without waiting for Moshiach to come. And so I know it's a far-fetched far-fetched theory, but that's my theory on why those particular people were brought into slavery. I think that this country is a great experiment,
Yes.
and that's why they treat us harshly on purpose.
Yes.
Because they're trying to evoke Hashem to come because of the mistreatment. But Hashem doesn't have a master, so it might be incumbent upon us to actually get where we need to go, and then Hashem will take care of them. But I think that was the great strategy, the great plan, to bring us here and afflict us and try to make God show his hand.
Yes. And I think that this ties into, I don't know if you follow the Anunnaki, but these are those men of renown that we see then as well as we see now. And
I got a different theory of Anunnaki.
Well-
See, that's the thing. I
well,
got a different theory of it.
the thing that ties this in, from my perspective, is the Enuma Elish. When you look at the Enuma Elish, it is the playbook. It is the New Testament translated into modern times. It is literally what Titus tells us in Titus 2. Slaves, obey your masters. Well, who is he talking to as the slaves, and who is he referring to as the masters? Well, Baalim, like we're told in the Torah, this is the Baalims of the nations. That's who we're talking about. That is the man of renown. And their playbook is the Enuma Elish as the New Testament. That's what the fathers revealed to me, because where does the word Bible come from? It comes from the Mediterranean town of the Phoenicians, of the Babylonians, of Byblos, where all of that was centralized. Remember, the sons of the Sidonians. What were the Sidonians doing? You know what I mean? All of this plays into a huge storyline of us being indoctrinated and enslaved. And still, we are still under the guy. If you're in America, you're still a slave because you're still under the control of Nebuchadnezzar. If you have an employment with the nation and you get a paycheck, you're enslaved. It's just made to be sugar-coated so that you think that it's, some like a lifestyle, a normal lifestyle of living, when that's not the case.
Well, yeah, so there's this idea that they said, what is it? It's like if you fall out of the ways, you're going to offer yourself as slaves, but nobody will buy you, right? That's no different than not being able to find a job, right? So to speak, there's that, right? And then, the other thing is, so from my perspective, the Anunnaki were Cushites, a specific type of Cushite. And they came to Mesopotamia, but this is an alternative history thing. So they're like Tartarians. So you have to remember. So if we're following out of Africa, we're tracking it just from my paradigm. The first group of people that was advanced enough to do this are going to be these little people, these little Batwan, these little pygmy, and the Khoisan people. Right? These were actually at one point in time the most advanced people on the world. They knew how to do things that other people didn't do. So when they leave out of Africa, they're going to establish these first other places, right? But there's still this genesis of DNA that's taking place. Like, if you've ever looked at a picture of, this is a good experiment. Just research the picture of Ethiopia. You're going to get a lot of pictures of Amhara people, which is a specific type of Ethiopia. But trust me when I say this, if you've seen the nation of Ethiopia, like I've seen it, every single style of DNA that you can think of comes like in one region. It's like freaky how many different things. They have everything from Amhara to jet black children with blue eyes. They got everything in between, right? So the first group goes out. They establish Sumer, or whatever Sumer was in the original part. Then later on, after this biodiversity happens, all this stuff that's happening on the continent, another group arrives there. And these people are giants compared to the people they are. If you see a Khoisan man might be 5 foot even. I might even be being a little bit generous on how tall they are. But
Well,
when you look at the type of Cushites that were in East Africa in the Horn at the time, these were giants to them. They would be about 6'5", 6'7", and they would have been advanced too, like extremely advanced.
exactly. Okay.
Listen, I'm going to say, I'm just going to say, like, it takes a
a lot of time to explain this, so I can understand if this is like, you're just like, well, where's he going with this? But it has to do a lot with how history is told to us about those regions versus what the people tell us in those regions about their history. Because when you listen to what the people say about their history, that's how we know the Anunnaki can be so advanced and still be Cushites. Because if you ask the Khoisan themselves, so ethnographers ask the Khoisan, they're just like, listen, bro, like, why did you guys never progress and then do things like the modern world? Like, why do you still choose to be hunter-gatherers and all this stuff? The Khoisan will tell you themselves, oh, you're talking about like you guys? Yeah, we already used to be that. We were very advanced, but we almost destroyed the earth. So we made an oath with ourselves that we would stay plain and stick to these traditions and never go back to the way that we were. And see, that's what I'm saying. So like, once you know like some of the stories that they have, it's like, oh, I get it now. So they left that. They left first. They established Sumer. Then these Cushites come in with this advanced technology where they're almost like gods to these people, and they tell them all this technology. These people learn it, sort of like this men of renown story that they talk about, and then they almost destroy the earth, and then they go back. So that's why I'm saying. So it's not anything like if we speak beyond the night, I'll drop little stuff from here and there when I remember to do it, and I can sort of show you how I got from the stories. I grew up with the story of the Anunnaki, just like you know, like Zachariah Sitchin, John Anthony West, all those people, you know. And then when I ran across this, I was like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. But go ahead, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, Nigeria, like Nigeria, plays a very, very significant role. And especially with the Benin Republic of where the Dogon tribe is. These are those descendants you're talking about. This is that Anunnaki tribe of the Cushites that you're talking about that have this supernatural language, and they get it from Ishtar, the worship of Ishtar through the moon goddess worship, and their planet Siri. So, this all.
I can see sort of what you're saying. See,
Yeah.
I mean, I just like the thing that I like. It makes more sense the way you're telling it because the way I look at it with the original story, like the way most people pick up that story, they talk about like Nibiru and all this kind of stuff, but there's also the idea that there's almost a parallel story in the Bible, right? So they kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater with there, which is, I'm just like, bro, I mean, at least acknowledge that there's a similar story in the Bible, right? Okay. And then the other thing that you said about Nigeria, so here's the thing, because I need to do a lot more research. Like, just like, you know, there's a lot of books that Jews read, I still have to read. Nigeria is just one of those places. It's just got a bunch of people, so there's a bunch of different histories. So when you said Nigeria, I know where you're going when you say that. But what I wanted to point out to you is like a lot of people talk about the Yah part, but they don't talk about the Niger part. And the Niger part is just as interesting a story. Let me get away from the microwave before it breaks up my mom real quick. I'm cooking. Sort of cooking. But yeah, so the Niger part, they'll tell you, okay, Niger is like the Niger, and it's like the river Niger. Okay, those things are all true. I'll put the post up because I'm kind of cooking. What I did was there was an Afrocentric historian, his name's Dr. Clyde Winchester, and he talks a lot about Black Europeans and antiquity, like ancient. And so it's hard for people to really cling to this whole idea. One of the best things he did, and I had to grab his stuff right when he did it because I thought I didn't have it. This is the thing, I thought I didn't have it. So he shows this book, and it's got all these people with the surname Niger, right? And so it was in a genealogy book, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm a book collector. I got over 150, maybe 200 books that I posted on my Twitter. What book does he have that I don't have? I need to get this book. So anyway, he finally comes up with this presentation where he shows the book again. And I'm like pausing the tape. I'm trying to see, can you give me a name for this book? What book is this, right? Come to find out, I already had the book, right? So I rushed to my Twitter and I found the book. And I don't know why Twitter is not working with me right now. Let me see if this will work. Oh wow, that's crazy. So like right now, it's not allowing me to search my profile, but I'll put it up on the other. So I mean, I got my laptop right here. So basically, there's a bunch of people who were in Europe with the surname Niger, right? And we're talking about like not just, oh, this is Peter Niger and he runs a mill. Like it's like King so and so, the Niger, or so and so Niger. And so basically the reason why I'm saying that is one of the most prevalent African bloodlines that you'll find worldwide from this Yoruba tribe, like Europe. So a lot of these people that they're talking about that we need to look out for in general, I think a lot of these people are just not the color that people think they are. And that's why we suffer, because we look at a group of people because of their color, we think, oh, they can't do anything. Little do you know. Well, you know, because you're sort of attracted to this. You're talking about the dope out here. It's like we could be at the center of it all and not know that these are the people, and it would be sort of a trick of Hashem to go, hey, listen, if you really just judge people based on the color of their skin, then you kind of deserve what was coming your way, right? I found it. Let me post it. I'm looking for your space real quick. My laptop's slower than my phone. But yeah, so you were about to say Nigeria. So you're about to get off into that. I got a part that's, she's a former Hebrew Israelite. She's not like a because I know you got that here. I'm just going to say Nigeria. So you're about to get off into that. I got a part that's okay. She's okay. No, she's not leave. Okay, so now I'm not getting echo. But if you look at the purple pill now, there's a book that I found a while ago. And so I reposted it with all of the Nigers that they were talking about in this book. So I'm like, man, West Africa, people don't get it. I'm just like, West Africa might be responsible for America as we know it in a couple of ways. And I think that a lot of the historians bury this history. And they bury it for a reason. Because if you see it for what it is so in your face to know, once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's the thing about it. You can't unsee it. Then you start to know, hey, this is why the Spanish and Portuguese decided to go to this new world right after they got through trading with the Moors. This is also why the same year they conquered the Moors is the same year that they discovered the new world. Like, because they already knew about it. They knew about it, but the Moors kept it a secret. Anyway, that was a long rant. Go ahead.
No, I mean, you're right. Nigeria plays a huge part in this. You know, and taking it, you know, back to what, you know, Nigeria is famous for, there's the Mami. The Mami are a descendant of Merman tribe, and this ties back into the avatars of Vishnu. So all this like secret knowledge, you know, that Nigeria has. I mean, even look at who they worship. I have a lot of brothers and sisters in Nigeria that I talk to on my Facebook, you know, and they're all worshiping Allah. They worship Allah, and when you look at the breakdown of Allah, it literally translates to the one eternal God, like the one God. So they know, they just don't know the name of the Father.
But the name is important.
Yes.
Because without the name, you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, and like, what was I about to say? You said something about Nigeria, and there was something I was going to say.
Well, let's go ahead and take this speaker. The cheese, I'm going to say. The cheese guy. Go ahead.
What's good? It's mac and cheese. First off, Issachar, right? I've seen you in spaces over the span of the last couple of months, I've heard you speak on several things and what have you. And I've also seen these spaces talking about the Anunnaki and so on and so forth. When I was a child, my mother and my father followed a man by the name of Yahweh Ben Yahweh. I don't know if you know who that is.
I know him.
Okay. So the first thing that attracted me to the space was specifically this now I say Hebrew, the letters, the letters that you have in that web, the alphabet. Hebrew. Yes. A couple of things I wanted to ask, right, in reference to this conversation that y'all have. Appreciate you letting me up, by the way. One of the first things to come to my mind is first of all, and I know I haven't done a research or whatever like that. But what is it? First of all, what is
You kind of rubber band. You're kind of rubber banding, but I got your question in.
what is an Anunnaki? That's my question.
Yeah, so we sort of have different opinions on it. I think we're sort of arriving at a conclusion, but and from the people who I watch who do more studying than me, the Anunnaki are a form of Kushite, and they came to a less advanced people, and they were much larger in stature than them. So between the fact that they looked like giants because they were bigger than them and they had this advanced technology, the Sumerians at the time believed them to be gods. But it doesn't mean that the story is incorrect. In my opinion, these ancient Kushites just told them the stories of the fallen angels, which is almost the exact same story, right? So in my opinion, they're Kushites, but she's got a different take on it.
Yeah, from my understanding, the Anunnaki are the sons of Enoch. These are the long neck giants. If you look at the word Anak, it literally translates to long necked. And as I was saying, Nigeria holds a lot of this history through the entities that they worshipped, called the Memi people. I don't know if you know the Memi Tata from Nigeria, but this is who. It's literally a translation of mermaid people, like I was telling you, from India, the avatar Vishnu. So that's my understanding, and this all ties into to Dagon, the worship of Dagon, as well as the Dogon tribe, who talks about these people who came from not outer space, but came from the ocean. These are the blue blood creatures that we establish.
Also, real quick, I wanted to make sure I said this. So we're talking about Nigeria, and I was talking about some of the bad establishments. I think it's a central location because also the good is there. Specifically, I was going to mention something. Oh, okay. When the British first arrived in Nigeria, the British had colonies everywhere. Okay, so they had colonies established everywhere, but there's certain groups of people that they specifically wanted, and they wanted these people to speak English. Now, of course, they talk about the gold and all these other resources, and yeah, that's a thing. But tell me why, when they established the kingdoms there in Nigeria, they used the Shield of David or the Seal of Solomon. But like on the coinage and on the flag of Nigeria, okay, have you, listen, Nigeria has, they have the flag, which is green and white, but they also have a coat of arms. Nigeria's coat of arms are these two, it looks like a Y. Basically, it's like a diagonal line going one way and a diagonal line going the other way, and then they form, and then they become one line. They go straight down, sort of like a split stick. I forgot, you know the story I'm talking about, where Hashem goes, these two sticks will fuse and become one. Ephraim and Judah. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep, I know what you're talking about. Yep, Ephraim, the two sticks of Ephraim and Judah that come together as one.
Right. So just what I'm thinking is when these temple constructions happen, the ones who ran to Africa
I was saying, the stuff, the research I had to do on my own. Here's been the biggest issue with a lot of what you guys are saying, right? The issue is, and again, I have to do my research. The issue is a lot of the times it just sounds convoluted. Not to say that I don't believe or it's not a level of real deal truth to it. The problem is that Issachar, you've been doing a really good job of actually like kind of giving us somewhat of a timeline, right? But a lot of the times, like myself not necessarily knowing, my interests kind of go out the window a lot of times because it just seems like almost like a gumbo of information that really doesn't have any specific structure to it. So you're telling me that it's two different. So I'll make sure I'm following you. Anunnaki is two different versions of what Anunnaki is. Anunnaki is followers of Anak. That's one version, and the other version is Anunnakis are just Cushites who were, I guess, the tall people would look super extra tall to a specific other group of people, and they had some technology that the other people deemed them to be gods, essentially. Yes? No? Issachar?
Issachar, you there?
Oh, I thought I wasn't on mute. Yes. So, but I can understand where you're coming from. And so what I would say is, it's like, listen, man, I would say first, definitely do your own digging on this. I'm not saying it because it's one way or the other. What I'm saying is, it's like, it's a gumbo of information because we're just sort of spitballing ideas at each other right now. But we've all seen and heard and done our own research from more normal people that give us these things in bite-sized chunks, and we're just putting it together, right? We're comparing notes. So that's why it seems like a little bit of a gumbo, of information. But go ahead.
Gotcha. I want to make sure I say this as well too. I think that this other brother got something to say. I'll digress. I'll let this other brother speak.
Go ahead, Brother Sheik.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. So immediately I joined this place, I had Nigeria, and then I had Yoruba. I'm a Yoruba by tribe, by ethnicity. I'm a Yoruba guy. Zolin Baoni, Baolara, as I'm greeting Yoruba. Well, not to waste our time, but there are a lot of things.
I just greet you in English, man. What's up? Go ahead, man. What you gotta say?
Yeah. A lot of things and a lot of narratives are flying. A lot of things, like people saying people in Nigeria, they know the God, but they don't know the name. As in, they don't know Hashem, right? Alright, the problem is they know. But when you refer it to Allah, it's not Allah. Allah is not the God. You have to be very careful because Allah is against Hashem in every way possible. It's just like I take the deity. Let me just take let me take a Shango and I give him all the attributes of Hashem. So Allah is not the God you're looking for. These are not the people. There are people in Nigeria that know Hashem, the real Hashem. They know him. You understand? And I want you to know because if you look at the Bible, it was not just the Israelites that know Hashem or hear from Hashem. There was an Egyptian king that he was going to war, and then one of the kings of Israel went to stop him. Then he was like, "Why are you stopping me? It's your own God that sent me on this battle." I don't know if any of you can remember. Now,
that story sounds familiar to me.
Yes, it's one of the other things I don't know. So, when God was making the covenant with Abraham, he said, "Surely your people will be in captivity for 400 years because the sins of these people have not risen up to me." If those Canaanites there, those people in that land of Canaan at that point, if God was waiting for them, because our God is a very merciful God, He is not going to destroy you, but He knows your sin is going to eventually destroy you. So what He does is, alright, to consume you, no, if you don't change, I know I will tell you to change it, but you will not still change. So he knows. So those Canaanites, they knew there's a being. There's no point in that at which people have not known God. It's just that maybe some people will not know that who he is, or some people will be in rebellion to him. They knew. Now, let me tell you what make Israel the chosen people. It's not before Abraham, even before the time of Abraham, Israel has already been chosen. But God made covenant with Abraham to continue that promise. When we have in Yoruba culture, we have different deities, we have different gods. But the problem is this: people don't know. This is conflicting. It's kind of hello. Yeah, you are right. No, not you are right. No, we have Shango, we have Ogun. These are deities. But the problem is this: people don't really understand. If you study the Bible, you get answers to these things. At the Torah of Babel, where God chose Israel, was at the Torah of Babel. When he has seen the works of men and what they were doing, building that Torah, and then he came down, he saw it, said, despite the fact they have used a flood to flush it to end wickedness, these people still will go towards their wickedness. So if you read about that story, it was just as if why they were building that Torah was because of trauma. And I believe the Torah of Babel was not just a building, it's a collection of information. People are gathering together, collecting information, assimilating. At that point, the world spoke one language. And when we say the world speak one language, it's not just by words. They spoke one language, they have one mind. And what made them have one mind is because when you say something to somebody, the person understands you. It does not have to be that you are saying one word or it's just like this. We know in paradise when we speak, we all understand each other. It's just like I'm just talking and you're understanding me just like that. That's what happened. So it was there that God said, all right, I will divide the nation. I said he will call it, he will see that that's when he divided the nation. If you can go and read it in Michael Heiser on his divine pantheon. You need to read about the divine pantheon. That's where he divided, because the watchers, where he gave the watchers responsibility to just watch over humanity, just watch them, look at what they're doing. But when he came after, when the watchers saw the daughters of men, they came and slept with them. Corruption started on earth. The flood had to happen. After the flood, he blessed Noah. He gave be fruitful and multiply. These people did not refuse. They still wanted to stay in one place, gathering information. He told them to spread, but they refused to spread. So when he came down, he saw what they were doing. He now said, okay, since these people are so corrupt like this, I will take a portion. This portion will be my portion. Israel will be my portion. I said, I will call my people. There's something he said there. When he called out Israel, at that point, you need to know that at that point Israel does not exist, but God is an eternal God. So he has said that, oh, this is the portion of people I will use. And then it was even there, he said, and by this portion, all nations will be blessed. I'm going to look for references after this. But if you have if you see any contradiction, you can correct me. But I know these references are there. But I'm not good. I'm not as scholarly to bring references at the go. So that's
we're all just giving our opinions, man. So I don't want to give you an opinion. I just had a quick question for you. Do you believe that? Do you believe that there are people in Yoruba that are of Israel?
The thing is, I don't know. I've not gone deeper into that, so I can't give opinion yet. But what I can say is this: the gods of the Yoruba people are the descendants of these watchers.
You kind of abandoned, bro. I'm trying to listen, but it's getting worse. Like, I don't know if you gotta move your phone or something.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yes, I say the gods of the Yoruba people, the gods, the deities of all, in fact, everywhere in the world are these watchers, their children, their descendants, which became Nephilim. They became disembodied spirits, because after the flood they died, but their spirit lived on, their knowledge lived on. And this is how the people now were able to contact them. And then in fact, there was something very surprising. This Nephilim DNA, it still continued. The little strain of it, although it's diluted at this point, it continued. That's why when the Israelites went to Canaan, where was it the two spies, they sent people to go and check, how Canaan is. They saw they were giants. It's not just giants by, these people are great. those people were actual physical giants and they were advanced. And the Israelites was just a young nation at that time. So I see something. There's something I always, when I read the Bible, I always see God involving the Israelites in his plan, involving his children in his plan. When he wants to end that Nephilim DNA, he wants to reduce that corruption. Now, among all the watchers, it's not all of them that disobeyed God. There are some of those, if you read, I really want you guys to go into this pantheon. There are some of these watchers, these angels that are still loyal to God. But many of them, some of them at least, were rebelled against him by corrupting his people. So in Yoruba culture, we have the gods that they worship. They are some of those gods whose purpose is not, they are not a full rebellion against God. You understand? These deities, they are not a full rebellion. If they were a full rebellion, you would have seen things in Yoruba culture that hates Olodumare, the God of the Israelites, the God that we refer to as the sovereign God in Yoruba culture, is Olodumare. Now, the stories of Olodumare in Yoruba culture is very, very similar to that of Hashem. But the issue now is this. Instead of giving worship to Olodumare, we just give reverence to him. Instead, they now start worshipping Shango. These are the deities, Shango, Ogun. These are the disembodied children of the Nephilims. So that's what's happened there. If you can just, if you guys want to, if we want to really go deep in this, we have to study a little bit of this pantheon of gods. And when I said that ye as gods, I said that ye are God, but you shall die as men. It was referring to these watchers, to these disembodied beings, these watchers that came and took wife for themselves. So this is very deep, and I really love the topic. Thank you.
Well, yeah. The reason why I asked you that was twofold. One, I believe that not only the Igbo but the Yoruba have Israelites inside of that as well. Also, I am a typical African American, right? So I'm saying that my DNA is no different from a lot of other African Americans' DNA. And of course, we know where they got us from. I was telling her earlier that I had this DNA test ran on me, but not like your 23andMe or anything like that. It's one where they only compare the DNA to ancient burial sites, right? So they compare your DNA to ancient burial sites, and they'll tell you how close or how far you are in relation. Now, granted, if you're not in relation, then the site won't pop up. It'll be like, oh, no, you're just not with these people. And my people are from West Africa, just like the rest of the African Americans. I had Israel, and I want to say I also have Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani, and then there's a couple other tribes, which makes a lot more sense when you think about slavery, that they all threw us on the boat, and over the course of time, things happen, right? But also in that bloodline, there was Israelite, there was Amorite, there was Egyptian, there was Anatolian, like all these different places in the world where they don't say that people from West Africa ever went. Like they say that they're indigenous and that they never moved. So it's my belief that we came to Africa, and one of the main reasons why they sold us specifically into slavery, because a lot of people from the Yoruba tribe were sold, a lot of people from the Igbo tribe, a lot of people from Ghana, we can go on and on. But because a lot of the people at that time, they were like, oh, well, we don't want to sell our own people, we'll go grab these foreigners, right? And so what I think is that the reason why Nigeria got hit so hard is because it was a nation full of kingdoms that the other people were like, oh, okay, grab these people because they're foreigners. So that's the only reason why I was asking you that. And then also to point out, just like my DNA is no different than a lot of other African Americans. And they say we have a little bit of European ancestry. They say it's through rape. I can point out some ways where I know that's not actually factual for a lot of people. But yeah, other than that, I'm hoping one day that I can get somebody from West Africa to do an ancient DNA test. Because not like I need to prove anything to myself, but it opened up the history to me so much where I know that these people were running into Africa. I know for a fact they did because we share DNA. We share
I actually been to West Africa before. I wanted to say something to you, Istakar, before you continue. If you look at the purple pill, I posted a picture. Okay, cool. I posted a picture in the purple pill. That was me in Benin about maybe 200 miles from Nigeria, specifically not it's the capital, the former capital city of Nigeria, off the coast. Yeah, Abuja, exactly. So it's the central part of Nigeria because of trade reasons specifically. I said all that to say that it was my understanding from what I've heard there, a lot of West African tribes, a lot of West African people are not specifically from West Africa. A lot of these Nigerians, a lot of these people from like Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Niger, and so on and so forth, a lot of these people settled there. They are refugees of that specific area. A lot of these people are really of Nile River Valley tribes or what have you, specifically East Africa. They came from east to west, and they are refugees. How, what specific war, what specific time period, I'm not 100% sure. I was just told that that was the specific case. I'm not 100% sure if you can touch on that, if you know it at all or not. Yeah, you're right. Lots. Sorry, nobody is ingenious in Nigeria. Everybody is all migration. Everybody came from somewhere. It's like this. Even the Fulanis, they have their origins in Niger and Mali. So the Fulanis are if you want to look at the Fulanis are the people you can easily look at and say these people are not even Nigerians, because for the Fulanis to be accepted into Nigeria, they had to use the Islamic conquest to, you understand, to penetrate the society of the Hausas, replace their culture with their own culture. After all the cultural murder, it was now like an Islamic caliphate, and where you have Sokoto and all the rest. So yeah, nobody is ingenious to Nigeria, nobody. But at some point, you can trace, when you go back, when you begin to rewind time, you will now see that, there's a time where these people moved there. There's a time where there's a place they came from, and they kept coming, because the land is very good. Like I said, I spoke about the Pantheon. Let me read it. Let me read what I was referring to. I said God divided the nation. And it's in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8 to 9. Reading here, he said, when the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided all mankind, he set up boundaries for the people according to the number of the sons of God. According to the number of the sons of God, he set up boundaries according to the number of the sons of God. The sons of God used there is referring to those watchers, to those this was that's not physical beings now. So, and then he said, but the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is allotted inheritance. So, this is those referring to what happened at the Torah of Babel, where God divided the mankind and set a portion for himself. And I think I would have Bible verses that refer to this. I will search for it again. That's why people worship these different gods, because when the only people that have known the name of God were those people that the only people that God took as his own as his portion were those, like, it's not just before Israel. There were people that were like, God has said, these people are supposed to be the ones worshiping me. These are the ones I'm going to use. Out of these people is where I'll bring out Israel. Because if you look at how God does it, it's out of a certain group of people. It brings out a certain group of people. It brings out somebody. It brings out, and the last purpose, because he's an eternal being. He's not just working based on one. He sees that he's going to use one to redeem all to himself. So that's it. And then that's why we have different gods, because he left them to worship their own gods. Those deities, that's what they want to do. But he say, okay, I will focus on these people. And you see Israel has gone through a lot. They have gone through a lot because of that. Because instead of the rest of the humanity to be enjoying what it means to worship, because our God is the sovereign God. You can't just worship. Look at Israel, it's Jamaica, and they died. How many times God punished them?
So they are facing lots. They are facing lots. It's just like, all right, people are just saying Israel is blessed, Israel is blessed. But do you know how much they've gone through? Because by human nature, we want to sin, we want to rebel. But look, of all the countries that have tried it, of all the nations that have tried it, Israel has been the one receiving heavy punishment every single time they rebel. So God will send judgment on them. Bam! So if it was like that for all of humanity, we would have been wiped out. But because that's why God chose a portion of people, so that at least that will not extend too much everywhere, and so that people can still have freedom of choice. If you want to serve other gods, fine, go from before me, go and serve them. But if you want to serve me, stay. That's the same thing Joshua said. Choose ye this day who you will serve. It's not compulsory. Decide to choose by yourself. So that's why God did not force all of himself on all of humanity. He set a portion for himself.
All right, and then my take would be slightly different. So the way I look at the Tower of Babel, yeah, they were definitely doing something that was wrong. But once again, we're dealing with people who, although there's a law set that they have to follow, they still have free will. So in my belief, I'm looking at Hashem and I'm looking at what he's doing, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, they're building this Tower of Babel, which means they have this corpus of knowledge. I'm glad you brought that part up because, I don't really think about that enough. But also there's this idea of, well, these people are trying to do something that makes them like God. But really, Hashem is looking at them like, are you kidding me? I'm the one who takes care of you. Like, what are you talking about? You're not ready for any of this. I'd be willing to bet you, if I just change the way you speak and make you move away from each other, that'll be enough division to keep you creations of mine roaring for quite some time. And that'll give you an idea about, yeah, we'll see if you're really ready to be like, quote unquote, the gods or like a god. I mean, trying to be good humans first. So I look at that punishment slightly different. I look at it like a masterful way, kind of like how a parent would do a child. Like, let's say a child says, well, I'm 6 years old, they don't know anything, and they say, well, I'm old enough to drive a car. You just kind of look back and you're just like, yeah, okay, well, explain to me how you would drive a car. How would that work? And of course, the 6-year-old has no idea how to do that. And sort of in the lesson is like you're just showing them their ignorance by doing the smallest thing. Like, what about the this or what about that? And of course, the 6-year-old has no idea, right? So it's like it's a gentler way to put somebody down when you know they're not ready for that type of responsibility.
Yeah.
Now, what you were talking about. Wait, let me just finish up real quick. The thing that he was saying about the West Africans and how they got there. So there's a couple of stories that are floating, and people have picked this up, and they've written about this, right? So you have the people who think that they've always been there, right? Those people, I always kind of look at it like a grain of salt, because like the brother was saying from Nigeria, if you really know anything about these people, the vast majority of these people know that they're not from there originally. They moved there, like he said, because the land is fertile, and of course the coastline and all that stuff. So from the history that I've been able to derive, and this is on the shoulders of other people, Hebrew Israelites, Jewish scholars, historians, when we were in Upper Egypt, which is the southern portion, when Egypt gets taken over, those people run into a central location somewhere in the Sudan region. That's where some of them ran. And then some of them started running south. And so these patterns start to develop. People who ran west and people who ran south. And you can see this depicted in these stories. There's also some outliers, people who came a completely different way. This is why I say there had to be some type of cultural connection between West Africa and the rest of the world, because these people from all these different places all decide to run to the same area. It makes no sense. There has to be some region or some people that they know that they've had contact with. And if you were in the space earlier, we were talking about the Phoenicians. And anyway, I will talk about that later on. But I just suspect it was the Phoenicians. The Yoruba, from their travel stories, I've heard a couple of different stories. So I've heard one story where the people say they came from Yemen, and they were kicked out because they didn't want to follow Islam. Right? They had their own ways, they didn't want to follow it. There's another story that said they migrated from North Africa, which is also interesting because there are, of course, the Jewish populations that are already well established and known in history. always be true. I think they can both be true at the same time.
They are
I think
true.
that there could be a group of people.
Ishikar, they are
I'm
true.
saying, I'm glad you said.
Yes. Because
I was going to say, I didn't know if you fell asleep. But yeah, just real quick, I was just going to say, there could be one group of people who ran from Yemen and then they turned here to West Africa, and then there could be another group that did it from North Africa and they came together in the same area, and eventually they became the Yoruba.
Can I ask you a question, Issachar?
That's like,
it's okay. Go ahead, brother. You can go ahead. I was just in agreement with you that, yeah, these are all true. They're not just one story is true. It's literally over a period of civilization, 77s of 70s. That's what we're told, right? That's what we're given. That's the time frame. And that's the establishment of the end of the 400 years of the last one that's given. And according to a rabbi, Matthew Glazerson, he believes that this year that's coming of the Hebrew Israelites, according to the lunar calendar, is the year that's the final year. This is the completion.
Sometimes it does that. It connects with the Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi do some real weird shit. I don't know, but my question to you, Issachar, is because I'm under the impression that we are not of African stock. When I went there, there was no, to me, I can't speak for nobody else. There was no connection in that sense with us and with Africans in that sense. My question to you is do you believe that there were already people in the concept of the United States of America, the U.S., were there already people here? I know the answer to the question, but I just want to get your take on it specific.
yes. So, yes, there were. And yeah, I'm a believer that there were Africans who came and settled in America too. But you have to remember, there's going to be an antiquity that is spoken about by Europeans in the Western world. Well, we're going to go from the 1400s. If you talk about the Vikings, maybe the 1100s. This is BC, 1100 years after Christ, right? Meanwhile, there's the idea that these people can still be Israelites. They could have still ran from Israel to West Africa over a course of period of time and still cross the ocean and be in America well before a European even had a boat to really sail that direction. So, yes, I believe that there is such thing as those people coming to America of African descent and of Israelite descent. But the thing about you saying, I'm almost done. The thing about you saying that there's no affinity with these people, well, there's a two-part thing. Obviously, there's slavery and we're in America, blah, blah, blah. We all know that. The other thing is a group of West Africans in the, let's say, 14, 16, 1700s came over here that was probably very different from a lot of the Africans that were around them, and they met another group of African indigenous people here in America.
The Nubians.
So that's the big deal. Like, that's why we're so different, because we were probably already set apart over there, and then we ran into another group over here that hadn't been set apart even longer. So while there's no connection, they are our brothers. And I'm a new.
So here's what I mean by that, right? Because it's been said that Africa is the cradle of civilization, which makes sense. It's the largest landmass on the planet. I think maybe behind maybe Asia, if I'm not mistaken. But my question is because, again, disconnected from the transatlantic slave trade and understanding Mansa Musa's brother, I've heard stories. I met a descendant of Mansa Musa as well too, which is crazy. Understanding the Africans having the ability to be able to come to the Americas prior to the transatlantic slave trade, hundreds of years or even thousands of years prior to that, right? Separating Africans physically from the continent of Africa, whether it be West Africa specifically, because I know it's currents that take you from West Africa to the Americas. Separating that, what I'm asking you is the people in this specific land, were there already people in this land that were not African? They originated specifically. I want to get your take on not the amalgamation of Africans from the transatlantic slave trade, and people coming over from the Bering Strait and all that. I'm saying specifically people who are of this land who are not of African descent, who didn't originate in Africa, not the cradle of civilization narrative, just people who actually the civilizations physically started, and they were brought in and birthed everything from this specific land. Is that something?
I got what you said. What is the question exactly? I'm kind of eating too, but go ahead. Like, just sort of like wrap it up in a podcast, and then I can see if I know. I have an answer for you.
I don't mean to be funny, man. You fat motherfucker. It's not funny. I can hear it when I saw that. You fat motherfucker. So yeah, my question is disconnected from Africa specifically, were there already people in this land that didn't migrate over the Bering Strait and didn't come over from West Africa, the currents that take you from West Africa to the Americas, specifically Brazil and so on and so forth? Were there already people of this specific nation that had no specific connection of Africa, just like Africa's a cradle of civilization specifically, and all people come from there? There is also been said that there are people here that didn't come from Africa specifically. What's your take on that?
Okay, I'm gonna wait. Okay. So I've heard this. I disagree with it, but I disagree with it for the reasons that I was talking about with Raw earlier, about the idea that there are populations that left Africa so long ago, they wouldn't resemble anything you would know of as an African today. And then there's also gene mutation that happens after a certain point in time, where people migrate so far from other groups of people that they can continuously only mate with each other. And that causes more, for lack of a better term, it causes mutations. So over time, these people don't phenotypically look African, they don't genetically look African, but they're African nonetheless. They're just traveling groups of people. I have no evidence that says that out of Africa is the incorrect theory that I really like listen to, where I'm just like, okay, this makes sense, let me look into this. So my answer right now is no. I think that the first people here on this continent were Africans. I think they were followed by the Asians, and then they were followed by the Scandinavians. And then after that, the Europeans came along.
I gotta do a lot more research into this whole concept, because this is how I look at things, right? This delineation conversation, right? I consider myself an FBA, right? The delineation conversation is so convoluted nowadays, because the separation from Black Americans to Africans specifically, right? Separation in the sense of we not having any specific blood ties to Africa outside of a few 100,000 people that came over to the transatlantic slave trade. I understand what you said as far as people coming over here so long ago to the point where you don't even resemble an African, would be considered an African specifically. But my question is it feasible that there are, because of the tectonic plate shifting and all that kind of stuff, and land masses drifting apart from one another, does it make any feasible sense to say that this portion of the world didn't have any physical people on it? Does that make any is that feasible to say?
I this time. I still believe that even if we go to like the Pangea principle, when the place split apart, first of all, Pangea, I'm just like, man, it moved away so slow. You didn't tell me these people didn't see a river forming between them and their neighbors. They didn't make a choice. Like, I mean, come on, what's really going on there? But I digress. The point I'm saying is, I still would believe that the people who occupied this place, even if it was during the tectonic split, they would be African, majority African. And the reason why I say that is because even if you look at the tectonic split, Africa is hugging the coast of most of South America. It's not an exact fit anymore, but you can see how it used to be that. If you take Africa and South America and you slam them together, you have the largest landmass on the earth, bar none. Nobody's even remotely fucking with that number. It's huge, almost unimaginable. So, if you're looking at a group of people who cross these lands and share connections with each other until this split happens, however it happens, that's why I can say, in my opinion, I can confidently say for myself, I would believe those people to be what we would know after that as Africans. Because they wouldn't be Africans before then because it was one continent. So, Africa's its own other continent. But basically, Africoid people. So, that's what I would say.
Interesting topics.
And you ain't have to call me exact though.
I'm just being an asshole facetious because people call me fat all the time because I be eating in the spaces. So I just had to say something. I had to pick on somebody else because I'm getting kind of big, and now I gotta just what's the word? I have to
Self-project.
There you go. I have to project my insecurities onto another man because he probably eating better than me over there. So I got to talk a little shit. So
That's funny.
Go ahead, Shika. Oh yeah, I didn't see your name real quick there. Go ahead. I think you wanted to say something.
I wanted to ask you guys how you were getting fat, man. Because I'm just trying and I'm not getting there.
You got it.
that's the question. How old are you?
I'm in my early 20s. Mid-20s, actually.
Oh no, you're still a baby. Yeah, when you for women, in my experience, I know that doesn't pertain to you, but to give you a general idea, women at 40, our metabolism slows down. So age has a lot to do with your ability to retain fat as well as burn it off as quickly as you retain it.
I was just gonna say, you also need to eat some American food. That'll help you gain the weight fast. Like, we got all the good stuff. We got all the sugar. We got all some American food.
You don't want to give them diabetes now, right? America's full of diabetic food.
No, he didn't specify. He didn't say good weight or bad weight. He just said he wanted to get bigger. I'm like, oh, okay, you need to eat
Anyway, guys, anyway, anyone, make me your project, make me fat project, make shake.
But listen, I'm going to tell you why you don't want to do that. At one point in time, I used to be 325 pounds. I am now 44 years old. Would you know when I get off this space with you guys, I'm still going to work out because I need to be there, right? So keep it while you can, brother. Stay fit. Keep some fat on you in case you strangle somewhere for a couple of days.
Ain't got no fat on me, bro. Ain't got no fat on me, bro. When I go outside, I put the phone in my pocket so the wind doesn't blow me away. Bro, make you fat.
Listen, I want you to listen to me, and I want you to listen to me very, very, very well. And I want you to take this to heart when I say this, right? You are going to gain weight naturally anyway. Do not try to induce getting bigger. It's gonna happen naturally anyway. What ends up happening is if you try to induce and make yourself big or fat, you're gonna end up pushing the pot. It's almost like pushing a wheelbarrow up a hill, trying to, and then when you finally get up the hill, you end up going downhill as well. So you're gonna speed down that motherfucker. So trying to get big is gonna be a problem because you're gonna end up getting big anyway, and you're gonna end up getting bigger than what you anticipated. And your ability to be able to burn that off is gonna slow down regardless. Your metabolism will slow down anyway. So don't try to get big, man. Just stay your natural weight. Don't try to get big. It's gonna happen regardless anyway. Just all you gotta do is just literally keep on living. It's gonna happen for you.
Yeah, you're pretty young. He's pretty young, so definitely you have a stamina that I don't want to say that us that in their 40s don't have, because we still can. It's just you don't see it very often, I will say. But yeah, enjoy being young, I think is what he's trying to tell you. And don't try and get fat. Don't try and do that. Don't succumb to a America diet, because oh my gosh, just stick to fruits and vegetables as the father instructed. If you are not in America, don't. Yeah.
See, the thing is, I'm gonna be his food dealer, man. I'm gonna introduce him to a Cinnabon, and it's gonna be over. The minute he has a Cinnabon, he ain't gonna have to worry about no more weight drops. Like they have to, you know what a Cinnabon is?
No, I don't, but I know that no matter the food I eat, no matter how much I eat, I can only, the ratio is just, when other people have, the same people my age, when they are already getting fat, my own is just hard for me to be fat, and I give up.
Are you really active?
I don't even, when I was at sea, I wasn't so active like that. All I just did was keep my watch, and then we have this cook's job is just to cook for us, make sure they give us the kind of food that is healthy, very nice food. That's their job. We have cooks. So for 6 months, my colleagues got fat, but me, I was just there, bro. Just.
Why do you want to get fat specifically? Why do you want to be fat?
I just want to look big, I want to look big because I heard that before I can go to the gym, I've tried it before I went to the gym, I tried lifting weights and then I felt sick. And then the people were laughing that what am I trying to convert to muscle because I'm not even fat. They said if I do it again I might die. So I was like, wow, I need to get fat before I even go to the gym.
No. Listen, man. To hell with what anybody say. The reality is once you get a certain age, they ain't gotta carry that weight that you gotta carry. Don't let nobody tell you to gain or do all. Listen, don't listen. There's a lot of different ways you get bigger, but the point is not to get fat. The point is to gain. If you wanna gain weight, you can gain healthy weight. Go ahead, Scott.
Man, listen, all I was gonna say is that I put a Cinnabon down and it's a purple pill so he can see what that is. That's the gateway drug right there. You ever set foot in a Western country, I think they got Cinnabons in one of America, but if you ever in America and they got a Cinnabon, stop and get one, and you're gonna immediately understand why Americans are fat, right? There's that. Oh yeah, all that.
I will. Thank you, I will.
But on a serious note, though, man, like somebody like me, like I had weight problems like when I was a kid, early 20s, strongest people in the world. I know because was it Joe Rogan? He does a lot of stuff with MMA fighters, and a lot of people who train them, and a lot of MMA fighters swear to this. The strongest people are people who work with their own body weight, because not only are you lifting a weight of your own body, there's accompanying muscles that you have to use for stability and balance that you're also building at the same time. And you're not going to look jacked. You're not going to look like a bodybuilder, but you'll always be way stronger than other people, right? And then really, if you want some muscles, man, come on, bro. You just get yourself an old-timey American boxers workout plan. It'll pack the muscle on you, you know? So, yeah, there's that, man. You know what? I hate to be bad, but, right? But I gotta go. I was supposed to get some work done, like, hours ago. And I still gotta work out myself, man. So, it's been great. I'm gonna follow everybody here. I see, I'm the lazy one. I see people were following me, so I'm just following everybody. And I'll talk to you guys later on, okay?
All right, brother. Yeah, shalom. It was definitely good fellowshipping. We didn't get all the way through the Tanakh portion, but you know that's what happens when the Father's leading. You know, he's the one who says how long things go and what direction it goes, because Yahuwah says that he controls the hearts and the minds of men. So if you're here, it's by divine. This space has been going on since 4:44. I started it with my son, and it's just been a blessing. All of the speakers have been amazing, and we haven't even gotten through the Torah portion. So if you guys want to continue talking about what we were talking about, we can go ahead and do that and wrap it up, and then I can, you know, read on. Or if you want to go ahead and finish reading.
I got another space I'm going to at 2 o'clock, so it was kind of perfect timing when it's skedaddle. Well, honey, I'm hit you with the follow. And same with you, Shinnok, hit you with that as well. So, alright, just give me a heads up, man. You see me in these spaces, I'm FBA, that's what I rep. And if you go on Twitter, you know what time it is with that, so that's what we on, man. We on that type of time. So yeah, just give you a heads up. That's what type of time we on over here. But you know, shout out to you though. Shout out to y'all. So alright, I'm gonna catch y'all later on. Y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all night.
You too. Thanks for joining, brother. We'll give you a follow as well. All right. We'll go ahead and finish reading this. What a wonderful fellowship this has been. Thank you, Abba. All right. So we left off on, and thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering and the thigh of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up of the ram of consecration, even of that which is Aaron's, and of that which is his son's. And it shall be for Aaron and his sons as a dew forever from the children of Israel. For it is a heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the children of Israel of their sacrifices of peace offerings, even their heave offering unto Yahuwah. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be for his sons after him to be anointed in them and to be consecrated in them. 7 days shall the son that is priest in his stead put them on, even he who cometh into the tent of meeting to minister in the holy place. And thou shalt take the ram of consecration and seethe its flesh in a holy place, and Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that is in the basket at the door of the tent of meeting. And they shall eat those things wherewith atonement was to consecrate and to sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. And if aught of the flesh of the consecration or of the bread remain unto the morning, Then thou shalt burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And thus shalt thou do unto Aaron and to his sons according to all that I have commanded thee. 7 days shalt thou consecrate them. And every day shalt thou offer the bullock of sin offering beside the other offerings of atonement. And thou shalt do the purification upon the altar when thou makest atonement for it, and thou shalt anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days thou shalt make atonement for the altar and sanctify it. Thus shall the altar be most holy. Whosoever toucheth the altar shall be holy. Now this is thou which thou shalt offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. The one lamb thou shalt offer in the morning, and the other lamb thou shalt offer at dusk. And with the one lamb 1/10 part of an ephah of fine flour mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine for a drink offering. And the other lamb thou shalt offer at dusk, and shalt do thereto according to the meal offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof for a sweet savor, an offering made of fire unto Yahuwah. It shall be continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tent of meeting before Yahuwah, where I will meet with you to speak there unto thee. And there I will meet with the children of Israel, and shall be sanctified by my glory. And I will sanctify the tent of meeting and the altar. Aaron also and his sons will I sanctify to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell amongst the children of Israel, and will be their God. And they shall know that I am Yahuwah their God, that brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I may dwell among them. I am Yahuwah their God. And he doesn't dwell in flesh. He never said that. He never gave us an image to even identify him with. He said, I gave you a voice, and that is all you were given. So anyone who wants to sit there and try and add an image, you're going against the Torah. That's in the ordinances you were given when you weren't supposed to make any image. Any image. Right? So we're moving on to Exodus chapter 30. If you're still joining me on Facebook, we are still going live and strong. The Father is definitely working here. And I see I have 3 people listening over there. Just to fill you in, we had at least 5 or 6 guests on X, and which was pretty phenomenal because the conversation just went in so many directions, but questions were getting answered, that the Father could only provide these answers to. And he uses this, and he gathers his children together when there are 2 or more, right? There he is in the midst of all of this. And so that was beautiful, having all those brothers and sisters that joined. And then I'm not sure who the 3 are that are listening on Facebook right now. But yeah, this is pretty amazing how we're just, across the board gathering and not forsaking it, So we're going to read Exodus chapter 30. This is the last chapter of the Torah portion that we're going to be doing. And then we're going to move into the prophet's writings. So Exodus chapter 30. And thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon acacia wood shalt thou make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be. And 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of 1 piece with it. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, the top of thereof, and the sides thereof round about, and the horns thereof. And thou shalt make unto it a crown of gold round about. And 2 golden rings shalt thou make for it under the crown thereof, upon the 2 ribs thereof, upon the 2 sides of it shalt thou make them. And they shall be for places for staves wherewith to bear it. And thou shalt make the staves of acacia wood, and overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the ark cover that is over the testimony, where I will meet with thee. And Aaron shall burn thereon incense of sweet spices every morning. When he dresseth the lamps, he shall burn it. And when Aaron lighteth the lamps at dusk, he shall burn it, a perpetual incense before Yahuwah throughout your generations. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt offering, nor meal offering, and ye shall pour no drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make atonement upon the horns of it once in the year with the blood of the sin offering of atonement. Once in the year shall he make atonement for it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto Yahuwah. But what do we see happening as you read on through these parashats? Literally, strange fire is offered right after this is said, right? I mean, it just doesn't get more deceptive than that, you know? These men literally were testing the boundaries of the Father as what he said in his laws. And guess what? They were destroyed. And they were the descendants of Aaron. It's very sad. But that's what they get for being disobedient. And how many people are being disobedient today, offering strange fire? I know for sure that the Messianics are literally slaughtering lambs and saying it's this Jesus character who come in flesh as the Son of the Father. I mean, that can't be more desolation than, you know, than going and doing child sacrifice. Like, come on, that's horrible. So, okay, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to make sure that Nathaniel had this right. Okay, so 1 Samuel chapter 15. Normally I do an interlude of songs, but here we are pushing almost, well, we are midnight. So, I don't know, and my son's sleeping, so I'm not really going to do that. But it was interesting what the Father has revealed, and let's see what he reveals in 1 Samuel's book. Alright, and Samuel said unto Saul, Yahuwah sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice. See, there it is again. And, I mean, we were just talking about this. Of Yahuwah, of the word. You were only given a voice in the garden, Adam and Eve. You were only given a voice, Moses, at Mount Sinai. You're only given a voice, now we hear seeing in 1 Samuel, right? See, it was a voice that came, not an image of a human being. The Father said, don't do that. But we can see today that they did. And Isaiah tells us that this would happen. Jeremiah gives you the exact image of which it did happen. And the craftsmen, there's 4 that the Father says he sends in a period of 400 years. I don't know who these other craftsmen were, but we know, and I know of this time that we're living in, that craftsman who deceives is called out by name what his craft is, and it's a carpenter. And I know that there's so many people that are going to just deflect what I'm saying and reject it, but you can't deny what Isaiah is literally telling you. It's a carpenter that draws out his own image for you to be deceived by. That, I mean, and then you try and give your own interpretation. You're going to really interpret a carpenter that says, I'm drawing out my own image, and in all its glory, I'm going to worship it, and its form is a man. I mean, come on. How much more evidence do you need for a prophet to give you? And then Jeremiah just seals it with the icing on the cake. He literally says, and the blacksmith, yeah, he goes and he chisels it out and fastens it down so it doesn't topple over, right? So who are those? The master masons. Then you have the goldsmith, which comes and he enladens this idol with gold and silver. And a lot of people are, oh, that's a Christmas tree and the Christmas and the balls that are golden. And no, it's not. If you listen to the context of what's being said, Jeremiah very clearly says, and their idols are that of a scarecrowed image of a man. How much more accurate do you need of your Jesus character on a Babylonian cross
because that's where the cross came from. And I mean, seriously, do you want me to draw it out too? I mean, that was sarcasm, because Carpenter drew out his own image. But seriously, how much more evidence do you need to see this? That Yahuwah said, I gave you a voice, dude. A voice, voice, voice. Not anything more. A voice. Verse 2. Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts. Right? And who is he? Yahuwah of hosts. Who's the host that he's over? This is his heavenly council. Remember, and Samuel is what? Well, we're going to see what Samuel does. I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he set himself against him in the way when he came out of Egypt. Now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling ox and sheep, camel and ass. And Saul summoned the people, and number them in Telaim, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. And Saul came to the city of Amalek, and lay in wait in the valley. And Saul said unto the Kenites, Go, depart, get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For ye showed kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites, and Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah as thou goest to Shur, that is in front of Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. But Saul and the people spared Agag, and the best of the sheep, and the oxen, even the young of the second birth, and the lambs, and all that was good, and would not utterly destroy them, but everything that was of no account and feeble, that they destroyed utterly. Then came the word of Yahuwah unto Samuel, saying, right, and he got a voice, he didn't get an image, It repenteth me that I have set up Saul to be king, for he has turned back from following me, and hath not performed my commandments. And it grieved Samuel. And he cried out to Yahuwah all night. And Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning. And it was told Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he is setting him up a monument, and is gone about and passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thou of Yahuwah, I perform the commandment of Yahuwah. And Samuel said, What meaneth that this bleateth the sheep in mine ears, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? And Saul said, They have brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen, to sacrifice unto Yahuwah their God, and the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said, Then Samuel said unto Saul, Stay, and I will tell thee what Yahuwah hath said to me this night. And he said unto him, Say on. And Samuel said, Though thou be little in thine own sight, art thou not head of the tribes of Israel? And Yahuwah anointed thee king over Israel. And Yahuwah sent thee on a journey, and said, Go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then didst thou not hearken to the voice of Yahuwah, but didst fly upon the spoil, and didst thou which was evil in the sight of Yahuwah? And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have hearkened to the voice of Yahuwah, and have gone the way which Yahuwah sent me. And I brought Agag the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took of the spoil sheep and oxen, the chief of the devoted things, to sacrifice unto Yahuwah their God in Gilgal. And Samuel said, Hath Yahuwah as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in hearkening to the voice of Yahuwah? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness
is as idolatry and teraphim, because thou hast rejected the word of Yahuwah. He hath also rejected thee from being king. Now, where have we heard this before? Plagiarization at its finest. Like, literally. Oh. The rebellion is sin of witchcraft, right? Stubbornness is as idolatry. So those who want to say that they're not in idolatry, when we're calling you out to say that you are, because you want to claim that a son of God can save you, when the Father said that He alone saves you, yeah, that's you following your nation's ways. And just like the Amalekites were destroyed, and this is, Saul lost his position to be king, this is that deception that you're all walking into if you're a Son of God follower. I was too, but the Father showed me through His words, and like we're reading it right now, where it talks about this very thing. Look at what Saul didn't do. He did not kill all of the Amalekites and left Agag alive, right? And what did they do? They took up the spoil, the sheep and oxen, and the chief of devoted things to sacrifice unto Yahuwah thy God in Gilgal. So they were naive. They didn't realize that the Amalekites literally were raising these animals to sacrifice to their gods, right? So Yahuwah couldn't use a profane sheep and oxen and all of these spoils that they had, because they were all offered to their gods that they worshipped. And the Father wanted them dead because, why? They were literally going above Him, these entities that they worshipped, to fight for mankind's love. And Yahuwah's like, no, I'm not having it. This is my heavenly council that is turned against me. Screw that. And how do we know that? Exodus 18 tells us this, that there's a host of these entities that did turn away from the Father. And He has, His angels that still are with Him, and whoever else, wisdom is with Him, but this is what we're seeing right here. This is why He said, go in and kill those Amalekites. This is why in modern day times you're supposed to let go of the idols of the Amalekites, not take it with you when you exit Babylon, the horse system. And so this is what we're seeing. Verse 22, and Samuel said, hath Yahuwah a great delight in burnt offerings, right? Literally, do you delight in these offerings that you do, like these Messianic brothers that sit there and slaughter a lamb and have no understanding about why the lamb was even put there to be slaughtered, but because their nation's ways have gone, in their heads, and they've decided to follow the nation's book that they were given, which is really the Enuma Elish of the Sumerian tablets. I mean, seriously, just people need to wake up and look at history, because it's literally being repeated in our faces of what we're about to walk into. This deception, this destruction. And it isn't until you seek the knowledge the Father has given us through His Word. And you get it through the one voice. He gives you the one voice so you can understand. So many are walking around claiming that they have the one voice of the Father through an image, but the Father said, no, man, I gave you just a voice. So if you're seeing anything else, you're following the spirit of whoredom, according to Hosea 4:12, that the Father says that He cast upon His people to test them with, to see if they would open their spirit through like baptism. And that we know this by the Byzantium period of when Mithras was literally depicted on their walls as, taking in the spirit of this dove or whatever is what it looks like. But literally that's where baptism came from. It's not part of a mikvah, like everybody wants to say it is. No, it's not. Because the mikvah included, from my understanding, it included the ashes of a heifer. So fit that one in your story. You can't. So we understand these things. You start to see the deceptions unpack. Verse 22, and Samuel said, hath Yahuwah, we read that. Verse 23, for rebellion, we read that one too. Verse 24,
And Samuel said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of Yahuwah and thy words, because I feared the people and hearkened to their voice. Ooh, how many of us can say that too, right? We hearken to the voice of our nation and their image and their gods and their sons of their gods. Oof, we're bad. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee, for thou hast rejected the word of Yahuwah, and Yahuwah hath rejected thee from being king over Israel. And that's what Yahuwah is going to say. I've rejected you, scattered Israel, of being my priesthood that stands alongside David as my prince, and I as the king to rule over them. Right? Because we wanted a human king. We didn't want Yahuwah to be king. But see, now the breach is going to be corrected. And the Father says, I'm once again going to be king, and you will bow down to me. And, that's how that's going to go. And all these entities are going to be rolled up like a scroll and burned. Just like Isaiah 25 says he's going to do to Baal on his mountain, which is literally this Jesus character, because his shroud enfolds the rest of the world at the 400th century, or the 400th year, the end of the 400th year, when the remnant rises up because Amorite sins have been met. So, interesting times, you guys. Interesting times. So, let's see. And also the glory of Israel will not lie nor repent, for he is not a man that he should repent. I'll say that again. Literally. And also the glory of Israel will not lie nor repent, for he is not a man that he should repent. Glory is not a man. Quit giving glory and mercy titles of a man, because that's not true. Verse 30, then he said, I have sinned, yet honor me now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people and before Israel, and return with me, that I may worship Yahuwah thy God. So Samuel returned after Saul, and Saul worshipped Yahuwah. Then said Samuel, bring ye hither to me Agag, the king of the Amalekites. And Agag came unto him in chains. And Agag said, surely the bitterness of death is at hand. And Samuel said, as thy sword hath made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women. And Samuel hewed Agag in pieces before Yahuwah in Gilgal. Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his house to Gibeath Shaul. See that? Okay, I have to point this out. So the Amalekites are the ones that have spread this indoctrination of worshiping these other gods, right? And giving their animals unto them and offering sacrifices unto them, all these things, right? So Samuel was telling Saul, look, man, you need to go kill them all, because they're all the ones that have been misleading my people, right? So then you see this where it says that he says, surely the bitterness of death is at hand. So this is Yahuwah ridding the evil, the Baalim of the nation. So what does it say? That Yahuwah was not able to do atonement for the land because there had been human bloodshed. And so the only way to atone it was if the blood of the one who had caused the shedding of the blood was killed. And that's exactly essentially what we see here with Agag. Agag was responsible for getting his children, or his ruler, his people, his slaves, I would say, that followed him into indoctrination. And the father's like, no, I'm not going to let this happen. And what does he do? He sends Saul to go and kill him, but Samuel has to finish it off because Saul had compassion on it. That's just weird. I don't know. But that's what we're seeing today too. And that's what's going to happen again. If you're looking at history, we don't know who's going to be in power at this time. But they're going to be brought to those who are following the Father. And the same thing is going to happen. Now, I don't know if there's going to be another Samuel
another Saul that's in disobedience. But this is what Genesis 3:15 talks about: the Amalekites' bloodline in opposition with Jacob and Esau. Right? Exactly. That's what we see happening, and this is why Rachel weeps so bitterly, because she sees what's happening to her children, and it's horrible. So, verse 35, and Samuel never behold Saul again until the day of his death. For Samuel mourned for Saul, and Yahuwah repented that he had made Saul king over Israel. Oof, that's some harsh words to hear from your father. So I'm going to go ahead and end this here, and Shabbat Shalom, everyone. We definitely went over, but much needed. The father literally was taking control of this whole conversation and allowing his children to speak as scattered Israel should. Question and think logically and think for themselves. So with that, Laila Tov, everyone, and Shabbat Shalom.